there's a giant pressure pad in the center, which needs to be weighed down by 3 metal chests found around the room in order to reach the monk. There really isn't much to shields from water. Use Cryonis to climb a tiny waterfall, fight a few mini guardians, then drift along on a raft and glide to the finish. There's a little extra challenge involved in stopping the raft to grab the bonus chest, but it's still not enough to bump this higher up the list. Shrine K-No is right next to the Gerudo Canyon stable, and serves as an introduction to electricity puzzles, which almost every shrine in the Gerudo region features. As you'd expect, it's really simple, and just teaches the player how electricity works and how metal objects can be used to extend electrical currents around shrines to open gates and doors. Shatter the Heavens has a very simple setup. There's a bomb hopper under a stone block. Detonating the bomb causes the block to fly upwards, but the ceiling is blocked by cracked stone, so Link needs to place one bomb on the block and another underneath it, so he can detonate both and shatter the heavens to reach the monk and the chest at the top, making it a very quick, very easy shrine. Shift and lock shows you the way to the monk right away, behind a locked door. The small key is also right in front of you, in a chest on a platform, but it's blocked by a metal box. The solution is to use magnesis to shift the block up its rail, then stasis to lock it in place, giving Link time to grab the key and finish the shrine. 5 Flames requires rotating a floating cube in order to light 5 torches. However, one of the cube's faces has a water spout, and the cube itself floats above a pool of water, meaning the player needs to be careful not to extinguish any of the flames they've already lit. Fateful Stars is found just behind the Great Deku Tree, and is a pretty simple puzzle, requiring Link to read the constellations on the far wall and count how many there are of each, then give his answer by placing orbs in their slots. Lano Ku's Blessing isn't the result of a shrine quest, it's just found in the overworld like some of the lowest ranking shrines on my list, but it's found in a little cave just off a freezing river, which will probably kill Link if he tries to swim across it, so actually reaching the shrine is quite a cool puzzle. One of the best solutions being to chop down a nearby tree and ride its trunk along the river to reach it. To Quomo's Blessing is found under the remains of the mysterious Hebra Leviathan. To access the cave, Link needs to roll giant snowballs down at the stone doors, which is a fun puzzle, but again I'd have liked a bit more. After sneaking back in through the Yiga clan hideout, stealing an ancient orb and throwing it down the bottomless pit where Koga is fought, Link finds the Kahiro no Shrine, inside the box. As the title suggests, the main puzzle is working out what's inside the box, using motion controls to count the amount of each coloured ball inside, then placing counters in the right place to open the gate. It's a very, very simple puzzle, and while the second puzzle for the chest is quite cool, you need to use magnesis to open the box and then place the 3 magnetic balls in pedestals, it's not enough to rank inside the box any higher. The Quokka Nata Shrine is found by Kalora Lake, an area clouded by an endless storm. Cass, found nearby, gives Link a riddle to uncover it, and by using a metal object to attract lightning to the rock, he can access Quokka Nata's blessing. It's a nice little overworld puzzle, but it's a shame it's only a blessing shrine. The Ceremonial Song is a shrine quest in Zora's Domain, where Link needs to find the lost ceremonial trident and follow the instructions in the song, jumping off the Veiled Falls to summon a blessing shrine. Atop the Dueling Peaks mountains are the Twin Memories shrines. Both Shiva Nir and Shiva Nath are solved in tandem. Their layouts are almost identical. Their monks are sealed behind doors that only open if the orbs on the floor are positioned correctly. The solution is hinted at by a sign in each shrine. The orbs in Shiva Nir are laid out exactly as the solution for Shiva Nath, and vice versa. Linking 2 shrines together is a really cool idea for a puzzle, but in execution it's a little tedious. Shrine Shai Yuto is built around stone seesaws, which tilt when the raised side is weighed down. At first, it seems incredibly easy. Link can use stasis to easily cross the first two, but to get to the monk, he has to work out how to climb 2 seesaws, and obviously can't stasis both at the same time. There are multiple ways to solve this, like using a metal chest to weigh down the end of the first and freezing the second with stasis. Build and Release is another stasis-themed shrine, starting out with stopping a cog to guide a stone ball into a lever. There's an optional chest locked behind a gate which opens if Link moves another stone ball onto a switch, again probably using stasis, and a final puzzle where a huge stone slab must be knocked over to press a lever and unlock the monk's room. The Magnesis Trial is the first shrine Link will encounter in the game, and so functions as a tutorial. Link downloads the Magnesis rune and uses it to work through the very short dungeon, moving metal plates, breaking down walls, and throwing open giant doors. There's nothing bad about it, but as the very first shrine, it's incredibly easy, so I'll put it here. In fact, I'll place all of the 4 tutorial shrines here in C. Jabaij, the Bomb Trial, again just a tutorial for the Sheikah rune, teaching Link how to blow up walls and how to use springs to throw bombs around. Kenamut, the Cryonis Trial, showing how to climb Cryonis blocks and how to use them to open doors and prop up ramps, and Owadayim, the Stasis Trial, showing how stasis can be used not only to stop moving objects, but to add momentum to stationary objects too heavy to normally move. All of these beginner shrines work brilliantly for their purpose, to teach the player the ropes of the game's main runes, and as you'd expect, they're all among the simplest shrines in the game. The shrine at Rito Village is Windmills, a puzzle where the monk's door will only open when all of the windmills are moving at once. To do this, Link needs to rotate the fans and find a setup where they cover all windmills at the same time. There's an optional extra puzzle round the back, again involving rotating a fan round to spin a windmill to open the door to the chest. Watch Out for the Flowers is an overworld shrine quest. The Healer Rao shrine is at the centre of a flower maze. Link doesn't usually care too much for respecting people's gardens, but this is an exception. The garden is guarded by Flower Blight Ganon, who will absolutely deck Link if he tramples on her arrangements. Inside is a very simple shrine, Drifting, where Link needs to cross small rivers, on which wooden rafts and explosive barrels float. There's really no challenge at all here, but the Flower Lady is iconic. Across Hyrule are 3 ancient springs, presumably the crumbling remains of springs seen during Skyward Sword. Each houses a shrine which can only be accessed once Link offers up a scale from the spring's respective dragon. The Spring of Courage is found in the eerie Zonai ruins, and reveals a blessing shrine once Link offers one of Farosh's scales. It's the most basic of the 3 spring shrines, so it's ranked the lowest, even though the area in which it is found is really cool. B tier is where I'll put average shrines, anything in the middle, neither underwhelming nor incredible. It's here that I'll rank most of the basic Test of Strength shrines. They're all fundamentally the same thing. Link enters a seemingly empty room, then a single Guardian Scout rises from a platform in the centre. Minor Test of Strength shrines of course have the weakest Guardian mini-boss, and major Tests of Strength have the toughest, and some of these shrines have different layouts to one another, like shallow water to allow for Cryonis, or stone pillars to hide behind, but it's not enough to rank them differently. A few of the Test of Strength shrines are the result of shrine quests. Most of these aren't important enough to change their ranking, like Sign of the Shadow, the Bird in the Mountains, and the Spring of Power, but there's 2 I've placed in different tiers because of their quests, like you've seen earlier with Under a Red Moon. Test of Strength shrines are individually a lot of fun, but there are 21 of them in the base game, including the Talo Naeg shrine near Kakariko Village that serves as a combat tutorial, which means they do start to feel monotonous. Moving in parallel involves pressing down 2 switches, each angling different blocks on the far wall in order to guide 2 rolling balls down to their pedestals. Except for a hidden chest, there's nothing else to it. It's one of the easiest and shortest shrines in the game, but it isn't bad. The shrine quest to summon it is the 2 Rings, a Cass quest where Link needs to thread an arrow through 2 stone rings on the West Hyrule Plains, which adds a little extra. Jolu Na's shrine is another apparatus, but it's slightly better than some of its brothers. First, it needs to be unlocked by completing the Test of Will quest, where Link proves himself to a group of Gorons by being able to outlast them on a hot plate, by eating, using heat-resistant armor or fireproof elixirs. Inside the shrine itself, there are 3 rooms. First, simply rotating a cube to charge the switch on each face with electricity, then rotating a cube with fans on 4 faces to spin 4 propellers, which requires a bit of thinking with raising and lowering platforms, then finally lighting the torches on each face of the last cube and avoiding the water spouts which extinguish them. It's still a motion control shrine, so I don't love it, but there's a lot more to it than some of the others, and the Goron challenge to open the shrine itself isn't bad. Southeast of Lanayru Tower, we again find Cass singing a riddle. To unlock the shrine, find a beast with a crown of bone and mount it upon its throne. The solution here is to find and sneak up on a stag, mount it, and park it on the Sheikah pedestal. The resulting shrine is a puzzle that can be solved in quite a few different ways. There's a switch that causes a block to rotate around the room, allowing Link to press down a pressure plate and reach the monk. Again, like with a few others, the shrine itself isn't anything particularly special, but having a neat little overworld quest tied to it bumps it up. Passing of the Gates is a beginner shrine, found right next to the outskirt stable in the shadow of the Great Plateau. The doorway in the center and the walls surrounding it will turn 90 degrees if the switch is hit, which at first lets Link throw a ball into a pedestal, which activates a spring, then rotate the walls back mid-jump to land on the roof and make his way to the monk. Being so close to the plateau, it's very easy, but it's a neatly designed puzzle. The 7 heroines are ancient statues in the Gerudo Desert. Each statue has a symbol pedestal at its base, and around the area 7 coloured orbs are scattered, which must be placed in the correct slots to open up Korsh Ohu's blessing. It's a really simple puzzle, but I love the mystery and the world building of the heroines. Rona Kachta is quite similar, in that it's a blessing shrine found at the heart of an ancient ruin, the Forgotten Temple. Though it's just a blessing without any significant puzzle involved, there is the challenge of actually reaching it. The Forgotten Temple is littered with half-buried guardians. It's one of the most atmospheric locations in the game, and just for how terrifying it is to have 1,000 guardians all taking aim at you at once, it's ranked in B. West of Gerudo Town, in the deep desert, Link can find 4 unlit torches. Lighting them reveals the Tho Keu Blessing Shrine, which is a very simple puzzle, but the area in which the torches are found is home to a Molduga. These overworld boss fights are always a lot of fun, and it adds a decent challenge to uncovering the shrine. The Test of Wood is another of the Korok trials. This time, Link needs to reach the shrine by following a path full of enemies while locked into only using the Forest Dweller's equipment. It can be quite difficult, especially with the fire-based enemies which can burn your gear, which automatically fails the quest. The shrine quest, Guardian Slideshow, involves showing pictures of various Guardian models to Looney, the aptly named Guardian fanatic on Puffer Beach. She's fallen in love with a Sheikah orb, which she's named Roscoe, and won't give it up until Link shows the photos. Completing the quest results in a modest test of strength shrine, which as always is more fun than a blessing shrine, and Looney's brilliantly weird. Gut Check Rock is found just northeast of Death Mountain. It's a sheer pillar of stone, and sitting on top is the Gorei Tor Shrine, though it's blocked off by a Goron. Link needs to earn the right to enter it by completing the Gut Check challenge, climbing up the side of the cliff within the time limit, collecting rupees as he goes. It's a neat little challenge, and anything involving Gorons is always fun. The Mise Suma Shrine in the Gerudo Desert is blocked by Pocky, who has collapsed out of dehydration. Her dying wish is for one more sip of a Noble Pursuit, her favourite drink, so Link heads to the Noble Canteen in Gerudo Town. They're out of ice though, because of course they are, so Link needs to head to the Northern Ice House and transport a block of ice back to Furosa, avoiding enemies and the burning desert sun, then tell Pocky about the drink, causing her to sprint back to town. This allows access to a blessing shrine. It's a decent enough little side quest with a lot of character. Greedy Hill is one giant slope with all sorts of hazards rolling down towards you. It gets its name from the fact that rupees roll down the slope as well, so Link needs to choose between prioritizing safety and how much money he wants to get out of it. The shrine itself is found in the blocked off Gorko Tunnel, which can be broken into by Gongoron after being fed a rock roast in the shrine quest A Brother's Roast. Timing is critical as Link stand on switches to tilt platforms and roll orbs into their slots to progress. There are 3 separate puzzles, each progressively more difficult and requiring increasingly precise timing, with the final one requiring him to step off early to jump the orb across a gap. Speed of Light has a laser beam in the center, which can be rotated, with a delay, by spinning a gear near the entrance. The door to the other side of the shrine is far too high up for Link to reach, but if the laser triggers a switch, the shrine fills with water, allowing him to swim across. However, if the water level is raised, then he can't solve the puzzle on the other side of the door that opens the way to the monk, meaning he needs to spin the gear then take advantage of the delay, getting to the other side before the spinning laser hits the switch again and lowers the water behind him. Shrine Raka Zunzo only reveals itself after Link wins the Sand Seal race in the Gerudo Desert, surfing on his shield and clinging on for dear life in order to beat the current world record of 1 minute and 30 seconds. Sand Seal racing is always fun, and this shrine quest is no different. Red Giveaway's monk is sat on a platform high above the rest of the shrine, and can only be accessed by a pillar that raises when an orb drops into its pedestal. However, Link can't just throw it in because then the pillar raises up without him, so instead he needs to use the gusts of wind around the room to carry the ball, or just use stasis to skip the whole thing. Directing the wind is very similar to Red Giveaway, and features the same puzzle, though this time Link needs to use metal cubes to block certain winds to guide the orb. It's slightly better as there's a little bit more to the puzzle, but not enough to place it in the next tier. Path of Hidden Winds involves gliding on updrafts across floating platforms. It's very straightforward until the final puzzle, where the shrine gets its name, a hidden updraft tucked inside a platform that sends Link to the finish. Bravery's Grasp's central puzzle is a switch that raises and lowers all of the moving platforms in the shrine at once, including those that make up a staircase leading to the monk. At first, it seems like there's a moving platform on the floor that's not doing anything, and there's no way that Link can hit the switch enough times to climb up the staircase, but he can pick up a laser beam block and place it on the moving platform, where it will flip the switch every few seconds and allow him to reach the end, which is really satisfying. In Quick Thinking, Link carries barrels across short moving platforms while avoiding obstacles in order to weigh down 2 switches. That's it. However, the shrine only appears after the completion of a quest in the overworld, the Fragmented Monument. At the Palmyray ruins, Link finds Guarini puzzling over a broken Zonai monument, who asks Link to search for the missing pieces. Taking photos of each then returning results in Guarini deciphering a riddle, which in turn unlocks the shrine. Little quests like this help make the shrines feel more organic to Breath of the Wild's world, like they really are ancient structures built long ago, studied and marvelled at by modern Hylians, and so though neither the quest nor the shrine itself are particularly challenging, it's enough to rank it fairly highly. The current solution has Link use electricity to turn cogs which open doors. The first room is very simple, but the second requires him to activate a moving platform to climb onto a pathway crawling with Guardian scouts, whose lasers can activate switches to throw Link off. The door to the monk is missing a cog, which can be found in another room, locked behind another small puzzle. Metal doors open the way makes the player rethink how they can use the giant metal doors that Link can open with magnesis. The first set of doors lead through into a large room with 4 platforms, with the monk on a ledge just out of reach. The solution is pretty cool. Bomb a wall so that one of the doors becomes loose, then use it as a bridge to cross the platforms and climb up to where the monk waits to complete the shrine. Melting Ice Hazard involves carrying a block of ice along a pathway around the shrine's edge, avoiding flamethrowers and pits of lava that would melt it. It's quite creative and does require a bit of thinking on how to get the ice through the obstacles, but it's somewhat forgettable, keeping it from ranking any higher. Stalled Flight has a very simple layout. A giant spring bounces a stone cube with an electric crystal on the top, so when the cube reaches the top of its jump, it touches a switch and the current opens the monk's door, which closes again when it falls. The solution here isn't as simple as just bouncing up on the spring. Link needs to use stasis to climb onto the cube, then again to freeze it at the top to give enough time to get through the gate, which is a pretty great use of the rune. Synced Swing is built around the Magnesis rune, which is used to set swinging platforms in motion, move spiked balls out of your way, and build a ladder out of metal blocks. It's a floating obstacle course shrine, which for the most part I like, but this one's not too memorable. Aim for the Moment is an archery challenge. First, knocking a giant orb from the air to roll it into a pedestal, then jumping from the spring it activates to snipe a switch to open the monk's door. It's really fun, but far too short to rank any higher. In Pushing Power, a giant orb needs to be guided down a pinball-like water slide and into its pedestal near the monk's door. There are multiple ways to do this, like pushing it off the starting point with Cryonis and then knocking it in with Stasis. Electric Path involves carrying an electrified cube through a floating obstacle course, using it to activate switches and kill guardians. It's very simple and the solution is obvious, but it's pretty enjoyable. Power of Reach centers around the theme of burning things. It's very short, but there are a couple of cool puzzles, like burning some foliage to reveal a secret passageway through a wall, or burning barrels that are weighing down a switch to open a door. Continuing the fire theme with Power of Fire, a shrine with very similar puzzles which involve shooting down lanterns to set fire to leaves. There's a mini guardian fight here, and a puzzle where boxes must be burned to drop a stone slab onto a switch, but overall, like Power of Reach, it's very straightforward. It's incredibly obvious wherever you see foliage to shoot down the lanterns above it, and so the shrine basically completes itself. In Metal Connections, you build towers out of metal boxes. What more could you want? Tandem is a cool showcase of the Stasis rune, where the main puzzle is dropping stone balls onto levers. The first is held by only one rope, so you can cut it to drop the ball in the right place, but the next two are held up by two. If Link cuts one then the other, then the ball won't fall straight down. Instead, he can stop time with stasis as he cuts the ropes, suspending the ball in midair to have it fall straight down, which is a really simple but satisfying stasis puzzle. Toto Sa is another apparatus shrine, one where Link has to build his own path across a bottomless pit with multiple motion control sections, such as rotating a block to make a bridge, rotating a staircase so that it links up, and rotating a huge uneven block so that he can cross it to get to the monk. Like Julu Na apparatus, it's still a little too heavily reliant on motion controls for my liking, but the idea is a lot of fun. Found just outside Gerudo Town, the Darko Chise shrine is the whole picture, where Link moves metal blocks and barrels with magnesis to connect various electric circuits along the floor to open multiple doors, each giving him a new object with which to extend the currents. Or, you know, you could just drop metal weapons on the floor to skip the whole puzzle. Like Power of Reach and Power of Fire, Passing the Flame is also about burning things, again setting fire to foliage to reveal secret pathways, and burning boxes to drop down ramps. I'd have placed it right alongside them if it wasn't for a little puzzle that requires Link to literally think outside the box by burning an inaccessible wooden chest that holds a small key, and then grabbing it with magnesis, which I think is just brilliant. The Melting Point is a fire and ice shrine. It gives Link a torch and then requires him to melt blocks of ice to build staircases and reach new areas, which is decent enough. It's part of Mipha's challenge in the DLC, and so involves a neat little puzzle to reach it. The G-No Shrine, On the Move, is based around conveyor belts and Sheikah orbs which Link needs to place in pedestals to open doors. The first 2 doors are opened by knocking orbs off conveyor belts and into the pedestals, but the third requires Link to pick up the orb and move across the belts himself, using stone blocks and the stasis rune to avoid the lasers. Metal Makes a Path is much like the Stasis Shrine from the plateau. Link needs to travel up a series of ramps, avoiding the huge spheres that roll down at him. Stone ones must be stopped with stasis, but this doesn't work for the final ramp, where countless balls roll down endlessly. Instead, Link needs to grab a metal ball with magnesis, and use it to brute force his way up to the finish. Like Passing the Flame, Swinging Flames focuses on setting fire to leaves, but there's a little more to it, like Guardian Scout fights and rolling a ball down to spin a wheel and open a gate. The shrine also only appears once Link defeats an Igneo Talus Titan boss, which is a pretty massive plus. Now we're getting up there, A tier, where I'll place shrines I think are a step above average. Secret Stairway has a straightforward goal: get to the top of the room. There's a small waterfall and 2 magnetic, climbable blocks on vertical rails, and a third loose block hidden on a ledge to the side. Through a mix of stasis, cryonis and magnesis, Link can build himself a climbable path up to the monk, which is a fun little challenge. 2 Bombs is, you guessed it, a bomb-themed shrine. The first door is opened by timing bomb detonations as they're flung into the air by moving blocks, as is the second, though the third has a twist. A switch will either open the monk's door or raise the platforms leading to it, but not both, meaning Link needs to make use of both bomb runes to solve the puzzle. Mount Taran is home to 3 Hinox brothers: a red, the youngest, a blue, the middle brother, and a black, the eldest. Each wears a Sheikah orb on a rope around their necks, so Link needs to defeat the brothers or steal the orbs to summon the Tawa Jin Blessing Shrine. I love Hinox battles, so any excuse to fight them is a good thing. Horon Lagoon is home to another Cass quest, this time Master of the Wind. Link needs to bomb various rocks out in the bay to allow wind to flow through the area, eventually creating an air current on which he can glide to a pedestal on the shore, calling up the Shai Yota Blessing Shrine. On the snowy peak of Mount Grenage, Link can find a book left in the abandoned ruins of a house. The author describes that they travelled here to solve an ancient riddle. When the snowy mountain pedestal glows, cast a cold shadow onto its core. They note that at a certain time each day, the nearby pedestal glows, but they apparently ran out of food before they could solve it. By holding a snowball above his head at the right time, Link can cast a shadow and uncover the Sumasama Blessing Shrine. I love the somewhat ominous feeling here. An abandoned ruin where a previous adventurer had given up searching for the shrine, and the puzzle itself is quite creative. The To Yasa Shrine is found on the Thundra Plateau, a mysterious ancient Zonai monument engulfed in a never-ending thunderstorm. To uncover the shrine, Link needs to find and place the coloured orbs in their respective pedestals, which is easier said than done, considering some of the orbs aren't found on the raised plateau, so must be hurled up using stasis. This uncovers a shrine that surprisingly isn't just a blessing, like you'd expect after an overworld puzzle. It's called Buried Secrets, and is filled with cracked stones which Link needs to break with bombs to find a metal box and a big switch, pressing which opens the monk's door. The shrine itself isn't tough or memorable, but coupled with the puzzle on Thundra Plateau makes it good enough to rank fairly high. Big or Small is a DLC shrine where Link places metal cubes to connect an electric current all the way along a side wall until it opens up the monk's room. It's pretty satisfying, and if you fancy it, there's an only slightly infuriating motion control puzzle to unlock a bonus chest. However, as it is a DLC shrine, there's a great challenge involved in accessing the shrine, defeating a Moldu King, a giant version of a Molduga, which definitely bumps it up the list. The blessing shrines Tu Kalo, Kwazatoki, and Dila Marg are all found at the center of ancient Lome labyrinths, massive mazes built from old stone. They're filled with dead ends, enemies, secrets, and treasures, and are always a load of fun to explore. Shrine Barida Nag can only be accessed after learning both halves of a song from two Rito sisters, a song which describes a riddle. There's a heart-shaped hole in the Rito village pillar, so by holding a torch or lighting a fire on a Sheikah pedestal as the sun passes through, Link finds the answer to the riddle. The heart shines upon a path not whole, but a warming flame can stir its soul. It's a fantastic puzzle and one I'd fully expect to end in a blessing shrine, but it doesn't. The shrine is called Cannon because that's exactly what it's about. There's a massive cannon which Link can operate by detonating bombs, and he needs to avoid the moving obstacles to hit the target and open the door. There's an optional second cannon with a more difficult moving target to unlock the shrine's bonus chest. Trial of Second Sight is the last Korok trial we've got to mention, and it's my favourite by quite a long way. Not because it's particularly difficult, it's not really, but I like the puzzle involved. Link needs to navigate part of the Lost Woods with only one clue on how to do so. The hungry trees will show you the way. Spy their iron to win the day. By using magnesis, Link can spot trees with metal balls in their mouth and follow the path. Eventually, he finds an empty tree with a nearby sign asking him to feed it an aged shield, and by placing a nearby rusty shield in its mouth, another tree drops a treasure chest. This then needs to be taken onto a raft and fed to another tree, revealing the shrine, which is just a really cool little sequence. Moving targets is just a bigger, better version of Cannon, firing orbs at targets by using the bomb room. There's a lot more to the game here though. Link needs to time his shots as the cannons turn and use an apparatus to angle targets. Shrine Kam Urog only appears after Link shoots the eyes of the glowing statue in an incredibly creepy graveyard. Inside, there's a massive rotating disc, and Link needs to climb up through the inside to reach the chest and the monk. Inside are platforms which rotate with the disc, and the cogs that move it, which can be frozen with stasis when platforms are positioned correctly to make a path up through the disc. It reminds me of Tick-Tock Clock from Super Mario 64. It's a cool idea and it's fun to work through. To open the monk's room in the water guides, Link needs to help a giant Sheikah orb roll down blocks on the face of a waterfall into its pedestal. Without his help, the ball just falls off, but with an inventive use of the Cryonis rune, he can build blockades and supports to create a path. Support and guidance is like a more difficult version of the water guides. There's the exact same premise, but the puzzle is a lot tougher. Again, like with most shrines, there are multiple ways to solve this, and it's every bit as satisfying as the water guides when it clicks. Cass's children play a role in the Recital at Warbler's Nest side quest, where Link needs to round them up so that they can perform. He then sends gusts of wind with the Korok leaf through a group of rocks to match the children's song, and Shrine Vu Lata rises from the ground. And it's not a blessing shrine like you'd expect, it's a full shrine, where Link climbs up the longest ladder of all time, then is dropped into a huge room with floating platforms above a pool of lava which he has to glide between to find the small key to open the monk's room. Wind Guide makes use of the Korok leaf, which Link can use to spin turbines which open doors, activate springs, and spawn floating platforms held up by little Sheikah balloons. It's quite a long shrine. There are multiple small rooms showing off the mechanics, then a huge chamber where Link jumps, glides and floats across floating platforms to grab a small key and reach the monk, which is a lot of fun. After another great sand seal challenge in the overworld to summon up the shrine, Dual Purpose involves connecting electric currents to open doors by moving huge metal blocks. However, the metal blocks are also Link's only way of moving about in the shrine, which he can't do while they're connected to the circuit. This is a pretty fun concept, and often it's best to move across the blocks first, then connect them to open the doors. Path of Light is the shrine that appears on Mount Hylia during the Obliterator trial, and is explored in complete darkness. It's by far the easiest out of the 4 DLC shrines on the plateau, but it's not annoying like Collected Soul. Link moves past lasers, rotating spike walls, columns of flame, and finally takes on 3 Guardian Scouts at once before ascending into the light to end the shrine. Aim for Stillness is a DLC shrine themed for Rivali, so Link is mostly in the air, gliding on powerful updrafts and blowing up stone walls to progress. It's a really fun concept, but it's used even better in other shrines. Block the Blaze is filled with lava and flamethrowers, which Link needs to shield himself from by using metal boxes. At one point, he reaches a set of vertical flames on a ledge, so he can't just hold a box above his head with magnesis as he has to climb. So instead, the solution is to stack 2 boxes, stasis the top one, and move the bottom crate out of the way. There's a little motion control puzzle at the end, but even that's pretty good. Stop to Start is another shrine Link explores while locked into using the one-hit Obliterator, and the game makes full use of this by packing the shrine to the brim with all sorts of spikes, touching any of which will kill Link instantly. First, he needs to build himself a bridge over a floor of moving spikes, then move through a room of turning cogs and moving conveyor belts, paraglide down past swinging spiked balls, and finally run from a moving wall of spikes along a thin pathway, avoiding and climbing over the hazards on all sides. Dying in one hit does make this shrine quite difficult, but that's why I like it. Jitan Sami's Blessing is the shrine hidden at the Spring of Wisdom on Mount Lanayru. Like the others, it's still opened up by offering a scale of the Spring's dragon, but with a twist. The dragon, Nadra, is curled around the mountaintop, corrupted by Ganon's malice. This results in an awesome surprise boss battle. Link paraglides down the mountain alongside the dragon, taking shots at the eyes of malice that cover its body until it's purged of the evil, allowing him to take a scale and access the Blessing Shrine. Here we are, finally at S tier, my top 10 favourite shrines in the game. Blind Spots is more like a Super Mario World level than a Breath of the Wild shrine. Link clings to blocks moving along rails to avoid flamethrowers, spikes, to fight guardians, and eventually builds Cryonis blocks to hop up to the monk's room. It's just a really fun platforming shrine. Also part of the Obliterator trial is Ruvo Korba, a major test of strength plus. At first, it seems exactly like a regular test of strength shrine, with the obvious exception that Link can just wreck the mini-boss in one shot. However, once the gate opens, instead of the monk, there's just a switch, which lowers the platform that the Guardian Scout was raised on, allowing Link to explore the shrine's depths. Down here, he needs to work his way through tight passageways filled with guardians that can kill him instantly, grab a small key from a chest, and take out 4 guardians in a final room before the end. Letting Link explore where the guardians come from in Test of Strength shrines is such a cool twist, and being reduced to a quarter heart for the entire thing means that even basic guardian scouts are pretty terrifying. Right from the very first time Link visits Kakariko Village, there's a Sheikah orb resting on a cushion in Impa's house. It's a sacred heirloom that has been guarded for generations, and Link doesn't have the right to touch it. Later on, however, the ancient heirloom is stolen, apparently by someone who visited late at night. Lastly seems suspicious. She sneaks out of the village late at night, but isn't the culprit. Instead, Link needs to follow Dorian to the woods just north of the village, where he meets with a Yiga clansman who thanks Dorian for informing him about the heirloom. It's revealed that Dorian was once a Yiga agent, but when he tried to leave, they killed his wife and threatened his children, blackmailing him into working as a spy. Placing the orb in its pedestal only opens up a blessing shrine, but the stolen heirloom is one of my absolute favourite quests in the game. I loved trying to solve the mystery of who stole the orb that night, following different suspects around, and it all ends in a really dark, emotional character moment for Dorian that helps paint the Yiga clan as a real threat. Master the Orb is like a bigger, better version of the water guides or support and guidance. To open the monk's room, a Sheikah orb must be guided down into a pedestal. To do this, Link needs to move metal plates with magnesis to stop it falling off, stand on a switch to reverse the direction of a conveyor belt, stop the ball from falling off a seesaw, use Cryonis to guide it along a waterfall, then bounce it with a spring over to its hole. Setting up the ball's path as it rolls down is really satisfying, and it's definitely the best example of this kind of shrine in the game. The Shora Ha shrine is found near Goron City, and must be reached by travelling on minecart rails above a lake of lava. Inside is Blue Flame, a fantastic mini dungeon where, in order to progress, Link needs to light various torches with blue fire. There are platforming challenges to reach some torches, alongside some really fun puzzles, like shooting arrows through the fire to light other torches, or lighting multiple torches at once to prevent water spouts from extinguishing them. It's one of the longest shrines in the game, and slowly working your way through it feels like you're playing a classic Zelda mini-dungeon. The puzzles get increasingly more elaborate as you progress and as you figure it out. It's just great, and I wish more of the game's shrines were in this vein. Just like Blue Flame, Trial of Power introduces its central mechanic, using giant stone balls to smash open heavy doors, then presents the player with progressively more difficult puzzles built around it. Also like Blue Flame, it's really long, but it doesn't outstay its welcome. The puzzles are satisfying the whole way through, making it one of my favourites. Just north of the Korok Forest are the mysterious Typhlo Ruins, an ancient Zonai monument permanently shrouded in complete darkness. Link enters and explores the pitch-black ruins by torchlight, or whatever other light source the player can come up with, following strange bird statues until he finds an ancient orb pedestal. Its orb is just ahead, but there's a problem. It's hanging from a sleeping Hinox's neck. Fighting a massive Cyclops that you can't really see is, of course, absolutely terrifying, and coupled with the brilliantly eerie atmosphere of Typhlo Ruins, it's enough to put Shrine Keto Wawai up in S tier. The Four Winds is another Revali-themed shrine with a really awesome setup. There's a rotating tower floating in a bottomless pit, and around it, platforms with fans providing updrafts. Link's goal is to hit 4 switches hidden in the tower, each activating one of the fans on the top of the tower which allow him to climb it. One behind a bombable wall, one behind a door that only opens when the wind blows a propeller outside, one behind a metal cage, and one all the way up on the inside of the tower. It's such a cool concept, it feels like you're storming a castle, and is one of the best shrines in the game. What else is there to say about Eventide Island that hasn't already been said? An island far off the southeastern coast of Hyrule, the entirety of Eventide is actually an elaborate trial. Upon arriving, Link loses all of his items, armor, weapons, even food, essentially resetting his entire progress and returning him almost to how he was when he first left the Shrine of Resurrection on the Great Plateau. The goal is to find 3 Sheikah orbs across the island and place them into their respective slots to summon the Blessing Shrine. But this is easier said than done. Each is guarded by groups of enemies, like groups of bokoblins, choo-choos, moblins, even a Hinox, which, again, must be dealt with only using the items Link can scavenge from the island. I didn't think that losing your entire progress could be so much fun, but Eventide Island is one of the absolute best parts of the game. On the shore of the icy Lake Kilsea in the Hebra region is a small wooden dock, from which Link can glimpse the blue lights of a Sheikah shrine through a gap in the cliffs. It's too tight for him to squeeze through, however, so he needs to find another way in, by bombing rocks on the other side of the lake to reveal updrafts of wind. From this vantage point, Link can spot a cave entrance on the side of the opposite cliff, lit by torches. A steep drop leads to the cave itself, where a path winds through a tight underground river and into a larger cavern where the Maka Ra shrine sits. Inside is Steady Thy Heart, an awesome little challenge that feels a lot like some classic 3D Zelda mini-dungeons, and is designed to surprise you and make you panic. Link needs to light a torch to open a gate, then cross a spiked roller above a pool of lava. Pressing a switch here opens the wall in front to reveal 4 Guardian Scouts, all with their sights locked on you, and after defeating them, a giant spiked ball smashes through a wall of boxes, and Link too, most likely. The final ascent to the monk's room is up a tight, steep ramp, and, of course, another spiked ball drops from the top and hurtles down the slope, requiring Link to face his fears, stand his ground, and use stasis to stop it in its tracks. It's my absolute favourite shrine in the game. I wish there were more caves in Breath of the Wild's Hyrule, and finding your way inside the mountain to access the shrine is just an incredible moment of exploration. Steady Thy Heart itself is a really fun mini dungeon that throws a whole bunch of surprises your way, and though it's not too long, it's more than enough to put Shrine Makar Ra up in S tier. Well, that's it. That's my complete ranking of Breath of the Wild's shrines in order. Thank you so much for watching through this insanely long video. I really appreciate it. Like I said at the beginning, this list is of course only my opinion, based on how much I enjoy the shrines, and your ranking probably looks completely different. Let me know what you agree and disagree on in the comments. If you like this video, leave a like, or subscribe if you haven't already for more Zelda content. Cheers guys, and I'll see you next time.
I really enjoyed you catching him on Twitter Spaces. I really enjoyed that. I listened to that whole thing because before that, you have this guy who's this, whiz kid who you listen to him talk. He has an answer for everything. He's so articulate. He's so knowledgeable. Like I listened to previous interviews before he got busted. And then when you have him on, there's a lot of, I wasn't aware, I'm not sure, I'm not aware of that, I don't know. There was all this hemming and hawing and a lot of ums and ahs, and you just kept on him. It was amazing that first of all, it was amazing that he felt like he could do something like that. Like, why would he publicly communicate?
This is one of the... This is why it's so interesting to me to look at fraud. Like, this is why it fascinates me, as well as I think it's an important thing to expose. But, like, I'm interested in the characters who perpetuate fraud because they're such interesting psychological case studies. Sam Bankman-Fried, you could probably write a whole book about the fact that this guy, he got away with lying so long and perpetuating this image of himself as this generous billionaire. He's sort of the next Warren Buffett, that when everything goes wrong, he thinks he can reestablish control because he's so smart. He is such a good liar that he's like, I can just lie my way out of it. So I think that's why he ultimately talked. His idea was, if I lied my way into it, I can sort of lie my way out of it. And this is what he did. So prior to this, I'd interviewed him twice before, and I had kind of gotten hamstrung with he's just so good at dodging stuff.
Did you interview him before the scandal?
No, not before the scandal.
So it's like as it was going down.
As it was going down, he goes on all these Twitter Spaces. He doesn't want to. He's doing interviews with everybody. I ask him, and he doesn't want to talk to me. So, but he's going on these Twitter Spaces. So I was tracking when he'd go on a Twitter Space, and I would contact the people ahead of time and said, hey, at the end when you're like ready for this thing to go down, because I know as soon as I get on, it's going to end pretty quickly after. I said, let me on. Let me ask him some real hard questions. Because all these guys are like, Sam, we appreciate your transparency. All these kind of kissing up a little bit. But I was just like, somebody has to ask him some real questions. So I had 2 prior little Twitter Space interactions with him. And he kept getting away with the fact that he blamed all the wrongdoing of FTX on Alameda Research. And he said, I don't control Alameda Research. Even though he was the owner, he's no longer the CEO as of 2020. He hands it to this a girl he actually had a relationship with, Caroline Ellison, right? And she supposedly controlled it. He said, she did everything. I don't have access to the book. Like, I basically knew nothing. So anytime you'd call him out on an issue, you'd say, where's the money? He goes, well, I don't know. It's gone. It's Alameda Research. Ask Alameda. So by the 3rd interview, I'd studied him, and I said, okay, how do we get down to FTX's responsibility in this whole thing? And I kept coming back to, It was the terms of service that said, you cannot move, like when I deposit with you, you're not going to touch my money. And I said, Sam, if that's true, where's the money of all these people? There's no Ethereum left. There's no Bitcoin left. You don't have the real tokens anymore. You just have your sort of nonsense FTT tokens, the tokens you invented. And he said, well, there were some margin trading accounts. And I'm like, no, but there were people who didn't trade with margin. There were people who just put their money with you. And all they wanted was they wanted to store some Bitcoin with Tom Brady. They wanted to be alongside Tom Brady. So he's like, well, there was fungibility between wallets. And it's like, well, what's fungibility mean? It means whether you were a guy withdrawing who is this degenerate day trader, or you were a grandma who just put one Bitcoin on there, or, more likely the grandson, he treated all the accounts the same. So when everyone came running for the money, they just withdrew until nothing was left. And ultimately, because they had lost billions of dollars, it left billions of dollars in credit claims, basically. They didn't have the money. And so now it's trying to be sorted out by the guy who literally unraveled Enron. And he says, this lawyer goes, it's worse than Enron.
I watched the new CEO, talk about it.
Yeah.
About him trying
that's John Ray.
Yeah. Trying to unravel it. And it's amazing. It's amazing that things with this amount of money can get this far sideways before anyone knows what's going on.
This is the problem with offshore accounts and stuff. Actually, his whole technique of shifting the blame onto Alameda and I don't control Alameda. I've seen something very similar. I'm investigating this Ponzi scheme that's offshore. And one of the first things the guy does is he controls it, but he renounces ownership. He goes, oh, I'm passing it off to some sham director. And he goes, I don't have anything to do. I don't know. Where's the money? I don't know. But he controls everything. And so it's this is the tactic of these offshore companies is you put the right people in charge who are going to take the fall, you resign, and then you blame it on them later when everything goes wrong. His problem, though, is Caroline Ellison flipped on him.
So she definitely flipped on him.
She was smart. Yeah. She cooperated. That her and I believe Gary Wang were big executives. They're cooperating. They pled guilty. They're cooperating with the feds. I mean, they did the smart thing, which is something like this happens, you shut up. You don't say anything.
Right.
And then you point at your boss. I mean, that's basically what they did.
Oof.
Which they for sure did stuff wrong, too. You do not get to that level and not know that things were wrong.
Well, reading her tweets about amphetamine use was pretty wild, too. The whole scene was wild. The fact that they were all living together and fucking each other in this giant penthouse, this $40 billion penthouse. The things, it's insane. It's really, I almost wish it wasn't a scam. I've said this before because I root for nerds to be that successful, that you just completely living outside the norms of society, just fucking each other on amphetamines and making billions of dollars. It sounds like a great story if it wasn't illegitimate.
Yeah, ultimately that's the problem. Sam was just hopped up on amphetamines playing League of Legends while on investment calls. At the time, that was seen as this charming, genius thing.
On calls.
On calls. You could hear, even actually, okay, so this is funny. They found his League of Legends account, and during some of the calls after it was a fraud, you could hear him clicking in the background. Click, 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 click. He's playing League. They tracked his account. He's playing League while on calls about the failure of FTX.
Wow.
Just imagine the arrogance.
Is that arrogance or is it just pure addiction? I think, those multiplayer games, those, online role-playing games, that's what that is, right? It's
I think it's is it a MOBA? I used to play a variant of League. So I know it's fun, but it's not fun to the point. Look, this guy's whole thing was I'm this effective altruist. I'm this guy who's going to maximize good in the world, and that was his reason for working all the time. I mean, that's the justification to be hopped up on amphetamines. It's maximize productivity, maximize human happiness. You can't do that and then say, oops, I played a little too much of my video games and lost billions of dollars.
Now, I've always wondered if it's possible to rebuild a bank with only one gold piece and the high alchemy spell. To be more specific, 1 cast of the High Alchemy spell. So over the last couple of weeks, I've been attempting just that, trying to find unique items that we can snipe for low on the Grand Exchange, but High Alch for a decent price. It was actually quite challenging, but let's see how it went. So in our inventory right now, we have 1 gold piece, 1 nature rune, and 5 fire runes. I haven't even given myself a staff of fire, which means High Alchemy will be a bit more expensive now than it normally is. Now I've decided to try this now because nature runes are just so cheap that I think it's now possible to find an item that we can buy for 1 gold piece and alch for a profit. Now the first item is going to be by far the most difficult. I've been scouting items to buy for an hour or so and still haven't really found anything too promising. Now to be able to at least profit a tiny bit, we need to find an item that will high alch for at least 130 GP, although ideally more than that, because the nature rune costs 100 and the fire runes cost 25. Now after searching the Grand Exchange databases for a while, I've landed on this item, the Black Axe. The value of this item is really tanked today only. Normally it goes for 500, right now it's going for around 25. I'm hoping if we put an offer in for 1 gold piece, we might be able to snag it at this price. If not, we'll have to switch over to something else, but we'll give it a try. So we left the offer in overnight and we woke up and it actually has completed. I have no idea how long it took, but I think at least 5 or 6 hours. So I was able to buy the Black Axe for only a single gold piece and we're going to high alch it for 230 gold. So that has multiplied our cash stack by like 100 times, so not bad. Although we do have to take our costs out of this, which was 1 nature rune and 5 fire runes. And after repurchasing them, we actually are only left with 97 gold. Okay, so I guess there's no reason not to just run back the Black Axe again for 1 GP, you never know. Now to go with it, we have an item that should hopefully buy quicker than that, the Coif. I'm hoping we can get that for 1 gold piece as well. And finally here, we're going to go for a more sensible item, the Maple Longbow U. These are actually pretty commonly alched, so I expect that one to come through first. So we waited for a few hours and we had no luck on most items, so we decided to switch things up a little bit. I switched over to actually the Maple Shield, which is an item I've never owned in my life before, and the Bullseye Lantern Unfinished. But the Maple Shield I actually bought for a reasonable price, 40 each, and they actually high alch for 192, which means we're going to profit somewhere around 25 to 30 GP per shield that we buy, and we got 3 of them. So we have to unfortunately alch them 1 at a time and then go ahead and buy another nature rune, 5 fire runes, cast high alch 1 more time and repeat that 3 times. A little tedious, but that's just kind of what we have to do to start off here. So obviously the first major purchase we need to go for the Staff of Fire, and how much does it even cost? 1.4k. Kind of expensive, but we'll get there. Alright, so it is now the end of day 2, and I was able to buy a couple more items here. We got more maple shields, which is good. We'll be able to high alch those for a similar price, but we also managed to snag 1 bullseye lantern. I managed to snag this for 13 gold, but you can actually high alch it for 180. So we'll net a profit of around 50 or 60 gold on that. Not bad considering these normally go for 300 or 400 GP on the Grand Exchange, so we got it for 20 times cheaper. Unfortunately, we have to go through this slow process 1 at a time, buy a single nature rune, high alch an item, repurchase the nature rune, and, well, repeat a couple times. Okay, so after high alching all those things, we're now up to a cash stack of 324 GP, and that's only taken me 2 full days, so yeah, 150 GP a day is pretty good. Okay, so I left this offer in for another 2 or 3 hours, and we were able to buy 3 bullseye lanterns this time. The bullseye lanterns are just a better return on investment right now, albeit they are a bit slower as well. So we got another 4 quantity of items here to alch, netting us about 30 GP-ish on each of them. So that's roughly another 120 gold profit. Okay, so we left a few offers in overnight, and I was able to purchase a new item here, the Mithril Axe. Now the Mithril Axe is actually quite good. We were able to buy it for 60 gold roughly, but we can high alch it for 312. So that is a much better return on investment. We're actually going to net like 150 gold in profit on that. I tried to buy an adamant warhammer overnight, no luck on that one. So we're going to give up on that for now. We're going to actually try to buy more Mithril Axes. But now that we have a bit more money to work with, an item I just noticed is the iron plate body. This thing is going to be super handy for one main reason. I think we can instantly buy it for a profitable high alk price. So I think we can buy it for 136 gold instantly, which we just did. That's exciting. But we're actually able to high alk it for 336, which means we're netting a bit of profit on something that we instantly bought. We're at 600 gold right now, and I think what that means is we can pretty much just grind out the Staff of Fire right now. It's a bit tedious, but we just gotta buy Nature Rune, buy Fire Runes, buy our Iron Plate Body, and repeat that a dozen times or so, and we should have our Fire Staff. Okay, so with that last high alk there, we are up to 2,200 gold, and that is going to be enough, I think. If we go in the Grand Exchange right now, look up Staff of Fire. Right now they're going for about 1,400, but we'll just try to insta-buy it for 2k. There it is, we bought it for 1.8k, and all of a sudden, just with that, our high alks are now 20% cheaper, which are going to make this process just a whole damn lot easier. So with our new fancy dandy Fire Staff obtained, we're going to just finish off the buy-in limit for the Iron Plate Body. Now buy-in limits are going to be one of the major things restricting me from just consistently alking profitable items all day. We're going to have to wait, we're going to have to be patient, and we're going to have to be a little smart to find consistent good items to alk. So the buy-in limit's reset every 4 hours, but for now we're going to just do the entire buy-in limit of Iron Plate Bodies, which should be around 100, and we'll see where that leaves us off at. Okay, so I think that's it, and after high alking all of those Iron Plate Bodies, we were actually up to 10,000 GP. That really slingshotted this upwards. Hopefully we can find some more items like that. Okay, so here's another one. I was pretty sure this was going to work eventually, but D'hide Bodies are usually profitable to instantly buy and high alk them. The only problem right now is they're kind of expensive, like we could only buy 2 at a time. That's pretty much what we've been doing. We're buying them for 6.1k each, high alking them for a 600 GP profit, rebuying the Nature Runes, so overall we're profiting 500 gold every time we high alk one of these. Super good, a bit tedious though, as we have to go buy 2 at a time and high alk them and repeat, but we should be able to do this all the way up to the buy-in limit, which is 70. So we only have to repeat this 35 more times. Oh my god. Okay, so I think we have finally hit the buy-in limit, or they just stopped buying for that price. I'm too lazy to count, to be honest. Now, the world of high alking kind of comes down to 2 major categories. High volume items that will give you a little bit of money, but there's also the entire world of sniping weird items for a low price and high alking them for a sizable profit. So after high alking all of those red D'hide Bodies, we're up to 42k, but I have found an item I think we should be able to buy for really cheap, but we should be able to get thousands of gold back from high alking it. Now I was just looking at GE Tracker and we found the Ring of Wealth scroll. Right now it's going for 4 gold pieces, which is crazy. I have no idea if we'll be able to snipe it for that low, but it normally goes for 8,000. There's really no reason not to try this just because it's so cheap anyway. So we're gonna try buying them for 50 each. I mean, woo, big spender here. We're gonna overcut people by 10 times. And yeah, we'll just put 10 quantity in because it doesn't really matter. That's such a cheap offer anyway. And while we're waiting, we'll move on to the blue D'hide Body, which is similar to the other one we were doing. Profit's not quite as good, but we're buying them for 5.1k each and high alking them for 5.6. So about a 400 GP profit on the blue D'hide Body. We can buy, looks like 8 at a time, so that's nice. We only have to repeat that like 10 more times. Oh my god, we got one. We got 2 to be accurate. We're able to buy the Ring of Wealth scroll, 2 of them even, for 50 GP, but we can high alk it for 3,000. So we just got 6,000 gold from that and only invested like 300. A huge return on investment from that. For some reason, this item is just cratered in value. It's just an anomaly. For some reason right now, nobody's selling it. Man, I hope we can get more of those. That's such a profitable alk. Oh my god, they're still coming through. We have not been here very long. We've gotten another 4 of them for 50 each. I mean, that's another 12k in high alk profit with almost 0 investment. So in the time it took me to high alk 70 blue D'hide Bodies, so like hardly 20 minutes, I was able to buy 8 of the Ring of Wealth scrolls for pennies. We're rolling in money now. We actually invested into 100 Nature Runes. I mean, we got some extra money to work with. We don't have to rebuy them so often now. And after high alking everything in our inventory, we're up to 101,000 gold, our first 100k cash stack, and we are currently on day 3. We made quite a bit of progress. but I think it's about time to move on to something else. Okay, so it's about 3 hours later, the same day, and we've actually pivoted to something else. A couple of weird items. We got the ancient ceremonial gloves, which I think are from the next minions, I'm not even sure, and the split bark helmet. These gloves high alch for 19,000 and we're buying them for around 16,000, so about a 2.5k profit. We'll take that. And the super fashionable helmet will high alch for I think about 1,000, so it's all adding up. Okay, so I knew I was going to be gone for a couple days, so I decided to invest into a couple of weird items. We bought 45 rings of life and 18 initiate bottoms. We're getting about 300 GP in profit on the rings of life and about 500 on the initiate pieces, all adding up to a decent profit. Nothing too crazy, but after a couple more days, we're up to 175,000 gold. Okay, so my next item of choice here, the adamant plate body. I've been struggling to find weird, unique items, but I have found a few consistent ones. The adamant plate body we've been buying for 9,100, and you can high alch it for nearly 10,000. So we're actually getting like a 700 GP profit on each plate body right now. They're definitely going for under market rate, so I'm gonna keep going until hopefully we hit the buy-in limit. Okay, I think we have done it. It took about an hour, but we were able to alch 125 adamant plate bodies for like 700 each, which means we actually ended up with like a 90k profit on all of those plate bodies, which essentially increased our cash stack by about 30%. So we're up to 250k, and we're gonna try to buy a few weird items. We're gonna try to undercut a offer on the Bandos boots. We're also gonna try to snipe another random item, the Dragon Boot Ornament Kit. Once again, this item is for some reason is going for pennies. It's worth way more, but hopefully we can snipe a couple of those. And while we're waiting, we're gonna try to high alch some black d'hide bodies. Similar to the other ones, we can buy them for 7,000 and we can alch them for 8,100. So we're getting nearly 1,000 GP profit per body that we alch, which is really, really good. So after alching the entire buying limit of black d'hide bodies, that gives us another 70k in profit. We're going to move on to the red ones because it's another day. The limit has reset. Oh man, look at that. We can buy 50 at a time, making this process so much less annoying. And after alching all of those, we're up to a 370k cash stack, plus an offer, but that's not worth very much. Okay, weird. So 2 days later, and we finally bought some of the Dragon Boot Ornament Kits for 50 each. I kind of gave up on the item, but I just left it in because why not? It was so cheap, but it's very similar to the Ring of Wealth scroll. We got it for 50 each and we can high alch it for 3,000, and we got 9 of them, so that's 27k in profit with almost 0 investment. Pretty damn nice. We will take that for sure. We'll put the big offer in because why not? It's like pennies. Might as well have it in there just in case. Now after claiming our offers in here and high alching everything, we got a few granite bodies as well. We're actually up to a 500k cash stack. Pretty damn good at $500,000 already. Now what we're going to do with that is actually invest it into an item that I've personally been able to snipe for a low price quite a few times, and that is the Ancient Ceremonial Mask, or really any of the pieces. For some reason, these routinely drop by like 10 or 15,000 even sometimes under the high alch price. People just kind of forget about this item. So we're going to try sniping them for 25,000. They high alch for 30, so that'd be a 5k profit per, and see if we can get kind of lucky on that one. Okay, so no luck so far on that item, but we were able to go through an entire buying limit of every single d'hide body, all the colors, except for the green. That didn't happen for whatever reason. And after alching all 210 quantity, we're up to a cash stack of 700,000 GP. Oh my god, we got some weird offers going on here. Now I ended up buying 1 rune heraldic shield. I was hoping to get more of them, but that's actually a 11k alch right there. It's a clue scroll item, but it's still a rune kite shield, so we still are able to alch it for a regular price. So we'll take an 11k profit there. A couple other random items we got here is blue d'hide chaps. I mean, we're trying that out. Pretty much as profitable as the body, but even cheaper, so why not? And we got another 130 alchs to go through or so. Now another item that you can high alch pretty consistently for money is the Earth Battle Staff. They're really expensive and you're not going to get a ton of money from it, but if you're looking for more so magic experience doesn't cost anything, the Earth Battle Staff's a pretty good option. They alch for 9,300 and we're buying them for 9,000, so we're getting about 150 GP on each one. Not a ton of money, but it's something to do while we wait. Okay, so there we go. We got some crazy things going on now. We got a couple one-off items once again. like the empty trident, but more importantly, we got 6 of these Bandos full helms. They finally came through, and we're gonna get a 5k profit alching them, so that'll bring us a 30k total profit. We also got a few other interesting items here. The bucket helm, just a regular bucket helm, which no idea in the world where this comes from, but I'll be able to alch that for about a 3k profit as well. And we got some flame tar hammers, another weird item, but actually quite a profitable one. We can alch them for 6,000, and we got them for 4,100, so that's like a 1,700 GP alch on about 40 of them. So that's actually our most profitable item out of all of them, surprisingly. So we got a lot of alching to do. Okay, so we finally finished up with all the items, and we are actually up to a 1.2 mil cash stack now. We've crested a mil, we've rebuilt the bank pretty well, so now we're going to try to invest into a few items that we haven't had success on yet. Okay, so it's a couple days later, and we managed to buy quite a few random items. The one I was hoping for actually finally came through, the Ancient Ceremonial Mask. We bought them for 25,000, and we can alch them for 30k, so a 5,000 GP profit alch. Kind of crazy. We got 8 of them, so that's just 40k. We're going to make in about 10 seconds. Okay, so it's been a couple more days, but during that time, I was able to buy a significant amount of these ceremonial masks. We bought them for 27,500, which means we're getting about a 2.5k profit per alch. So that means from alching all of them, we're going to get 120k profit in about a minute. So is it possible to rebuild from a single gold piece and the high alchemy spell? Yes, it's possible. It's slow and you do need to be patient, but it was kind of a fun challenge. And at this point, the sky's the limit. You could keep alching up to 10 mil, even maybe 100 mil. The process is pretty similar though. Anyway guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. Thanks for watching, and I will see you next time. Now, before I go here, I want to give a giant thank you to all of my members over on YouTube. Thank you so much to Alejandra, Mitch Reinders, The Hybrid, and Kush Patel for all being subscribed at the Dragon tier. You guys are awesome. I do really appreciate it. Also, thank you to Kapersky, YoYoSub89, and NDM0001 for being subscribed at the Runite tier. Thanks everyone again, and I'll see you next time.
LEGO Star Wars: The Complete Saga. It's a game that millions played upon original release, and 15 years later, nostalgia is driving another wave of popularity. As more people play LEGO Star Wars, a question emerges. How quickly can the game be beaten? The LEGO Star Wars speedrun has the precision of a 3D platformer combined with the glitches and tricks of a broken NES game. And for the past few years, a dedicated community of runners have been battling each other to take the world record lower. This is the history of LEGO Star Wars World Records. And now, a word from this video's sponsor, Raid Shadow Legends. For years, a player named CabbageShirt300 was in search of the world's best mobile game. But then, a familiar game called Raid Shadow Legends introduced something new. In December 2022, Raid added MMA fighter Ronda Rousey as a playable character. She comes equipped with some of the most powerful skills in the game, and is perfect for both PvP battles and taking on tough bosses. By logging in and playing Raid for 7 days before February 20th, you automatically unlock Ronda. It seemed like Cabbage Shirt had found his perfect game, but then something amazing happened. Raid recently introduced a special promo code RAID Ronda, where you'll obtain 3-day 100% XP boost, 500k silver, and 5 full energy refills. Just enter the promo code RAIDRhonda in-game. Also, if you're an Amazon Prime member, you can get exclusive rewards in Raid right now. Download Raid now by scanning this QR code or clicking the link in the description. Not only will you be getting unique bonuses valued at $30, but you'll also be helping me out quite a bit. Scan the QR code now and start playing today. First, let's clear up any confusion with the timeline of the series. LEGO Star Wars the video game was released in 2005, where you could play episodes 1 through 3. This was followed up by the original trilogy in 2006, with episodes 4 through 6 being playable. Finally, in 2007, these games were combined into LEGO Star Wars The Complete Saga, allowing you to play through all 6 episodes. While the 3 versions are all speedran today, the most popular one by far is The Complete Saga, the topic of this video. Now, the earliest full game speedruns of The Complete Saga date back to 2013, but it's a bit of a hazy timeline. See, back then there was no concrete rule set. The initial method was to play through episodes 1 through 6 in order on the game's Super Story mode, which adds a timer to the bottom of the screen and doesn't have status screens between levels. Later, runners switched to playing the episodes on Replay Story, meaning you can use any red brick upgrade on any level. Since these records didn't have a standard rule set, and also some were filmed with a potato, we'll skip going over them in detail. However, serious props should be given to the record holders, Poshact and Lexos, the champions of the Complete Saga's early era. For the next 2 years, no records would be set. But in 2015, the community began to form once again, and for the first time, standardized rules were created. All runs would be played on New Game instead of Replay Story. All red bricks, which are unlockables that give you a special ability, were banned. And you could only play with one player. Calling in player 2 at any point was disallowed. These rules formed the backbone of runs starting in 2015, and the first record to abide by them was played by SM Kirky, clocking in at 3 hours, 44 minutes, and 46 seconds. Now, this might seem long for a speedrun, but LEGO Star Wars is a long game. It has 36 levels, most of which take several minutes to get through. On top of that, there are also nearly an hour of unskippable cutscenes between the levels. So, how did SM Kirky speed the game up? Well, his general strategy can be seen in Negotiations, the first level in Episode 1. He killed enemies and built objects needed to progress, but beyond that, he was running through everything as fast as he could. Oftentimes, there was no need to actually kill enemies. You could just perform tasks and ignore them, and if you die, you quickly respawn and can keep going. In Level 2 of Episode 1, SM Kirky showed off quick platforming, jumping through the stage while avoiding slowdowns. Another simple strategy used was on bosses. On fights like Darth Maul and Jango Fett, SM Kirky used the Jedi Slash over and over, the most effective way to drain the health of bosses. So thus far, it seems that SM Kirky was still following all the rules of the game. He was just doing the minimum possible and optimizing everything for speed. But no, there's more SM Kirky did we've yet to discuss. Because like I said earlier, LEGO Star Wars is a broken video game. In Level 5 of Episode 2, you normally have to use one bomb to take out one side of the barrier, then go back and get a second bomb to take out the other side. However, the collision of the barrier stops extending out to the right once the right side is destroyed. So, by doing a precise spin move, you can make it around the barrier without having to backtrack for the second bomb. It's known as the 2-5 first barrier skip, and saves roughly 14 seconds. In Level 2 of Episode 4, you normally have to build and push a block to progress through the stage. But if you instead veer off to the left and double jump off of a slope in the wall, you can make it to a platform and skip right through it. Once again, this saves roughly 14 seconds. And in episode 5, one of the biggest skips in SM Kirky's run takes place. To end level 2, you have to get on top of the Millennium Falcon, and the intended method to do this involves unlocking a door to release animals and jumping off of their backs. Instead, SM Kirky precisely spaced a double jump to barely reach the top early, saving 40 seconds. In all, there were more than a dozen tricks like this across the run, adding up to minutes of time save. There's honestly too many of them to go over in depth here, but many of them followed the same pattern, doing a precise jump somewhere you're not supposed to in order to skip doing something else that would take longer. We'll see more of these tricks later. But as a whole, SM Kirky's run was on another level compared to the runs from 2013. Fewer mistakes, more tricks, and a cleaner speedrun overall. It was a great starting point, and it stood as the record for almost a year. But in mid-2016, along came a player known as TSG. And what TSG did to the world record was this. In 2016, a runner named TSG came onto the scene. By June, he'd have the world record, and over the next year, he'd do that 9 more times. His dominance can be attributed to a few things. First, his skill level was well beyond that of any other runner. The only one who was close was SM Kirky, but he couldn't catch up. Second, this was an incredibly active period of discovery for the game. You'll see soon how many new tricks TSG was able to use. And third, TSG played the game on PC. This wasn't fully known at the time, but running the game on PC is much faster than any other version, mainly from having faster load times. TSG's first record was a 341.17, and after the first level, he was presented with the option to save or not. After you save for the first time, you lose a couple seconds from auto-saving after every level. However, it does allow you to reset the game before a cutscene plays at the end of each episode, since your progress is saved before then. This allows you to more quickly start the next episode instead of watching a long cutscene, especially after episodes 3 and 5, and the time save is further compounded from the fast resetting that you can do on PC. And of course, he had a plethora of new strategies to use, particularly in episode 5. One was in stage 5-2. C-3PO can't jump, so you normally have to build a cart to take him up this ledge. But instead, TSG just punched him and pushed him up, saving roughly 22 seconds from not having to use the cart. And in 5-4, you normally have to have Yoda teach Luke the Force and build bridges for R2 to use. But why do that when you can just use bad collision detection in the wall and get up anyway? This was discovered by Grubo, and saves a solid 30 seconds. But the most notable trick in the run was one known as DV3, short for Darth Vader 3. In this form of the fight, you're supposed to deflect objects into Darth Vader, then eventually glass comes down and you can jump across. However, it's just barely possible to jump across without the glass, meaning you can skip the entire fight. You have 3 frames of leeway between the 2 jumps and the double jump, and it was easily the most difficult trick in the run. But if done properly, you would save over 70 seconds from not having to fight Darth Vader. And thanks to these 3 tricks and more, despite having some big slowdowns, TSG had his first world record. His record streak would continue over the following weeks, and the run had a couple major changes. First, he changed the episode order, playing episode 5 last. Players were allowed to play them in any order they wanted, but putting episode 5 at the end was beneficial since its ending cutscene was the longest, and timing stops before the cutscene plays. This way, it's not included anywhere in the final time. And the second change was the removal of a leaderboard rule. Red bricks were no longer banned. That meant he could use certain unlockables as he found them throughout the game. The two big ones he used were exploding blaster bolts, which lets you kill some enemies quicker and blow up certain barriers, and infinite torpedoes, which means you always have them behind you in the flying levels and don't have to go pick them up. Having these two upgrades across much of the run saved several minutes, and when combined with better execution of other tricks, allowed TSG to take the record under 3 hours and 30 minutes. New strategies were also getting discovered left and right, and in late 2016, one of the most obvious oversights from the developers was found by a player named Osamnol. On the last level of episode 1, you're supposed to fight Darth Maul by forcing objects into him. But over on the right, there's a lamp, and for some reason, everything below the lamp is considered by the game to be out of bounds. You can stand and jump in any out of bounds area, so it's possible to just jump off the wall to the top of the lamp and across to the other side. As simple as that, you could save 30 seconds. By April 2017, TSG had taken the record to 3 hours and 24 minutes, and with second place more than 7 minutes behind, he was in full control of the world record. However, in May, a key rule was lifted. Back in August 2016, the ban on red bricks was lifted, and now, players were allowed to call in the second player. Welcome to the world of one player, two controller strats. So what's the benefit of using a second player? Well, LEGO Star Wars was designed to be a two-player game, and some sections can be completed much faster with a second player. In 4-5, for instance, if you have one player, you're supposed to build a cart to go over buttons fast enough before they turn red. But if you're using two players, no need for the cart. There's a couple sets of these buttons in 4-5, and if you skip using the cart for both, you save a full minute. However, you're not allowed to have a physical second player to help you out. You have to do everything alone. So, whenever you want to call in player 2, you have to control them both at the same time. It's known as one player two controllers, or 1P2C, and on PC, there's 3 options for this. You can use 2 controllers, you can use 2 parts of the keyboard, or you can use a keyboard and a controller. Most runners nowadays go with the keyboard controller method, but in June 2017, TSG set a record with the controller method. The only point TSG used 1P2C in the run was in 4-5, but the community knew there could be applications elsewhere. Less than a month after TSG's run, it would be beaten by a new player, Rauschmore. He had been a contender for a while, but rapidly improved his personal best in mid-2017 to take the top spot. He too used 1P2C in stage 4-5, and thanks to a couple new strategies in episode 6, pulled ahead for a new world record by 90 seconds. However, TSG was up to the task, and just a week later he took the record back. By the end of the year, TSG's time was down to 3 hours, 19 minutes, and 30 seconds. The 3:19 run had a notable new trick in the first phase of the Darth Vader fight. After dealing 2 hearts of damage, Darth Vader jumps around and won't knock Luke's Stormtrooper helmet off. You can then use R2 to precisely land on the white part of the panel, then fly and avoid a death plane to barely make it to the other side. Once there, you activate a platform for Luke, and open the door with the Stormtrooper helmet to skip nearly the entire fight. The trick, nicknamed DV1, saves 45 seconds and was discovered by a runner named Zolis. When combined with DV3, it was quite evident that stage 5-5 was becoming the most critical point of the run. Speaking of Zolis, he would set the game's next record, a 3:16.12. He implemented 1P2C across the run more. Some were small time saves, like deflecting shots so that R4 could safely activate the panel in 2-2, and others were more substantial. In 4-5, you could now use Chewbacca to activate the elevator and ride it immediately, instead of having to use Han Solo and wait for its second cycle. A time save of about 12 seconds. But interestingly, Zolas played the game on Wii. We know from before that this is slower than the PC version, but there's another consideration to be made. The Wii version requires using both the Wii Remote and the nunchuck, so to do 1P2C, you need to juggle 4 controllers at once. Still, Zolas was able to pull it off, with a world record by over 3 minutes. TSG followed this up a few months later with a 3:14.28. It was notable for implementing yet another trick into level 5-5. DV1 and DV3 already had skips, and now, Darth Vader's 4th form did as well. It was possible to do a couple of precise double jumps, and skip having to use the Force and having to use R2. They have the potential to save about 7 seconds, and just added to the skill needed in 5-5. Episode 5 as a whole was becoming really brutal, and since it has the longest end cutscene, it had to be at the very end of the run. So let's take a look at our timeline so far. TSG started dominating in mid-2016, and although he twice lost the record to Rauschmore and Zolas, he'd always been able to fight back. 2 years later, his name was still on top of the leaderboard. But TSG's 3:14 from June 2018 would be the last record he would ever set. The game was about to enter a new era, because in October 2018, Rauschmore did this. Over the span of just 3 weeks, Rauschmore took the record from a 3:14 down to a 3:09. The key was the rapid discovery of new tricks by a runner named L-Tree. Tricks that would save up to 8 minutes. And the first one is really stupid. In 6-5, killing the Emperor normally takes a substantial amount of time. However, if you lure him over to the corner and die intentionally, upon respawning you can just push him off the edge. It skips the remainder of the fight and saves 45 seconds. Later, it was discovered you could push him off at the start of the fight by calling in player 2. It saves an additional minute and is known as the Ultra Kill. Another simple boss skip was found in 4-3. You can skip the spy fight by using the Force on R2. This pushes him past the trigger to start the fight, and if you call him in after, you can just go in the open door and save about 50 seconds. But the real big time save was in 6-3. In this level, you're supposed to hop in your speeder and drive through the roughly 5-minute course. Instead, if you go into the corner of the end barrier with both players, player 1 gets placed above player 2, and you can do a 360 to make it over the barrier. This activates the end of the course, and you can skip the entire thing to save several minutes. These discoveries helped lead to 4 consecutive records from Rauschmore. His 4th and final time, a 3:09 from October 2018, would be the final record set in the year. But interestingly, as the record stayed put at 3:09, the run started to get massive views on YouTube. It went semi-viral, and many people who saw the video thought it could be fun to try running it themselves. And largely thanks to Rauschmore's video, by early 2019, there was a new crop of runners ready to gun for the world record. In 5th place, there was Senor with a 3:11.37. In 4th place, there was Wii Super with a 3:10.45. In 3rd place, there was Osamnol with a 3:10.06, and in 2nd place, there was Shred with a 3:09.54. All 4 runners were closing in on Rauschmore's record, and it was obvious that one of them would beat it soon. The general consensus for the favorite to do so was Osamnol, but all 4 of them had a shot at it. And then, one of them broke through. On February 11th, 2019, Senor jumped straight from 5th to 1st place to capture his first world record. He lowered his personal best by nearly 2.5 minutes in the process. Senor had gotten into the game after seeing Rauschmore's video, and although he lowered his time quickly, he was comfortably behind the other record contenders. But the key to Senor getting this record was 1P2C. He used it all over the run. He used it for multitasking, he used it to get one player in position while the other player built, he used it to push characters further ahead. These were small time saves on their own, but they added up when used across a 3-hour run. This was also the first run to use the incredibly difficult disco skip in 6-2. After building the speaker, you then try and position Luke so he's exactly 50% inside of the speaker once it's finished being built. The game doesn't know what to do when you're inside a built object, so if you're next to a wall, it will sometimes push you through it, meaning you can go out of bounds and skip building the disco party to save 40 seconds. This is a really precise trick, since you have to be positioned just right to clip out of bounds, but if you miss it, you can just break the speaker and build it to try again. With all the competition from top runners, people didn't expect Senor's record to last long. But it would only last for 3 days. On Valentine's Day 2019, Shred took the record with a 3:06.27. Shred had been running the game for over a year, but only became a serious record contender early in 2019. And his record was an improvement by nearly 3 minutes, which was especially impressive given that it was played on a Wii. It didn't do much new over Senor's record, but was better executed. It had a first try ultra kill and a cleaner episode 6 overall. Senor fired back just 3 days later with another 2-minute record improvement. The world record was now down to a 3:04, but it still had some significant slowdowns. Senor lost nearly a minute on disco skip, and over 30 seconds in 5-5 from missing the DV skips. So clean up those tricks, save a bit elsewhere, and add in a couple new strategies. And suddenly, sub 3 didn't seem out of the question. In March 2019, 2 runners started to pull ahead from the rest of the pack, Senor and Wii Super. Both of these guys had only gotten into the game in the last few months, but they lowered their times side by side and got good quickly. They raced each other frequently, and although Senor was slightly ahead on the leaderboard, Wii Super was never far behind. As March progressed, these two made it clear. They both wanted to make a push for the world's first sub 3. It was barely in the realm of possibility. But with the two of them pushing each other, a sub 3-hour run started to feel more real than ever. the world's first sub-3. Senor had skipped straight over 259 to a 258.50. His run was roughly even through episode 6, but he saved some time later over mistakes and slowdowns in his last PB. And at the end of the run, he still had to execute tricks like hut skip and DV3. It was an intense situation, but he was able to clutch them out and get the first sub-3. Interestingly, about half an hour before the end of Senor's run, Wii Super started a run of his own. And this run would finish as a 259.04, the world's second sub-3. Had Wii Super started his run just a few hours earlier, he would have won the race to sub-3. But instead, he had to settle for second place, while Senor got the glory. But Senor's record wouldn't last long. He beat his own run by 43 seconds just a day later. This run was notable for introducing a piece of RNG. In 4-4, there's a section where Obi-Wan is supposed to appear across the room on a bridge after you arrive. The way the game tries to get him there is by running through a room with barrels. If he gets stuck behind a barrel, the game turns him to try and get around them, which slows him down, but he still eventually arrives on the bridge. Usually. Sometimes he gets stuck. And if that happens, he never shows up, and you can't progress through the level. LEGO Star Wars is a broken game. Now, runners used to have a way around this. You reload the bridge room by entering and exiting the previous room, which guarantees Obi-Wan will show up for a 2-second time loss. But players then found 4-4 cutscene skip. By jumping off of this ledge, you can hook back and enter an out-of-bounds area to skip to the next room. This means a cutscene doesn't play and you save 18 seconds. However, as a consequence of the cutscene not playing, you can no longer reload the bridge room, since you wouldn't be able to leave the previous room if you enter it. So, Obi-Wan RNG was back into play. If he didn't want to show up, you were in big trouble. A couple weeks later, a fairly substantial change was made. The community decided to alter the way runs were timed. Instead of starting when the players gained control in 1-1, it would now begin when selecting New Game on the main menu. This was mostly done so that movement in the cantina would be considered in the final time. It added roughly 58 seconds to all runs. So, when Senor set a record that would have been 257.36 under the old timing, it was retimed to 258.34. And that made it 4 consecutive records for Senor. He was the first to sub-3, and now he was taking control of the leaderboard. And for Wii Super, he just couldn't catch up. He perpetually remained slightly behind Senor, easily in second place, but ever since he missed his chance at the first sub-3, the world record eluded him. But after the 258.34, Senor announced that he would be taking a break from the category to focus his efforts elsewhere. Maybe this was the chance Wii Super needed. With Senor at least temporarily out of the picture, he could hone in on improving his time without needing to compete with anyone. And as it turns out, just 2 days later, it was only record by a second, but Wii Super had finally overtaken Senor. It was a run with a great early game, but he lost some time on speeder skip and had a weak episode 4. Still, Wii Super had broken through. Was this a one-time deal, or was he about to make something more out of it? 6 days later, a 60-second record improvement by Wii Super, largely due to saving time in episode 4. The very next day, another 1.5-minute world record. 3 weeks later, 2 record improvements on the same day. 3 days later, a record cut by nearly 2 full minutes. Then Wii Super took a break, and when he came back, another world record. 7 records over the course of 3 months for Wii Super. The final one was a time of 2:53.04. After a while, Senor had come back to attempts, but this time the tables were turned. He was the one who couldn't catch up to Wii Super. The way he went on this run was through both improving his own skills and utilizing new strategies. In 2-6, Wii Super began using Dooku Skip. By standing on a barrel, you can force it with player 2 and clip under the floor. By then dropping out with the inbounds player, you can lead them forward past the trigger for the Dooku fight and enter the next room. The trick was found by Senor and saves up to 30 seconds. Wii Super also began using the Vehicle Smart Bomb Red Brick. It allows you to hold the special button in ship levels and make everything on screen explode, which can save you about 20 seconds in 5-1. And interestingly, with these new tricks being incorporated and runners' skill levels improving, someone new moved into second place, Chimkin. He had been in third place for months, even being a part of the initial sub-3 grind, but he always remained behind Wii Super and Senor. But he was improving, and by May, he was ahead of Senor. And sure enough, when Wii Super woke up on the morning of July 6th, his record was gone. Chimkin had beaten it by over a minute, getting a 2:52 flat. It was a run with a slow early game, but after a gold split in 3-2, he was off to the races. He pulled ahead of the record and crushed it. So, Wii Super had to get back to work. And it took him 13 hours to get the record back. Over the coming weeks and months, Wii Super and Chimkin would trade the record back and forth. Wii Super was the first to take it under 250, with a 2:49.55 on July 17th. Chimkin would get the next record, and by the end of the year, it was down to 2:45.39. How did these two take the record down by 7 minutes? Well, there was a new red brick, Fast Force, which does what it sounds like. It lets you force objects faster. To obtain it quicker, Chimkin found a method of going out of bounds, then doing a death warp to get back on track. It's unlocked in 4-2, so players started playing episode 4 earlier in the run so they could use Fast Force in episodes 6, 3, and 5. And of course, there were a plethora of new strategies discovered in the second half of 2019. Some were small and saved a few seconds, while others saved closer to half a minute. But the big one was in 5-6. It's the last stage in the game, and it had an evolution of skips over the years. Way back during TSG's record reign, runners started doing a trick called Bespin Out of Bounds. You'd jump roll off a ledge to land out of bounds, and progress forward in the stage to skip having to build C-3PO and open a door. It saved 45 seconds but was immensely difficult. Players used this trick for years, but in December 2019, Senor found something better. You join with player 2 and put Lando in a doorway. If player 1 stands far enough away and Lando jumps, the door will close. If it closes while you're at the top of your jump, you'll get pushed through the door frame and out of bounds. Ultimately, you can get to the same room as you did from Bespin Out of Bounds, but it allows you to do so nearly a full minute faster, and is much easier. The only problem is that if you miss the door clip initially, AI characters can randomly run near the door and prevent it from closing, so you really want to get the trick first try. With all these time saves combined, and runners still improving their skills on top of that, the world record was down to a really solid 2:45. It was enough for Wii Super to take a break from grinding the category, and Chimkin had stopped playing it as well. Other than those two, nobody had a PB under 2 hours and 50 minutes. But over the coming weeks in late 2019 and early 2020, the game would get a huge boost in popularity, thanks to an unlikely source: TikTok. There was a big wave of nostalgia for LEGO Star Wars. Millions played it while growing up, and after years had passed, they looked back on the game fondly. A trend began on TikTok where people changed their profile pics to mimic how they look in LEGO Star Wars, with a green or blue circle around them. This increased the game's popularity on the internet as a whole, as people remembered LEGO Star Wars and wanted to experience it again. As such, speedrun streams and videos exploded in popularity, and starting in early 2020, there was a new wave of speedrun activity. And suddenly, by February, Wii Super had new competitors on his doorstep. In second place was T-Fresh, and in third place was Led Astray. Both had a time of 2:47, and both had aspirations for the world record. Wii Super had no choice but to do more runs if he wanted to defend his title. So he did. And in the span of just 1 week, he lowered the record twice, taking it down to 2:44.30. But this wasn't the complete domination that he'd had earlier. His competition continued to close in. Led Astray got a 2:46, and a familiar face had actually jumped into second place: Senor. The pressure was on for Wii Super. These guys were both capable of getting the record, and could really obtain it any day now. Wii Super continued to do runs, and a couple weeks later, he achieved a run that put away any competition for the record. Months of attempts had all led up to this moment. It was his ultimate run. Throughout the first 4 episodes, there were no significant mistakes. He gained a bit of time on nearly every level, and leaving episode 6, he was nearly 2 minutes ahead. The final 2 episodes are 3 and 5, and although they weren't perfect, they were good enough. And when combined with the incredible start he'd had, the end result was a monster world record. Wii Super wasn't at much risk of losing his title anymore. Or was he? Senor wasn't deterred from the task at hand. Wii Super was now 3 minutes ahead, but Senor knew he could close the gap. On March 27th, he took his PB down to 2:44, and on the 31st, he shaved another half minute off. Despite the optimization of Wii Super's record, Senor was actually able to close in. These two guys were ahead of the pack. Just like the initial sub 3 grind, Wii Super and Senor were locked in a battle. Thanks to the game's boost in popularity around this time, the community decided to have a LEGO Star Wars speedrun tournament. Wii Super, Senor, and most of the game's other top runners all participated. It was a double elimination tournament, and there were some great times put up by several different runners. But when all was said and done, after the brackets were completed, who else would meet in the finals but Wii Super and Senor? These two would get the benefit of a big new strategy discovered a few weeks ago in 6-1, Spiderless. By using a forcible object, you could clip into the wall, which was faster than the old method of using the spider. You can then come back in bounds to touch a grate, which acts as a trigger for the game to send you straight to the boss fight and skip the cutscene. This trick saved a full 60 seconds, a huge advantage for any runner who could pull it off. Up to this point, Senor had lost 1 match while Wii Super was undefeated. So to win the whole thing, Senor needed to win twice, while Wii Super needed just 1 win. And Senor handily won the first game. Wii Super accidentally soft-locked in 5-1, losing several minutes and allowing Senor to cruise to an easy victory. That meant there would be a winner-take-all match the next day to determine the tournament champion. This was going to be a tough task for Senor. Think of all he had going against him. His personal best was nearly a minute behind Wii Super. He had lost to him earlier in the tournament, and he had gotten a pretty lucky victory yesterday thanks to a fluke softlock. He was going to need to play out of his mind if he wanted to win this thing. And so, on April 19th, 2020, in the final match of the tournament, with his opponent heavily favored to win, This was Seanor's first world record in over a year, back when the run was 16 minutes slower. And it was actually a close race through much of the run. But Senor eventually pulled ahead, and although Wii Super finished with a 2:42, he didn't stand a chance. Senor won the match, he won the tournament, and he got the world record. And the race to sub 240 was officially on. Once again, Senor and Wii Super were the two competitors. As it turns out, Senor's time at the top wouldn't last long. Wii Super wanted the record back, and it took him just 5 days to do so. He got a 2:40.32. This run was actually on sub 240 pace until 5-5, but the last two stages of the run are two of the toughest. Wii Super lost a lot of time to DV3 in 5-5, and to Door Clip in 5-6. Sub 240 would have to wait. Wii Super lost 45 seconds to Door Clip, and missed sub 240 by just 4 seconds. It's a great example of how tough the end of the run is. Door Clip is in the very last stage, and if you miss it initially, bad luck can make you lose the record. Over the following few weeks, competition caught up. A couple runners named Pickle Toe and Ginger Legend got times in the 241 range, increasing the pressure on Wii Super. And on July 14th, Senor had a run on sub 240 pace into 5-6. But once again, Door Clip killed it. He ended up 1 second behind the world record. Wii Super had waited too long. Other players had caught up, and it was a dead heat for the first sub 240. But on July 22nd, Wii Super had a run with a fantastic first few episodes.
Oh, shit!
He then lost his helmet at 4-5, but a great episode 6 put him back in the lead. He had a rough 5-5, but with time to save in 5-6, sub 240 was still possible. He got Door Clip quickly and left just enough room to get a sub 240. 2:39.49. Wii Super had won the race. This was Wii Super's 22nd world record. He'd faced competition from some of the best in the world, but time and time again, he had proven he could come out on top. With his sub 240 goal accomplished, Wii Super finally felt he could take a break. And the runners in 2nd through 4th place, Senor, Pickle Toe, and Ginger Legend, had lost motivation after being beaten to the first sub 240. So, they all stopped running the category as well. For the first time in many months, there was little activity at the top of the leaderboard. That meant there was technically an opportunity for someone outside of the top 4 to swoop in and make a move. Let's take a look at who was in 5th place. This is E-Roadhouse. He had been running the game for about 3 months, and managed to quickly enter the game's top 5. However, during the sub 240 grind, he was comfortably behind the big 4 runners. He wasn't considered to have a serious shot at the world record. But with all 4 of them stepping aside, this was his chance. In early August, he stepped into 4th place and lowered his PB down to 241.12. And on August 10th, he got on a run where he pulled about 15 seconds ahead of the record by the end of episode 4. There was still a long way to go, but he kept nailing tough tricks. Spiderless in 6-1, speeder skip in 6-3. A shot at the world record was starting to seem more and more like a reality. He was competing against an incredible Episode 3 in the world record,
Piccolo
so he
Obama
bled
Jones
some
with
time
Joe
there,
Biden and President
but
Rick
going
and
into the
Morty.
last two
Eric,
levels of the run,
Stan.
5-5
What the fuck
and
is up, Kyle?
5-6, he was only half a minute behind. Time to enter the Trick Gauntlet. DV1, first try. DV3, he faltered a bit but got it 5th try. DV4 jumps, both first try. And finally, door clip, 2nd try. This all saved about 40 seconds over the last 2 levels in Wii Super's run, and it was enough for E Roadhouse to get a 2:39.43. He had leapfrogged over Pickletoe, Xenor, and Wii Super to get the world record. There was a new face on top of the leaderboard. Well, Wii Super wasn't going to take this lying down. E Roadhouse had only beaten him by 6 seconds. Surely it wouldn't be too hard to take the record back. But Wii Super wanted something better. There had been a number of new strategies developed around this time. Wii Super knew that if he utilized them all in a full run, he could beat E Roadhouse's time by minutes. We won't go over all of these new tricks, but there's 2 particularly big ones. And the first one, well, LEGO Star Wars has an ultra shortcut. Level 1-4 is the pod race. You have to drive around the course 3 times to beat the stage. For years, there was no way to really speed this up. Even the fastest world records just drove the 3 laps. But in mid-2020, P53, Havster, and Xenor combined to develop a trick called Pod Fraud. It's a very complicated trick, but the gist of it is that the game's only method for checking lap completion is seeing if you've touched an area on the far side of the course, and seeing if you've touched the finish line region. So after driving a lap normally, you go out of bounds with 2 players, leave one by the finish line region, and try to get the other to the far side. This middle section out of bounds kills you, but it lets you build up speed quickly. So, by dying a few times, you can build up enough speed to make it across. By touching this region, the next lap is activated, and you skip having to drive around. This setup takes about 25 seconds, but a lap normally takes about 60, so you save over half a minute. The other big skip is called Grieve Cheese, discovered by Pickletoe with concepts from Fezteo. The General Grievous fight is normally a slow, scripted battle, where you jump around the level and then attack him on the main platform. However, he'll only perform his scripted actions if you're actively standing on this platform. So, you can use Obi-Wan to lure him toward a rock, then jump off the platform and shoot him with player 2 before he walks too far away. By repeating this over and over, you can drain his health without having him ever perform scripted actions. Unfortunately, there's RNG involved. He can randomly block your shots, which wastes time. But ideally, Grieve Cheese can save over half a minute. With all this and more, Wii Super felt that he could crush the current record. And he was right. On September 18th, he beat E Roadhouse by just under 2 minutes, getting a 2:37.49. A few weeks later, he did it again, with a 2:36.08. The leaderboard was back to normal. Wii Super was dominating the competition, multiple minutes ahead of anyone else. And still, years after his first world record, nobody could catch Wii Super. At least, not for a couple weeks. Just 16 days after Wii Super's 2:36, E Roadhouse managed to get the record back. The key to doing this was yet another complicated new trick, Falconless. The normal way to end stage 4-5 involves activating 4 triggers scattered throughout a big room, then killing all the stormtroopers. It's a slow process that gradually raises the Millennium Falcon, so you can eventually enter it and end the level. However, P53 found a way to end the level early. You first have to load the last room of the level, which can be done by entering this grapple room. You then go back far in the level, and by crossing a particular line, the game tries to save memory by unloading the last room. This means the triggers, stormtroopers, and Millennium Falcon all disappear. The issue is that the game never reloads them once you go back forward. So you re-enter the final room, and nothing's there. Since the stormtroopers are gone, the game treats them the same as if they were killed, so you can jump into where the open door would be, and the level ends. This saves about a minute and 15 seconds, and eRoadhouse's new record was a 2:34.51. That means that even without Falconless, he still would have beaten Wii Super. Maybe it was a fluke. Whenever someone took the record from Wii Super, he was always quick to respond. But a month later, eRoadhouse set another record, 2:34.32. This was uncharted territory. When was he going to respond? Well, a couple weeks later, eRoadhouse got on a run that was 25 seconds ahead after episode 2. This was the best pace anyone had ever been on that early. He lost a bit of time from missing a clip in 4-2, but managed to improve to 30 seconds ahead leaving episode 4. With one of the greatest ever first halves of a run, he just needed to avoid disaster in the back half to get his third consecutive record. But instead of avoiding a disaster, something else happened. eRoadhouse went on to play the best episode 6 ever performed. He was now a minute and 45 seconds ahead of the record. As you can imagine, the pressure he felt at this point was enormous, and he faltered a bit toward the start of episode 3, losing about 7 seconds in 3-2. But he followed this up with his best ever 3-5, and leaving episode 3, he was more than a minute and a half ahead of the record. It was by far the best chance he had ever had. He had a shot to not just lower the record, but demolish it. But he still had to get through episode 5, the hardest episode in the run, with the toughest tricks all right at the end. But he didn't need a perfect episode 5. He just needed one that was good enough. He had a 90-second cushion. As long as he didn't completely choke, he'd have another record. But with all the pressure mounting, and being on an unthinkable pace, eRoadhouse didn't have an amazing episode 5. He had the best episode 5 ever performed. This was by far the greatest record the game had ever seen. eRoadhouse had skipped 2:33 and skipped 2:32. He was more than 4 minutes ahead of second place. There was nothing more he could do. There was nothing anyone could do. eRoadhouse was the game's new top runner, and it was hard to imagine this record being beaten anytime soon. So, he took a break. Since nobody else had a personal best below 236, there were no challengers for the record. However, that didn't stop players from continuing to run the game. But the nature of the competition changed. It was now a battle for second place, rather than the world record. About a month after the 231, a new runner moved into second, Ginger Legend. A few days later, he'd be beaten by Senor, getting a 235 and then a 234. It's important to note that there were very few new strategies being utilized. The vast majority of their time save came from getting better at the game. Fewer mistakes, better movement, that sort of improvement. By February, a runner named Zach achieved a 235, and by March, there was a trio of runners with a 234. Senor in second place, Ginger Legend in third place, and Zach in fourth place. For the first time since he set his mammoth world record, Roadhouse was feeling a bit of pressure. They were still minutes away from his record, but their times were dropping. So, he decided to end his break and go back to record attempts. But he struggled to get good runs going, especially compared to his incredible 2:31. On March 6th, Senor would once again lower his second place time, 2:33.05. He was now within 90 seconds of the world record. Roadhouse continued his attempts, but failed to get anything good. And then, on March 9th, Zach got on a run that was even with the world record through episode 2, then actually gained half a minute over the record in episode 4. Once again, this was mostly due to better gameplay rather than new strategies. He ended up losing time to the incredible episodes 6 and 5 in Roadhouse's record, but still finished with a 2:32.23. Zach was just 35 seconds off the world record. Senor had a 2:33, Zach had a 2:32, and Roadhouse had a 2:31. All three of them were doing attempts, and all three of them had potential to get the world record. Roadhouse's time had run out. He was now in direct competition with two strong runners. There was no question the world record was coming down. The question now was, which of these three was going to do it first? Well, on March 22nd, Roadhouse broke through. It was only a 5-second record improvement, but it showed that he still had what it took. This run had another fantastic early game, but he lost about 45 seconds in episode 6 from repeatedly missing disco skip. Episodes 3 and 5 were up and down, but since his gameplay overall had improved, it was enough to eke out a small record. But his work wasn't done yet. A couple weeks later, Roadhouse got a 2:31.35, another small record improvement, but he was making progress while Zach and Senor weren't improving their times. Still, all three runners continued to grind over the following weeks. The end goal had shifted. It was officially a grind for the game's first sub-2:30. A half-hour barrier hadn't been broken in 2 years. In mid-May, Senor lowered his time down by over half a minute. All three runners were now within 60 seconds of each other. Who would get sub-2:30 first? Would it be the veteran, the newcomer, or the current world record holder? Well, on May 14th, Roadhouse got on a run with another incredible first couple of episodes. Once again, this was his best pace ever leaving episode 2. He faltered a bit in levels 4-2 and 4-3, so his pace cooled off slightly exiting episode 4. But after episode 6, he was still a minute ahead of the record. It was clear that this would be a golden opportunity for the sub-2:30. And then, in episode 3-1, something strange happened. Roadhouse was cycling through his splits to see what time saves he had left, and he accidentally paused his timer. He realized this a short while later and unpaused it, but this threw everything off. His pace would now seem better than it really was. He didn't know how long it was paused, so if this run went all the way, he'd have to retime it to see what he really got. Well, Roadhouse made his way through episode 3, and it went beautifully. Episode 5 got off to a great start, and entering 5-5, he was a minute 21 ahead. But of course, his real pace was still a mystery. 5-5 was solid, and 5-6 was nearly perfect. And when he stopped his splits, they read 2:29.35. Roadhouse knew his run was slower than that, but the exact amount wasn't known. It all came down to how long the timer was paused. So, it had to be retimed. And the exact length of the pause would determine if this was the world's first sub-2:30 or if the race would continue. And after the retime, they found that Roadhouse's timer was paused for 21.5 seconds, meaning his run was a 2:29.57. By the skin of his teeth, he had done it. His 6th world record in a row was his most important one yet. Roadhouse officially had the world's first sub 2:30. In the aftermath of this run, Zach and Senor continued doing PB attempts for a short while. Both players lowered their times, but neither could catch up to Roadhouse. Their motivation had just dried up. It seemed like another community break would be in order. But you're probably noticing a pattern by now. Whenever community motivation is at a low point, new tricks are always found to bring people back in. And right on cue in May 2021, 2 massive tricks were discovered. One of them was a 30-second time save in 3-5 found by Los. But the one we're gonna go over was the one discovered in 5-5. This trick was notable for 2 main reasons. For one thing, it was in the toughest stage of the run. 5-5 was already a completely broken level. You had DV1, DV3, and the DV4 jumps. The new trick, fittingly, was called DV2. Every room of the Darth Vader fight now had a skip. And the other notable thing about this trick, it was the most difficult one in the entire game. That's right, the toughest trick of the run was now in a stage that was already considered to be the hardest. This is the insanity of DV2. You start by activating a moving platform outside the boss room, then positioning Luke on a panel beneath it and placing R2 on the platform. When the platform moves down, you can collide into Luke as he's sliding off the panel. If done at the perfect moment, Luke will go through the wall under the floor of the next room, and you can just walk underneath the boss fight. Getting the clip into the wall is so precise that pause buffering is used to help line it up. And even so, every single step of this trick is hard. It's hard to get on the panel, it's hard to stay on the panel, it's hard to pause buffer at the right time, it's hard to line up Luke, it's hard to line up R2, it's hard to avoid going too low in the boss room, it's hard to avoid going too high in the boss room. Any of these portions not being done correctly results in a miss. But if done properly, it would save an additional 50 seconds. A team of Lava Fang 407, Note KO, and EJP Man created DV2, and it made stage 5-5 a nightmare. Tough trick after tough trick, right at the end of the run. But with all the time save potential, people had to go for it, and it brought runners Zach and Senor back to doing runs. They each got times of 2:30, and then on June 1st, Senor set the world record. It had a rough episode 6, particularly a slow ultra kill in 6-5, but he got DV2 on his second try. A fantastic result for such a tough trick. He closed it out 20 seconds ahead of Roadhouse, Senor's first world record in over a year, back when the run was 12 minutes slower. So now, of the top 3 competitors, only one had yet to get the world record: Zach. He'd been in the top 3 for the past 5 months, even moving into second place on several occasions, but he had never been able to take the top spot. It was frustrating. He knew he was good enough, he'd been on pace before, and he also had a bit of time on his hands coming up. So, Zach decided to start a devoted grind for the record. But this wasn't going to be just any grind. He was going to play the game 14 to 15 hours per day until he set the world record. Zach began on his quest, and over the next 2 weeks, he played the game for roughly 200 hours. Run after run, good pace after good pace, and despite all that, he didn't achieve a world record. In fact, he didn't even get a PB. Zach remained in 3rd place, behind Roadhouse and Senor. Disappointing for sure, but Zach would still get another chance. Because on June 13th, runners Zach, Roadhouse, and Wii Super all met up to grind for the world record 12 hours a day, with Senor also participating at home. Only 12 hours may have been less than Zach was used to, but still, 4 of the best runners in the world, 12 hours per day, for 3 days straight. Surely a world record was incoming. But it never happened. 72 hours came and went, with no world records. And here's why. Between all 4 runners, more than 20 world record paces were achieved into the final 2 levels. All of them died to DV2. It was such a hard trick, and trying to execute it when feeling the pressure of a record-paced run, good luck with that. So for Zach, a grind of 12-hour days hadn't worked. 14-hour days hadn't worked either. So he had only one remaining option. On June 16th, Zach began a grind of 16-hour days to get the LEGO Star Wars world record. And he never had any runs on record pace. It was starting to seem hopeless. But on June 18th, Zach finally got a run deep ahead of the record. And what a pace it was. Entering 5-5, his best possible time was 2:28.43. That was a good enough pace that he didn't even need to do DV2. He could get the record without it. But Zach was committed to going for it. And on just his 3rd try, he got in the wall. If he could just make it to the end of the room, he'd be in the clear. But disaster struck. He went too low and died, forcing him to start DV2 over again. He lost over a minute and ended up missing the record by just seconds. Had he skipped doing DV2, he would have had the world record. So, Zach kept going. More long attempt sessions, more failed runs. But on June 24th, he'd find himself in an eerily similar situation. A best possible time of 2:28.08 into 5-5. Once again, he could skip DV2 and still get the record. But once again, he was committed to going for it. It was a decision that cost him the record last time. But this time, he hit it first try. He was in a golden position now. He closed out 5-5, got door clip, and when Zach entered the Millennium Falcon to end 5-6, he had just set a new world record by over a minute. After months of grinding and hundreds of hours of world record attempts, Zach's efforts were vindicated. This record didn't stop others from trying. Senor, Wii Super, and Roadhouse all continued doing record attempts after the in-person meetup. But eventually, their attempts stopped, in large part because 5-5 was such a demoralizing stage. So, throughout the rest of 2021, Zach's time remained at the top of the leaderboard. He went from not being able to set the record to holding the top spot for 6 months straight. In early 2022, Zach decided to come back to the game. It had taken him hundreds of attempts and many months of grinding to set his world record. And on top of that, he hadn't seriously ran the category in half a year. So, expectations weren't too high when he started up runs again. But instead of being the underdog like he was in 2021, this was the Zach of 2022. Last year, it was a big deal when Zach finally managed a world record. This year, he was unstoppable. Roadhouse, Senor, Wii Super, none of these guys could catch up. By June, he had taken his time down to 2:27.19. Zach was using even more 1P2C than in previous runs. 4-4 was now being done almost completely with 2 controllers. But once again, most of the time saved from these records was Zach playing better. Tricks were being done faster, and execution overall was improving. Improving to the point that nobody could catch him. he was more than a minute ahead of second place. But then, after his 2:27.19, the world record stayed stagnant for over 2 months. This was despite the fact that he lost 30 seconds for missing Dooku skip in 2-6, and lost significant time in 5-1 as well. The community's goal was to achieve a 2:26. It seemed doable, but Zach was unable to, and nobody else was particularly close. The community was as active as ever, but with no records being set, a big opportunity was going to waste. So, in an attempt to get the game a new world record, the community decided to organize one more big event. It was going to be another 4-day break the record session. But instead of the game's top 4 runners competing, this time they expanded it to the top 10. 10 runners, 4 days, and a goal time of 2:26. Even with this many runners, nobody knew for sure if a new record would be set. But one thing that wasn't in doubt was that there would be a lot of movement on the leaderboards. Zach and E Roadhouse were in first and second place, and they were the favorites to lower the record. Just behind them were Bacon Soda and Bricko, still with decent odds to get the record, and beyond them was a mix of prior record holders and newer contenders. Their personal bests ranged from Zach's 2:27 down to a 2:33, but all of them knew that they had a serious chance to move up on the leaderboard. Let the world record attempts begin. Zach and E Roadhouse may have been in the best positions to lower the record, but 4th place runner Bricko got the first good chance. Just hours into day 1, he had a run with a best possible time of 2:25.46 into episode 3. There was still a ways to go, but it was easily on world record pace. Unfortunately, a poor episode 3 cost him the record, but he still got a 2:27.47. This was good enough for second place. It was a big motivator for the rest of the group, especially for the recently demoted to 3rd place E Roadhouse. And toward the end of day 1, both he and Zach found themselves on record pace into 5-5. But DV2 would strike again. E Roadhouse finished with a 2:28.25, and Zach got a 2:27.45. Zach's time was faster than every runner on the leaderboard, except for his own record. Day 1 had come and gone, and despite movement from some top runners, no new records were set. Day 2 featured a couple PBs from runners in the top 10. Wii Super got a 25-second PB cut, and Senor moved from 5th to 4th place. But for most of the day, none of the top runners got anything on world record pace. Then, late in the night, after most runners were done for the day, Zach had a run with 2:27.11 potential into 5-5. But of course, he still had to get DV2. And he actually did it first try. This was the best chance of the event. He had one tough trick to go, door clip. And unfortunately, he couldn't get it. He lost over 20 seconds and finished with a 2:27.38. The best time of the event so far, but still no world record. Day 3 featured several more promising runs from Zach. He achieved numerous 2:27s, but none were low enough to beat the record. There was a bit of movement from lower ranked runners, as It's Jared moved from 10th to 8th place. But as day 3 was coming to a close, the record remained at Zach's 2:27.19. Time was starting to run out. The game's top runners had gotten close, but nobody had been able to break through. But then, toward the end of day 3, those runners would get a bit of extra motivation. With all this attention on LEGO Star Wars speedruns, a new strategy was found in the Grievous fight. Before, Grieved cheese could be used to get a quick kill, but it was inconsistent as he would randomly block your shots. But by switching your resolution to 800 by 600 instead of 1920 by 1080, the quick kill becomes much more consistent. On average, you save 10 to 15 seconds. This wasn't an enormous time save, but it was enough to give these runners a pretty big boost. Yet still, Day 3 came to a conclusion and no world records were set. 24 hours to go. Through the first 3 days, neither Zach nor Roadhouse had set a PB, but Zach certainly had the better chances of the two. He set numerous 227s, and with the new time save on Grieved Cheese, he was in position to get a record if he could just get there again. But on the evening of Day 4, it was Roadhouse who found himself ahead of the record after episode 6. After utilizing the new strategy and having a nice start to episode 5, he remained in the lead heading into 5-5. This was the level that caused Zach to miss the record so many times in the last 3 days. But Roadhouse clutched it out. He got a first try DV2, and entering 5-6, his best possible time was 2:26.40. Roadhouse was one level away from getting a 2:26. He needed to get Doorclip. And he did, after wasting about 20 seconds. The run was now teetering on the line of being a 2:26 or a 2:27. And in the end, the run finished as a 2:27.03. It wasn't a 2:26, but it was a world record. It had taken over 3 days, but the world record had finally been achieved. And interestingly, at the exact same time, Zach was on a run in episode 3. Entering 5-5, this run too had potential to get a 2:26. It was a chance to take the record right back. But his final 2 levels weren't good enough. He finished with a 2:27.07. If he had set this time an hour earlier, it would have been record. But he was too late. And with the event winding down, it was shaping up to be a pretty disappointing few days for Zach. He had done attempts for 4 days straight, and not only was there no 2:26, but he had lost his world record in the process. Runs continued on for the next couple hours, but the event had a hard cutoff of 11 p.m. to get your last run started. And as the last few seconds before the deadline ticked away, Zach was on the main menu. Maybe he shouldn't even bother starting another run. He had done hundreds of attempts over the past few days, and no 2:26 had come out of it.
Once I'd lost record, I was like, okay, I lost record. I no longer have a streak of records. It is what it is. That's totally fine. But I really wanted to win BTR, and I didn't want to go out on the note that I had, which was like multiple choked records in the event in previous days. Obviously, I wanted the record back. Obviously, I wanted to win the event. But getting the first 2:26 was still like the priority in my mind.
So, with just 8 seconds to go, Zach started his final run of the event. And in doing so, he joined 6 other runners who were in the middle of their own final runs.
And I was like, this run has to finish. There is no world where I reset here, because even if it doesn't PB, I have to get through this run no matter what. Once I started that run, I was like, I know I can do it. I didn't think I would, but I knew I could. During every cutscene, I would be looking at the restream, just seeing who was on a run. And I saw that Ginger was on a really good run. And the reason I noticed this was only because I could hear the commentary. And the commentary was just like losing their minds. They were like, I can't believe that Ginger is like on this insane run right now. And I was like, this must be really good for how much the commentary is talking about it.
Sure enough, it was insane. Ginger was the game's 7th place runner, with a personal best of 2:31.59. But with his back to the wall, at the very end of the event, he had somehow mustered a run on world record pace into episode 5, 4 minutes ahead of his PB.
Ginger has this capability sometimes to just play insane. He's an anomaly. He can sometimes just pull something out that you've never like even thought was possible. And I knew that it was actually a realistic possibility that he would get record and even maybe the first 226 just with that run.
Was this really happening? The 7th place runner jumping straight to world record? Well, Ginger had an up and down last few levels, and he finished with a 227.51. An enormous PB, and definitely one to be proud of. But it still wasn't the world record. Meanwhile, while all eyes were on Ginger, Zach had started off on an incredible run of his own.
So we typically talk about a good run as exiting. We pay attention to our episode 4 exit. That marks like around the halfway point in the run. Previously, the best episode 4 exit was I think a 109.56. So getting a 109 episode 4 exit was something that had been done I think a total of 3 times ever. And so what happened was I got another 109, and that is something that I wasn't even looking for. You don't need a 109 for a 226. You don't even need a 109 for a 225. And that made me a little nervous.
But what happened next was just plain crazy. On one of the game's greatest paces ever, Zach proceeded to play the best episode 6 ever performed. Now, this was not only the fastest pace ever, it was the fastest pace ever by over a minute. Zach was in position to demolish the world record. He just had to hold it together for the final 2 episodes.
The run was pretty much insane. It kind of bled a little bit of time in episode 3 until I got to the infamous library skip. When I got there, I prayed to the gods, and those gods did not give me a first try library skip. They did not give me a second try library skip. They did not even give me a 10th try library skip. So I ended up losing around 55 seconds on that trick. Now at this point, I was like, okay, this is fine. Now I wasn't happy, it's only a minute. Now that might sound like an insane thing to say. This was such an insane run that I could afford a minute time loss. So I did lose a minute, and everything was pretty much still in order. I was still way ahead of the record, and out of episode 3, going into episode 5, everything was definitely still set up for me to get a low 226. It was definitely still in the question.
But while Zach was trying to navigate through episode 5, the other players were finishing up their runs. And guess what? EJP Man, PB by over a minute. T-Fresh, PB by 18 seconds. Wii Super, PB by 40 seconds.
And all of this stuff is happening, and I'm on this run, and I'm like, my mind cannot comprehend everything going on. There's 4 people PBing, and so in my mind, I'm like, it's time to focus. So I close the stream.
With all the other runners finishing, all eyes were back on Zach. He made his way into 5-5, still ahead of the record by close to a minute.
When you're on pace, this level is the killer. I mean, it's no question. There isn't a level in the game that's even close to this hard. And I get to DB2 skip, and I realize that my hands are shaking. It's very hard to pause buffer while your hands are doing this the whole time. So I have this thing that I usually tell myself. I'm like, you can be nervous later, but now you have to hit the trick. I get the trick 3rd try, which is effectively my first actual attempt at the trick. DB2 skip definitely, I would say, is a harder trick, but DB3, when the pressure is on, when the nerves are setting in, is just brutal. So I miss it once, and I'm like, that's fine. But when I miss it twice, that's when I start to get a little concerned. I think I missed it 6 times before I finally got it, and at that point, I was like, uh-oh, this is gonna be close. The best spin opening cutscene is over a minute long, and I think that is interesting. You get almost 2 minutes to sit there and be ready, to prepare. The whole time, I was not preparing. I was sitting there, shaking, being nervous out of my mind, and my heart was beating super fast. I could not stop thinking about what was going to happen. I kept telling myself, you can do this, you can do this, you can do this, and I don't think it was helping.
The toughest trick in 5-6 is door clip. It was a trick that killed many runs over the years. But this run was perhaps more important than any before. Zach made his way through 5-6, and miraculously, he got door clip right away. This was it. He had some leeway, and as he entered the last room of the run, he was in position to get a massive record.
So I enter the end platform, and I look at my timer, and I'm like, I can probably do this. So I get there, and I'm killing the stormtroopers, and it's going a lot worse than it usually does. I should have absolutely been cementing like a low 226 5x here, and I was actually starting to lose a lot more time than I thought. And I took a very bad death. I killed no stormtroopers, it just died, which is just a flat 2 seconds. And I was like, okay, now I'm cutting it really close. So I kill the last guy, I look at it, and I literally just say, please, 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 my God, please. I didn't know what to do besides just pray. I hit the door, I looked at the timer, 2:26:59.7. I was at first in disbelief for about half a second, and then I lost my mind. I could not believe it. I was just so proud of myself to finally get the 226. The amount of emotions running through me were just unbelievable. I couldn't believe it.
The 226 was incredible, the culmination of Zach's and others' efforts since the start of the year. But it wasn't the end of the road for LEGO Star Wars speedruns. There was still room for improvement as a lot of time was bled in episodes 3 and 5. So, even in the few months after the event, there's been a lot of record improvements. Just a few days after the event ended, Zach lowered the record by another 21 seconds, largely from cleaning up the final 2 episodes. He'd then lower the record down to the world's first 225, thanks in part to a new strategy in 5-4 by EJP Man. Meanwhile, both E Roadhouse and Ginger Legend were getting close. E Roadhouse had a couple runs that barely missed record due to a missed skip, and Ginger Legend had taken his PB down to a mid-226. Of those 3 runners, Zach would have the most success in the following few weeks, ultimately lowering the record to the first 224. But that's not who holds the record today. That honor goes to E Roadhouse, a 224.43. This record featured a fairly slow first 4 episodes, but had the strongest final 2 episodes ever in a run. That's where the world record stands today. To most, LEGO Star Wars is a game that you played 10 years ago for fun, then never touched again. It was a neat distraction, and a source of nostalgia, but in the end, LEGO Star Wars was a game of the past. But to this dedicated group of speedrunners, this game is so much more than that. They've been able to extract thousands of hours of enjoyment, creating rivalries and friendships that have lasted years. They've given the game a renewed boost of popularity, years after its heyday. And over the course of a decade, this is how they've lowered its world record. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed the video, please consider subscribing. It really helps me out. Thanks. This video contains flashing lights that may affect viewers with photosensitive epilepsy. Viewer discretion is advised. Mega Man 2's world record speedrun is one of the most prestigious on the NES. For nearly 2 decades, it's had a lively competitive scene, with world record holders polishing their skills to see who can beat it the quickest. It requires precision and finger speed that would even make Mike Tyson proud. Because to speedrun Mega Man 2 at the top level, you must break it. After all, walls are just suggestions, and ceilings are figments of our imagination. This is the story of how speedrunners broke Mega Man 2. This is the history of Mega Man 2 world records. And now a word from this video's sponsor, NordVPN. For years, Potato Sock 500 was the fastest internet surfer in the world. He was the undisputed record holder, and nothing could slow him down. But that all changed one day in September 2022. His arch rival, SuperDoodle25, hacked his data and stole his IP address. And just like that, Potato Sock's record reign came to an end. He should have been using NordVPN. By going to nordvpn.com/summoningsalt and getting a huge discount off a 2-year plan plus 4 free months, Potato Sock could have encrypted his internet usage and hidden his IP address from SuperDoodle. He could have been surfing the internet with a protected connection and guarded his coveted world record. To avoid a costly mistake like Potato Sock made, get the best NordVPN deal on the internet. Thanks again to NordVPN, my channel's first sponsor. Please go check out nordvpn.com/summoningsalt. Your support really goes a long way. So, where do we begin? The early history of Mega Man 2's world record is an enigma to uncover. In the mid-2000s, people completed runs both with and without video proof on different versions of the game and with different rule sets. At certain points in time, what would be considered the true world record was ambiguous, and to this day, putting together an accurate timeline is quite difficult. Yet, through all that, there's one run that's pretty unanimously considered to be the first world record. The year was 2004. The runner was Richard Ureta, and his final time was 30 minutes and 39 seconds. In Mega Man 2, you're presented with 8 stages you can complete in any order. Ureta decided to start with Airman, where he precisely jumped on the lips of blocks to avoid slowing down. You only have about a 4-pixel window to do so, and risk dying from a missed jump. He then had to slowly ride on the clouds to make it further in the stage, and on the boss fight, used the Mega Buster to take down Airman. Ureta then played Quickman stage, where he repeatedly rode item 2 to quickly skip through long corridors. Quickman himself has a random pattern, but Ureta once again took him down nicely with the Mega Buster. Next up was Flashman, where Airman's weapon was used on larger enemies, and item 2 helped him skip over the last room. On Metal Man stage, Ureta froze time with Flashman's weapon so he could run through without the spikes falling on him. He also jumped forward on the conveyors moving against him, so he wouldn't be pushed back. Item 2 was utilized once again, although he had to carefully maneuver around spawning enemies. And on the boss fight, he used quick boomerangs, which is Metal Man's weakness. With 4 Robot Masters down, and Metal Man's overpowered weapon acquired, Ureta went into Bubble Man stage. The shrimp and fish are quite weak to metal blades, so Ureta was able to jump up and shoot them down to quickly clear a path ahead. It was similar to how a casual player would get through the stage, but the key difference is that Ureta never stopped running. He precisely maneuvered and barely let go of right on the D-pad. On Heatman stage, Ureta once again jumped from column to column without slowing down. He used item 2 to cross the lava gap later on, and used Bubble Lead on Heatman. Heat has random delays between his shots, but since it only takes 3 bubbles to kill him, they hardly mattered at all here. More on those delays later. Next up was Crashman, whose stage is filled with ladders that you normally have to slowly climb. However, if you place down an item 3 while you're climbing up the ladder, you can then jump off of it and save a bit of time. Ureta also used item 1 to his advantage by letting him bypass ladder sections altogether, and avoid having to ride on the slow conveyors. And finally, there was Woodman. Yoretta's most notable strategy here was using Flashman's Time Stopper to prevent the dogs from spawning. After a charged heat shot to Woodman, he had completed the 8 robot stages. But now, the game's difficulty takes a big step up. It's time for the Wily stages. Wily 1 is similar to Crashman's stage in that there are several ladders you have to climb up. Yoretta used both item 1 and item 3 to help, then mashed Quick Boomerang at the dragon boss for a quick kill. In Wily 2, Yoretta shot the Leaf Shield to protect against projectiles in the long corridor. They randomly drop health and ammo, which are bad luck in a speedrun since it slows you down to pick them up. Wily 3 is the easiest Wily stage, with the only tough part being at the end, when you have to jump up and mash boomerangs as fast as possible. The final 3 Wily stages are perhaps the most important in the entire run. Wily 4 features an enormous sequence of ladders at the start. With several careful item 3 placements, Yoretta was able to quickly traverse his way to the top while barely slowing down. Then, you have 4 spike screens to get through. Normally, you're supposed to ride around on the conveyor and dodge enemies. But Richard Yoretta had other ideas. In the first room, he took damage and used iframes to barely make it across the spikes. In the third room, he used item 2 to quickly get iframes again. And in the fourth room, he used item 1 to just barely reach the conveyor early and make it to the exit. In Wily 5, you refight the 8 robots. Yoretta used each boss's weakness against them, meaning most fights were completed in a matter of seconds. For the stage boss, he used metal blades to tear through the first phase, and then a crash bomb he had saved from the Wily 4 boss. And finally, there was Wily 6. For the stage itself, you just walk to the end without slowing down. But the alien boss is another story. You have to hit him with 14 bubbles, and if you make contact with him, known as hugging the alien, he tanks your health. Yoretta's strategy was to get hit by a projectile, then use the iframes to briefly mash Bubble Lead as fast as he could. He avoided hugging the alien and closed out the run at 30:39. And with that, Mega Man 2 had its first world record. It was a solid run with few big mistakes, but at the end of the day, was it that far removed from a pristine casual playthrough? Yoretta was obviously much more skilled than a casual player, and tricks like damage boosting in Wily 4 did help, but running through the stages and obliterating the bosses with their weaknesses isn't necessarily that difficult to do. For the next couple of years, there would be little activity. But then, the timeline starts to get tricky. See, Mega Man 2 lets you play on either normal or difficult mode. Difficult mode means enemies take more shots to kill, particularly the bosses. Yoretta's run was on normal mode, since it's faster than difficult mode. But in late 2006, a vibrant speedrunning community for the game would form in Japan. There, the game is known as Rockman 2, and it has one distinct difference. It defaults to difficult mode, with no option to change it. You'd think that would mean it's slower than Mega Man 2, but text cutscenes take significantly less time in Rockman 2. So much less time that it ends up being a wash with the time lost from playing on difficult mode. So, Rockman 2 and Mega Man 2 runs are comparable in time, but Rockman 2 is considered the more challenging speedrun. And after a series of improvements through 2007, despite playing on a more difficult version of the game, a runner from Japan named Lambda would beat Yoretta's run by over a minute. Lambda saved time in just about every stage, despite bosses taking much longer. A lot of it came from just being a bit cleaner everywhere, fewer small mistakes, and tighter execution. This added up big time over the course of the run. In Wily 4, you can see how more item 3 placements and faster movement saved Lambda significant time. In all, this run felt like less of an expert's casual playthrough and more like a polished speedrun. boosted by the fact that he played on a more difficult version of the game. In 2008, a runner named Hoshi would set another string of Rockman 2 records, ultimately taking it down to 29:15. He saved about 3 seconds in Bubble from fewer knockbacks, and about 4 in Clash from better item 3 placement on the ladders. Together, Lambda and Hoshi had taken Rockman 2 to the next level. This was just 2008, yet their speedruns were optimized to levels most games wouldn't see for years. But there's one thing to note about these runs. They were played according to PureCast rules, Japan's leading speedrun hub at the time. And one rule from PureCast stated that auto-fire was allowed, meaning you could hold down the button and fire your weapon up to 30 times per second. This made some sections of the game easier, like killing enemies without slowing down, and it made some sections impossibly fast, like the alien fight in Wily 6, which normally takes 28 shots to kill in Rockman 2. But still, their runs certainly shouldn't be dismissed. It's estimated that autofire only saved them about 20 seconds. The rest of the difference came from better strategies and execution. So while it's a little tricky to say how Lambda and Hoshi's runs fit into the timeline, it's safe to say that they were by far the best executed Rockman 2 speedruns of their era. Now, about 2 weeks after Hoshi's 29:15, the run would once again be lowered by 10 seconds. A 29:05 on the North American version of the game, by a runner named Seth Glass. But there's something a bit different about this run. See, prior speedruns of the game were submitted to Twin Galaxies and PureCast, websites which prohibited the use of glitches. Seth Glass was submitting to Speed Demos Archive, so he was free to use whatever glitches he wanted. And boy, did he ever use them. These are Mega Man 2's zips. Item 1 rises toward the top of the screen, and allows you to ride it until your head hits a ceiling. However, it doesn't actually check for a collision. Instead, Item 1 detects if it's below a ceiling and then disappears once it's a certain distance away. So, if you place Item 1 or Item 3 away from a ceiling, but stand on the edge so Mega Man is below one, you'll get pushed into it since Item 1 never despawns. And how does the game respond to Mega Man being in the ceiling? Well, if he faces to the left, it ejects him to the right. Ceiling glitches had been known in Mega Man 2 for many years, but a tool-assisted speedrunner named Final Fighter was the first to really explore them for their time-saving potential. He discovered several zips all across the run back in 2004, many of which Seth Glass would use in this run 4 years later. Glass's new route through the game, which he borrowed from the TAS, was to start with Flashman, so he could obtain Item 3. Then, in Heatman stage, he'd perform the first zip. By placing an Item 3 while touching the bottom of the ladder, then re-grabbing the ladder, you can jump back on it while facing right and enter the ceiling. You need to face left to trigger the zip, but moving left causes Mega Man to fall out of the wall. So, Glass did what's called an A trigger. By jumping while stuck in the ceiling, Mega Man quickly lands and cannot move for the next 4 frames. So, if you press left in that 4-frame window, Mega Man zips all the way to the right out of the wall. Seth Glass had a 15th of a second to time it, but was able to skip an enormous chunk of Heatman stage. He then played through Airman and Crashman without any zips, although he used a beautiful new strategy in Airman stage called Fast Air. By precisely placing and jumping off of Item 1, then jumping on the very edge of clouds to avoid taking damage, Glass was able to make it across the gap without having to ride on the slow-moving clouds. He then entered Quickman stage, where he'd place 2 item 1s down so he could jump up and enter the ceiling. To initiate the zip, Glass this time did a B trigger. By placing an item 1 in the wall, Mega Man then has 16 frames where he can't move. Press left during that window, and the zip will begin. B triggers have a window that's 4 times as big as A triggers, but they can't be performed if you're out of item 1 ammo, or if there's already 3 of them on the screen. Triggering these zips isn't free, but it can lead to minutes of time save if utilized across the run. So, that's exactly what Seth Glass did. Glass would go on to perform zips in Metal Man, Bubble Man, Wily 2, and Wily 6. In the cases of Quick Man and Wily 6, he had to make sure he didn't soft lock the game. If your zip leads you into a screen transition, you have to stop the zip by pressing left or right just as you get there. If you're too late, you soft lock the game, but if you're too early, you have to wiggle. By repressing left, your zip begins again, and you can continue to adjust or wiggle until you perfectly land on the screen transition. Runners on Speed Demo's archive were thrilled to see a run of the game with zips, but truth be told, there were still moments where it could have been better optimized. Over the next year, multiple faster times would be set, but the timeline of the official world record is problematic. In early 2009, Hoshi would get a couple runs in the high 28 range, but without autofire, they wouldn't have been faster than Glass's run. In April, a runner named Mega Destructor 9 set a time of 28:42, but the video has since been removed from YouTube. But as the months passed, the timeline became a bit clearer, and over the next couple of years, the record would see rapid improvement as players implemented more and more zips. In December 2009, a runner named NOU1 got a 28:38 on Rockman 2 without using autofire. It stood for a few months until Seth Glass came back and set a series of records on normal mode, ultimately getting a run that clocked in at 27:51. This was a legendary record. It was posted to Speed Demo's archive and quickly became one of the most popular runs on the site. His 27:51 would go on to inspire a new generation of Mega Man 2 runners, and stands to this day as a benchmark for high-level runners to compare against. But it would only remain as the world's fastest run for about 10 months, when a runner named Furemo beat it on Rockman 2 with a 27:48. Furemo used autofire, but only at 10 shots per second. This is well within the rate at which humans can button mash, so it's not thought to have given him any significant advantage. In fact, he actually played at a disadvantage. Furemo played on Wii Virtual Console, which has a slower frame rate than original hardware and loses about 9 seconds over the course of the run. But Furemo would only be on top for about a month and a half, because in March of 2011, all of the new zips and all of the new tricks that had been slowly implemented in the preceding runs came together in a legendary performance by NOU1. This was by far the best run of Rockman 2 ever completed. NOU1 would achieve a time of 27:21, a world record that would stand for years. The first 3 stages of this run, Flash, Heat, and Air, were all similar to previous records. However, the new antics began in Clashman stage, where NOU1 performed a zip that looked like this. It looks complicated, but behind the scenes it's a bit more straightforward. See, you don't actually need to climb up this ladder to get to the next screen. If you do a horizontal zip, the game will take him there just the same. When you move into the ceiling, you activate a horizontal zip that moves Mega Man forward several screens. When you move to the next screen, The game briefly shows the screen Mega Man is actually on before snapping back to the normal view. This comparison by Biscuit shows what's actually happening. You then simply walk to the right to get through the next few screens, while the game shows you as walking through the ground. Finally, you fall down where there's a ladder, and since it's done when the screen isn't horizontally aligned, it has the same effect as dying by falling in a pit. The game then respawns you much further in the stage, and by releasing an atomic fire shot when you die, the game runs the routine faster. The Clashman Zip was first seen in NOU1's 2838 and was executed to perfection in this 2721. Also first seen in the 2838 was a second zip on Quickman's stage. After falling at the start, you can place 3 item 1s down, do an A trigger in the ceiling, and zip past a long corridor. Unfortunately, the lights turn off, since the light switch responsible for turning them back on never spawns. And that means you have to do the quick laser section of the stage in the dark. You have to memorize exactly where the ledges are, and exactly when to jump off. It's doable with a lot of practice, but it's one of the most impressive looking parts of the run. It also means you have to do both the later zip and the boss fight in the dark as well. Once again, NOU1 executed this stage beautifully. Next up was Woodman, a stage that was overhauled starting in Seth Glass's 2751 and continuing in Foremo's 2748. First, there was the dog scrolls. By going into the ceiling when the dogs spawn, you can do a B trigger and zip to the end of the screen. This needs to be repeated on each of the next screens, and you must be careful to not overzip, but it allows you to skip past the dogs quickly. Just a screen later, you perform a trick called Good Wood. It looks like a complete mess, but in reality it works just like the Clashman Zip in that the screen gets offset with where Mega Man actually is. Visuals from Duckfist show what's really going on. You perform multiple zips, and navigate through the stage while being careful not to fall off. Some of these moves take a large amount of precision, like grabbing an invisible ladder in midair. There's too much going on to concisely explain here, but eventually, you're able to zip and fall to your death late enough in the stage that you respawn at the boss corridor. With so many moving parts, it's an incredibly difficult trick, but it lets you skip over much of the stage. And once again, NOU1 nailed it. And finally, there were the vertical wraps. By getting partially stuck in the wall at the top of the screen, the next screen triggers, but Mega Man stays at the top. This can save you from having to play through a slow screen. It's used at times in the Woodman Zip, but is also used in both Wily 1 and the first half of Wily 4. All these tricks, combined with nearly impeccable execution elsewhere, meant NOU1 was able to finish at 2721. This was a monster world record. Japan had had a vibrant Rockman 2 community for years, and after thousands of attempts from numerous different runners, this run seemed to be the final product. Runners from the Western speedrunning community looked on with awe. Nobody there was close to beating it either. For the next 2 years, this 2721 was unparalleled at the top. Around the time that NOU1's record was set, a new runner began playing the game. He'd do attempts off and on for the next couple years, improving his skills but still remaining far from the world record. But in August 2013, after returning from a break, he decided to attempt what no runner had done in the past 2.5 years. Make a push for the world record. His name was Cypher. Cypher's idea was to implement several high-risk, high-reward strategies from the tasks that could save him time. This was a risky move. Although these tricks had the potential to be faster, Cypher knew he would lose a lot of runs going for them. The biggest one was the Task Clash Zip. By going for the zip on the first screen instead of the second, you could save up to 10 seconds, a huge amount of time in an optimized run. But it is tough. You have to very precisely place 2 item 1s in the right spot, and zip multiple times in the span of a few seconds. There's practically no margin for error, but even with a low level of consistency, Cypher felt the time save was worth it. Other new tricks included a short zip in Metal Man and a zip with item 2 in Bubble Man. Combined, these could save up to about 4 seconds. And in Wily 4, he went for a trick called the Extended Ceiling Zip, where you wait out Mega Man's stuck state from item 3 and press down on the next screen to clip high into the ceiling and zip further than normal. A trick found by a runner named Ello. These were really difficult strategies, but Cypher was committed to going for them. His consistency wasn't amazing, and he struggled to get a clean run. By October 2013, he was still nearly a minute off the world record. He would need to shave off more than 55 seconds to beat NOU1. It would take a miracle to get all that in one run, right?
Yes! Oh!
Cypher had just cut a full minute off his personal best. It had taken months of grinding, but he was the new Rockman 2 record holder. This run wasn't without its mistakes, however. Some of his zip setups were slow, particularly in Metal Man and Woodman. And in Wily 1, he had missed a vertical wrap altogether. But the time save from Task Clash made up for all that, and it was still a record by multiple seconds. Now, NOU1's record had stood for more than 2.5 years. How long would Cypher's record be on top? Well, how about 6 weeks? Meet Shoka. In December 2013, a runner named Shoka would take 9 seconds off the world record. It was once again performed on Rockman 2. By this point, virtually all top-level competition was on Rockman 2 rather than Mega Man 2, a trend that has continued to this day. Shoka went for the incredibly difficult Task Clash, but skipped some of the smaller time saves, like the bottom Metal Man zip. It was overall a very consistent, balanced speedrun, with fewer obvious mistakes than Cypher's run. Shoka once again used 10Hz auto-fire as permitted in Japanese communities at the time, but just as before, it's not thought to have given him any significant advantage. The record was starting to get close to a big barrier, a sub 27. To get there, someone would have to save 9 seconds over Shoka's run. Was that possible? Well, there were a few seconds to save from a cleaner Clash zip, and a few in Metal from the extra zip and a cleaner stage. But the largest time save potential came from the boss fights. Specifically, we're gonna look at Heatman, the biggest potential RNG swing in the game. After every shot you hit him with, Heatman can do one of 3 random delays: 31 frames, 62 frames, or 93 frames. They're commonly rounded to 30, 60, and 90 frames. Each delay has a roughly equal chance to occur. In speedruns, players buffer jumps so they don't have to react to the delay. 1 jump means a 30 delay, 2 means a 60, and 3 means a 90. In Rockman 2, Heatman takes 14 Mega Buster shots to kill, meaning there are 13 rolls of the dice for what delay you'll get. An average pattern has the same number of 30 delays as 90 delays, something like 4 30s, 5 60s, and 4 90s. Shoka's 2708 got great RNG, 7 30s, 3 60s, and 3 90s. That leads to an obvious question. What's the best fight anyone's ever gotten? That honor goes to a guy named the Big Boy, who got this unbelievable fight.
I went to play some Mega Man 1. Can I just... Are you kidding me?
"12 out of 13 delays were 30s. Odds of 1 in 50,000. In theory, you could get 13 out of 13, but it may never happen. The odds of it are nearly 1 in 1.6 million. The potential for better RNG, combined with some mistakes Shoka made, meant Cypher had a few seconds to save here. Added together with time saves elsewhere, and that left enough room for a sub 27. But the road for Cypher would be long. His personal best was still 27:17, meaning he was 18 seconds away. Surely he wouldn't be able to get there all in one go again, right? On July 9th, 2014, Cypher entered the last stage on a remarkable run, putting him on pace for a 27:01. But there was a little bit of time to save on Wily 6. If he got a fast setup into the ceiling and didn't have to wiggle to enter the door, he would save time over his split. The question was, would it be enough for sub 27? The run would be retimed to 27:01, leaving Cypher just 2 seconds from his goal. As you can tell, Cypher had mixed reactions to this. On the one hand, he'd gotten a world record by 7 seconds, but on the other hand, he had just missed his goal time. Where had it gone wrong? Well, he got a mediocre pattern on Heatman, so he didn't gain any time there. He also lost a bit of time in Wily 2 from some unlucky drops. But his biggest mistake was in Wily 4, where he missed a vertical wrap to lose 5 seconds. That mistake alone cost him a 26:56. One tiny imprecision was the difference between another 27-minute run and the world's first 26. So, Cypher knew he had to keep going. It had taken just 3 weeks of attempts to get to 27:01. He was prepared to continue. A run with just one fewer mistake, with just a bit better luck, could be enough to get to 26. Any attempt could be the one. But it wasn't happening. Weeks passed with no new record. Then months passed. Cypher's personal best remained at 27:01. And then, in February 2015, Cypher announced his retirement from speedrunning. He felt that it was taking up too much time and wanted to focus his attention elsewhere. Cypher's legacy would remain, however. Over the years, Cypher entertained thousands with his runs, and together with Shoka, took the record down right to the limits of the 27-minute mark. But he didn't quite achieve his goal. The Cypher era of Rockman 2 had come to an end, without his sub 27. A trick found by a runner named Ello. This was quite a situation Elo found himself in. On pace for a 26:55 with one stage to go. Who was this guy? Well, Elo had started running the game in 2013 and started a steady march of improvements. He stayed well behind Shoka and Cypher's records, but throughout 2014 the gap got smaller. Finally, by November, he was within striking distance. His skill level was on par with Cypher's, and he started doing sub-27 attempts. This had been a great run through Wily 3, cleaning up the mistakes that Cypher had made. But the amazing part started in Wily 4. Elo hit everything, including his own extended ceiling zip, leading to a gold split. And thanks to beautiful luck and execution in Wily 5, he got his second gold split in a row, the fastest he had ever completed two of the most important stages in the run. It led to him being 6 seconds ahead of the record into Wily 6. But there's one other aspect of Elo's game we haven't talked about yet. Elo is an incredible button masher. He can mash at 16 presses per second. 10 Hz autofire would be a huge disadvantage to him. This comes into play in a few spots, like the Dragon in Wily 1, but nowhere is it more important than on the Alien in Wily 6. The Alien starts on the right, then moves in a figure-8 pattern around the screen. Your goal is to hit him 28 times by the time he leaves the right side for the second time. If not, you lose a few seconds. Even for top runners, this can sometimes be difficult, since you can only hit him when he's low enough and you have to worry about hugging the alien. But Elo was better at this than anyone, and after entering the door in Wily 6, he was just an alien fight away from the world's first sub-27. For the first time ever, Rockman 2 had been beaten in under 27 minutes. As celebration poured in across the community, Elo seemed to be in a state of shock. He'd snap out of it quickly though, and spent the next several months working on other speedrunning projects. All the while, his 26:57 remained the only run under the 27-minute barrier. He had no challengers for his record, and it remained on top well into 2015. But was it a perfect run? Of course not. There were a couple zips where he stopped short and had to do a lot of wiggling. And on Quickman, he got a bad pattern and had to waste several seconds waiting for an extra clash bomb to explode. Part of the problem with the run was Task Clash, the hardest trick in the game. Elo successfully hit it in the 26:57, but a majority of his runs that made it there failed the trick and had to be reset. That meant the overall quality of his runs suffered. There was a choke point 4 stages into the run, so a lot of potentially good speedruns never saw the light of day. But Task Clash saved 10 seconds. You couldn't just skip it if you wanted record. Enter the Big Boy. Back in 2012, the Big Boy found an alternate version of Task Clash where you went to the right at the start to place item 1, instead of climbing up right away. It wasn't paid much attention to at the time, but it was actually a significantly easier method of doing the trick, since it reduced the precision of your inputs overall. It did lose a second and a half, but that would easily be worth not having to reset as often. The trick would go on to be nicknamed Biggie, in honor of its creator. So, when Elo came back to runs in August 2015, he did Biggie instead of Task Clash. For a few months, it didn't necessarily seem to be paying off. No records and many runs dying to the last Wily stages. But on October 22nd, Elo had a fantastic heat fight. 830s, 460s, and just 190. That put him 3.5 seconds ahead of the record, so even when he lost time going for Biggie, he was still easily on pace. With a clean Quickman stage and faster vertical wraps on Wily 1, he was nearly 6 seconds ahead. But that lead would erode over his strong final 4 splits, He lost a bit in Wily 3 from bad luck, and had slow, quick, and clash fights in Wily 5. But a slight lead still remained, and after some incredible mashing on the alien, it was enough to take the record 1 second lower. 1 year to lower the record 1 second. That's how tough Rockman 2 runs were becoming. It took months for even the best player in the world to get a record improvement. Who could say how long the next record would take? The very next day, Elo was a couple seconds ahead going into the refights. Wily 5's boss refights is one of the most random parts of the game. The biggest points of variance are quick, air, and heat. Quickman has random high jumps and boomerang throws that can lose you time. Airman has different projectile patterns he can shoot out. Elo's goal was to get a 2-cycle fight with the Leaf Shield, but it often wasn't possible even with good execution. And Heatman works just like he did the first time, but only has 4 spots for delays instead of 13. The execution on some of these fights is tough too, especially quick, air, and wood. So, Elo just had to do his best, and hope his RNG and execution was good enough to keep the run alive.
Oh, I got screwed hard. PB's over. You have no idea how much time that costs. And then I blew the clash fire, it's over. I haven't even seen the major RNG, and it's already over. Oh. It's over. 90. 90. 90. If you didn't know it's over, it's over.
It wasn't over. The refights weren't great, but Elo was only a second behind overall. And with a really good zip and fast alien kill, he could save up to 2 seconds on the last split.
I saw 55, so that's actually a PB.
Elo's second record in 2 days. He was now 6 seconds ahead of Cypher, and had held the world record for a full year. But Elo still wasn't satisfied. He had aspirations for something bigger. He continued grinding the game off and on for a few months, but was unable to lower the record any further. The 26:55 was a pretty clean run. Maybe he had reached his ultimate goal. But if he was to beat it again, the key would be Wily 5. It was possible to save 5.5 seconds on that split alone. So, if he could at least keep it close through Wily 4, then he could save a few seconds in Wily 5 to put him back in front. He just needed to be within striking distance going into the refights. One day in late January 2016, Elo started up a run and would gain a second on Quickman from a better boss fight. And from there, he chipped away frames until entering the Wily stages, 1.5 seconds ahead of the record. Being ahead this deep into the run was impressive. He just had to keep it close by the time he got to Wily 5. But he didn't keep it close. He pulled further ahead, with a nearly flawless Wily 1 and 2. He was 3 seconds ahead going into Wily 3. But there was potential to lose some time on the Wily 3 boss. He takes 14 shots to kill, and you have to jump up and mash the fire button in a brief window while in the air. Ideally, you want to do this in 3 jumps, or about 5 shots per jump, but sometimes it can take 4 jumps or even longer. But as we know, Elo's really good at mashing. This was the first 2-jump kill in Rockman 2 history. 7 hits per jump. It had been theorized and done in practice, but never before had someone hit it in a speedrun. Elo just needed to be close going into Wily 5. Instead, he was 3.8 seconds ahead. And sure enough, he picked up some more time on the refights, gaining 3 seconds to put him 6.8 seconds ahead going into the last stage. This was the chance of a lifetime for Elo, if he could just close it out. This wasn't just a record, it was the demolition of a video game. After becoming the first runner to get a sub 27, Elo had now become the first and only to get a sub 2650 as well. This wasn't just the best run of Rockman 2 ever performed. It was one of the strongest world records of any game. Elo himself said that he was done. The community was in awe of what he had accomplished, and nobody would even try beating it. As 2016 continued, the game entered a period of dormancy at the top. People were still running the game, but Elo's skill level was far above the rest. Only 2 runners had a sub 27, and nobody was within 10 seconds of the record. 2017 came around. Still nothing. By this point, Elo's record had stood for over a year. There was just nobody good enough to beat it. Well, nobody who wasn't retired, at least. Cypher retired in early 2015 with his 2701. Since then, new strategies had been developed that would allow that time to be significantly faster. If anyone in the community could beat Elo, it would be Cypher. But unfortunately, he wasn't interested in coming back. Cypher had moved on, and the community would just have to accept that. Someone else would need to be the one to beat the 2648. And then came AGDQ 2018. That year, a runner named Sinister1 was organizing a relay race of Mega Man 1 through 3 for Awesome Games Done Quick, and he really wanted Cypher to participate. He hadn't ran the game in 3 years, but he was a hugely important part to the game's history. Cypher resisted. He was done with speedrunning and had no interest in returning. But Sinister kept pushing. And finally, after having time to consider it, Cypher agreed to play the game for the relay race. He had 3 years of rust to shake off. It was hard to say how well his skills would translate after such a long time off. He learned the new strategies and built up his consistency with all the game's tricks. After weeks of diligent practice, race day finally arrived. And to give you an idea of how the event went, going into Mega Man 2, Cypher's team was in last place of the 4 teams. 28 minutes later, his team went into Mega Man 3 with the lead. Cypher had single-handedly taken his team from last to first place, and largely thanks to his performance, they would go on to win the race. Cypher's skill was still clearly all there. He hadn't lost anything in his 3 years of retirement. And when combining his abilities with the developments that had been made, who knew what his limits could be? So, roughly 40 months after his last session of world record attempts, Cypher decided he was going to make one more push for the record. The road was going to be tough. Cypher had achieved a 26:59 in preparation for the relay race, but he was still 11 seconds behind Elo. While that was good for second place, it seemed like he still had a long way to go. But suddenly in late January 2018, Cypher would find himself on world record pace late into a run. After a fantastic 8 robot stages and a big time save on Wily 5, he was 2 seconds ahead of Elo into Wily 6. There are 2 steps to the last stage. First, you need to get the zip and enter the boss room. Mission perfectly accomplished. Step 2, fight the alien and get a right side kill.
Oh my god. I can't believe I threw it away at the alien.
The alien fight had gone horribly wrong. He took damage too early and got turned around multiple times while trying to mash. It cost him the record, but he still did get a decent PB out of it. But that's okay. He had already gotten a record-paced run to the last stage. World record was right around the corner. Cypher continued doing attempts, now just 5 seconds away from the record. But strangely, despite being right there, he found himself unable to take the remaining time off his personal best. He was getting runs deep, but the combination of Wily 4, 5, and 6 were able to shut it down every time. Even though Cypher could get on record pace through Wily 3, closing it out through the last 3 stages is really tough. The attempts continued, but Cypher's personal best stayed put. The time he had sunk into the game was adding up, and he wasn't getting the returns he wanted. He had come out of retirement for a record grind, but while the grind was certainly real, the record was nowhere to be found. And all the while, Cypher felt like he was neglecting something. Perhaps it's best to let him explain it.
Around that time, I was trying to break into the tech industry as a software engineer. I needed to find a job. So during this time, I was looking for jobs, and in my spare time, I was working on Mega Man 2. I did about a month of serious grinding, and then I had decided the Mega Man 2 grind is simply too distracting. Like, I'm not doing as much work as I would like to be doing on the job search, and I feel like I need to put down the Mega Man 2. And I decided, I just picked a weekend, and I told myself, all right, I'm gonna do attempts up until this, and if it doesn't happen, then it just doesn't happen, and I need to buckle down on the job search.
So, he had a deadline, the first weekend of February. It quickly approached, and Cypher poured in attempts to try and get the record.
I think I had a 9-hour stream and then an 11-hour stream on Saturday and Sunday. They were I never do attempt sessions that long. Those were marathon attempt sessions. I was probably, the play quality was probably not that great across both of those sessions, just because I was going much harder than I would have gone otherwise for a normal attempt session. But yeah, that's how it was.
And by the end of it all, no new record. Cypher's deadline had come and gone, and Elos 2648 was still on top. It was time to give up the record grind. But he decided to give himself one more chance before throwing in the towel for good. On that Monday, he decided to participate in one last speedrunning event. One that was organized by Sinister One, the same guy who initially got Cypher back into the grind with the AGDQ relay race. This event was called Chase for the Record.
Hello and welcome everybody. This is Chase for the Record Rockman 2, and we have quite a show for you today.
So Chase for the Record is an online competition where you'll take typically the best 4 players in a game that is highly competitive at a moment in time, and get all of them to play at the same time, to do attempts at the same time, and then you can kind of show like who's actually on a good pace and hopefully see a world record during the attempts, which is generally about a 3-hour window.
This event would feature 4 competitors. Cypher and Ella were the first 2, the former and current world record holders. The third was Zoda, a promising runner whose best time was in the low 27s. And the fourth was Cool Kid, but you might know him better as the Big Boy. He had changed his username and started running Rockman 2 seriously, and had driven his time all the way down to 26:56, a legitimate world record contender. This was going to be Cypher's last chance. 3 hours to get it done. But the odds of him actually pulling this off weren't great.
I think Cypher was hoping for big things, but realistically, you can't expect in a 3-hour period in a game of such a high level of difficulty that you would actually get the record. The odds are very low. They're not in your favor.
It was my last day to do runs, and it would have been a sort of historic moment where it would be the first time anyone ever set a record during an event like this.
So in the beginning of the event, typically you want to kind of introduce the game to the audience. So we have them do a no reset run, just 4-way race.
Nice mashing there from Cool Kid. He can finish it off.
Looks like 27-28.
Wow.
And then it was on into attempts.
But Cypher has moved on. He is going to be into Heatman in a moment, and Zoda right into attempts as well.
I'm not sure I've ever been as focused on anything in my life
And Cypher going to set up this first zip here. Nicely done.
Yep, right up against the ceiling. That's what you're looking to see from any of those item 1 zip setups.
I've got 3 hours. I'm going to try my best to make it happen, and whatever happens, happens.
And he gets the 1 blade. That's probably the most favorable pattern.
Pretty quickly, I got a run deep in the game, and I got a run to Wily too. That was on good pace. I'm pretty sure it was on record pace.
He's in.
Oh no!
He didn't go far enough to the right.
No, that's rough.
Ah, man, he was like 1 pixel away, and he stopped.
I was a little disappointed, but I was like, you know what? It's just 1 run. We immediately into another run. I was very accepting of the probable outcome that I wouldn't set the record on that show.
As Cool Kid makes his way into what many think is the most dangerous stage in the game. Wily 4, Purple Hell.
Cool Kid managed to get on a run, and he actually got a small PB.
For this, just being on this show. Okay, let's see what kind of entry he gets. Really?
I was just not paying attention to anything else happening in the event. I was not listening to the commentary.
All right, come on, Cool Kid. Nice more shot there.
Okay.
Get mashing. And he finishes it off.
56.
I'm not sure I even knew that Cool Kid got a PB. Someone may have mentioned it in my chat.
Cypher is on into Heatman stage here. He's the only player that's got something going so far, but of course still early game.
I got past the early game gauntlet of air and Clash. I got past the Biggie special. Once you get past the Biggie special at the start of Clash, then you have a real run.
Yeah, he's in good shape here. Yet again, gonna be moving on.
And then I realized I got another run to the Wily stages within half an hour after losing that Wily 2 pace. Like I'm just playing out of my mind.
He's got to be thinking about what happened last time in Wily 2 here, so hopefully he's able to get this zip set up.
Yeah, I'm always worried about the overcorrection.
Okay, that one is good. That one was definitely good. The pace.
Wily 4. This has been the bane of Cypher's lately.
This is it.
So the difficulty of Wily 4 is that you really have to draw on all the disciplines that you have in Rockman 2. You have horizontal zips, you have vertical zips, you have item 3 drops, you have a door crash that you have to do. Everything has to come together in this one stage where it's very high pressure.
And I kept just playing well and not losing it anywhere. And Wily 4 happened, went well.
To maintain his pace, but that's a 45. So he is on world record pace going into refights.
So going into Wily 5, we knew Cypher was on a good pace. We didn't know his exact pace because as the way commentators had things set up, we can't really see their splits. So we knew he's ahead, but not by how much. He goes air first, which can really go badly if you don't get a good pattern, and he got a decent pattern. So we were thinking, okay, there's a chance here.
Important. He's getting a really nice fight so far.
Nice, these low jumps.
Oh yeah, this is good.
Once he got past Quickman, we were kind of like, this is probably going to be it.
This could be world record right here, right now, on Chase for the record.
I just need to do this zip, and I need to mash down the alien, and then I'll be able to achieve this thing that I would just be a massive, massive moment and accomplishment for me.
Oh, that's good. That's good. He's in there.
We're in there. Let's go.
All right, he just has to match. Everything off, but if he can avoid this first shot, he'll be in good shape.
Just don't touch the alien.
All right, first phase good.
Oh my god. Dude, we got this. We got it.
It was a truly euphoric moment. It was euphoric.
That's it! World record!
You can hear
Cypher has
Cypher.
just gotten the world record. 26:43. Unbelievable.
I was just overwhelmed with emotion. I can't describe it any other way.
We saw that, not only is this record, but this is record by a significant amount. I was just kind of floored. He had done this knowing that, this is your last time that you're actually going to be running the game. It's now or never.
I was just overwhelmed with emotion, and then I just started crying.
The run would be retimed as a 26:42, beating Elo by 6 seconds, and Cypher could finally take his well-deserved break. But at the end of the day, you just can't keep Cypher from Rockman 2. He'd spend the next few weeks on other tasks, but Rockman 2 was still calling his name. And sure enough, by March, he was back to doing record attempts. But this time, he wasn't alone. Cool Kid had driven his PB all the way down to 26:47, good for second place. And he was coming for the top spot. Cypher and Cool Kid were in a race for the next world record. They'd have new strategies to help. A high-level runner named Prizzy had developed a couple. First, there was the Clashman manip. By jumping and shooting left at the start of the fight, you can guarantee the 2-shot quick kill to save a bit of time. And second, Prizzy rediscovered that you could use item 3 to jump through the floor in Wily 4 to save time. This had been done in runs years ago, but Prizzy found that even though you have to wait for item 3 to disappear before doing the vertical wrap, it still saved time. There had also been a new strategy discovered in Quickman stage that Cypher first did in his 26:42. By doing a slight hesitation during the first zip, you could keep the lights on. It didn't save time on its own, but it made the rest of the stage easier. Cypher and Cool Kid both had a legitimate shot at this. But on March 16th, Cypher found himself 6.5 ahead into Wily 5. A chance to crush the category. Unfortunately, despite getting a great airman pattern, he misexecuted and lost 5 seconds. He'd finish it off as a 26:41, still a small world record, but Cypher couldn't help but feel disappointed. This run wasn't what it could have been. It had the potential for a 26:3x time. A time that would have seemingly put the record out of reach. A time that he had theorized with Elo years prior for the absolute limits of the category. But one mistake in Wily 5 prevented it all.
This is it. This is it. I just need, I need a decent refights.
This was the record Cypher had been looking for. It was a solid run through Wily 4. He lost a little bit of time on the Airman and Quickman fights in their respective stages. But he knew he had time to save in Wily 5, and he saved 7 seconds. It put him well into the 26:3x range, and he closed it out with a 26:37. And as it turned out, this was good enough for Cypher to end the grind. He stopped playing the game, and his record remained far ahead of anyone else. Well, at least for a little while, because just a few weeks later, Cool Kid was on his way. His time was down to 26:43, still 6 seconds from Cypher, but he was closing in quickly. See, Cool Kid wasn't just any speedrunner. He was also the Mega Man 1 record holder, a title he had held off and on for more than 3 years. It made sense that he would one day hold the Mega Man 2 record as well, but he had a really tough world record to beat in the 26:37. On May 7th, Cool Kid got on a run that had a below average Heatman pattern, meaning he'd have some time to make up. He'd save a bit from a faster air fight, then saved a couple in quick from a frame-perfect zip. By triggering it on the first frame possible, Mega Man only gets pushed up one tile instead of two, meaning you can quickly zip through the boss corridor as well. Just about the only substantial mistake through the 8 robots was missing the initial item 1 placement on the Woodman zip. Going into Wily 6, he was about a second behind the record. If he could perfectly crash the door on the zip, he might just barely be able to get this.
Oh my god. This might fall record, alright. Oh my god.
The run would be retimed to a 26:37.00, beating the record by 10 frames. Cypher's massive world record had only been standing for about 4 weeks, and more than 6 years after his initial Biggie discovery, Cool Kid had become the record holder. And then, everything went silent. For the first time in months, there was no active competition for Rockman 2's world record. Cypher had moved on, Cool Kid had moved on, and nobody else was within striking distance. And so, the record stood. And it stood for years. Through the rest of 2018, all of 2019, and all of 2020, Cool Kid's 26:37 stayed put as the world record. There were no rivals, no contenders. Nobody could beat the pair of 26:37s in the top spots. But then, in early 2021, guess who came back to run the game?
Look what you just saw, Karua. Look what you just waddled your way into.
Although he hadn't done serious record attempts in several years, Elo started up the grind again in January 2021. It had been so long. Could he still compete with the time set by Cypher and Cool Kid? Well, he quickly got a 2-second personal best. Then he took another 2 seconds off. And then another. Now down to 26:42, Elo was quickly honing in on the world record. It all came to a head on March 26, 2021. Elo got on a run that gained time early, but bled a bit going into the Wily stages. Entering Wily 3, he was about 2 seconds ahead. This was a serious chance at a sub 26:40. But given that his best possible time from here was a 26:34, it actually still had an outside shot at the world record. This was a small, but possible chance to jump straight to the record.
Whoa, my power almost just went out. Oh my god, my TV's all I'm not even kidding. What the My power just massively flickered and my TV looks completely I'm not even kidding. All the colors just went. Am I still? Whoa! It did it again. Did it again. Did it again. And my power went out. Are you serious?
Elo would continue doing runs for a few weeks, but he'd never take his personal best under 26:42. To this day, that's where his best time stands. He's still considered one of the best to ever play the game, but it remains to be seen if he'll ever take the record again. However, it wouldn't take long for there to be more competition at the top level, because just a few months later, Cypher would return to the game. A big reason why Cypher and Elo came back in 2021 was a new, faster way to play the Wily stages. It was first found in a task from 2015, but was rediscovered by Shinryu in 2020. You start by using item 2 on Wily 3 instead of Wily 1, which is still pretty fast, but saves a bit of item 2 ammo. This allows you to fly through Wily 4's spike screens. On the first, you want to wait until you take damage, Then use item 2 on the next screen to avoid having to wait for the conveyor. On screen 3, you can place item 2 at the top and quickly make it to the other side. Altogether, this saves about 2.5 seconds, but it is quite a bit more difficult than the old route. There was also a new zip in Wily 3 that saved a bit over a second, and a runner named Endy had a new setup for the dog scrolls that made them more consistent in exchange for a small time loss. All these strategies were enough to make Cypher come back. He knew the record could go under 26:37, but just how far wasn't clear. He grinded for months, and initially didn't see any results. But on July 10th, he'd have a run that fell behind the world record early. A bad airman pattern, slow execution of Biggie, and no frame perfect zip on Quick. But he saved it all back and more in the Wily stages. The Wily 3 zip, the new Wily 4 route, it all combined to save him several seconds.
Now I did it! Ah! Yes! Oh my god!
For the 6th time, he had set the Rockman 2 world record. But you know something interesting about Cypher? Despite being one of the best to ever play the game, the longest any of his previous 5 records ever stood was 4 months. He was often the first to break a long-lasting record, but for each and every world record he set, someone else would beat him shortly after. This 26:34 was a nice improvement, but it wasn't perfect. He did lose a lot of time early on. There was only one way for Cypher to guarantee he wouldn't be beaten. Get a perfect run.
Oh, don't tell me to pay Samad, please. Alright, this is it. Ah. Yo, that's hilarious.
It was on pace for 26-26. Cypher was set up to get the game's biggest record cut in 8 years. But he went for an extremely quick kill on the alien that's far harder to execute than normal. It was supposed to look like this.
Oh! That's the first time I ever did it!
It would have been his ultimate run. It would have been the culmination of a nearly decade-long journey. But it wasn't meant to be. And to this day, he's still searching for it. As for his fastest completed run, his 26:34, it would go on to be Cypher's longest standing world record. It remained on top for 7 months. But it's not where the world record stands today. That honor goes to Cool Kid. On February 3rd, 2022, Cool Kid set the game's current world record. It got off to a great start, with a fast airman fight and clean clashman stage. And from there to the finish, it continued on a steady pace, never pulling way ahead of the record, but also avoiding any catastrophes. He lost a bit in Wily 2 from picking up health, and had to wiggle a bit in Wily 6.
I don't know if he's fast enough.
It was fast enough, Cool Kid. And to this day, this run remains as the world record. As far as this game has come, its future is still wide open. A sub 2630 is on its way, but as players improve and new strategies are developed, even lower times will become possible. Cool Kid and Cypher are the two most likely to take it there, but who knows who may come along in the future. There's certainly a lot of possibilities. The top 8 runs on the leaderboard are each from a different country. Regardless, this game still has a long history yet to be written. Thanks for watching. This is Mario Kart Double Dash, and for a decade and a half, it was known as one of the most polished games in the Mario Kart franchise. Most entries in the series are loaded with game-breaking shortcuts. 64 is famous for its large skips. Wii has a faulty checkpoint system. Super Circuit is perhaps more broken than any other. These games all have healthy time trial competition, and both non-shortcut and shortcut world records that have been tracked for many years. But then there's Mario Kart Double Dash. Immediately upon its release in 2003, a shortcut was found on Waluigi Stadium. And for the next 15 years, that was it. Double Dash has always had a competitive time trial scene, but it's been nearly exclusively non-shortcut racing. With one exception, the developers had managed to create a shortcut-free game. For years, Double Dash's speedrun scene grew, as players mastered its racing mechanics and optimized non-shortcut races. But all of a sudden, in 2018, Double Dash's reputation as a shortcut-free game was put on its head. A game that was almost completely void of any glitches quickly became one of the most broken in the franchise. This is the story of the Mario Kart Double Dash Shortcut Revolution. First off, what is a shortcut? Well, to count as an official shortcut in the Mario Kart time trial community, it not only has to save time, but also be unintended by the developers. For instance, the jump at the start of Yoshi Circuit doesn't count as a shortcut, since it was intentionally built into the course. Double Dash came out in November 2003. We don't know who discovered it, and it's unknown exactly when it was found, but by the end of 2003, a shortcut had been discovered. and for the next 15 years, it would remain the only shortcut in the game. This is Waluigi Stadium. About 2/3 of the way through a lap, you can drive off this slope and hit into the fence with enough speed to get thrown into the air. If you make it high enough, Lakitu thinks you fell off from this bridge, which is right before the finish line, so he picks you up and places you down there. It saves just under 2 seconds per lap and can be performed on all 3 laps. While it's unclear exactly when this trick was discovered, it's known to have existed within a month and a half of the game's release. And quickly, there was discussion on the Double Dash forums over whether or not shortcut times should be put on the website. Ultimately, the community decided that since the shortcut was one of a kind, it wouldn't be tracked on the website. So, the players page contained a space for non-shortcut records on every track, but nothing for Waluigi Stadium shortcut. Still, some players chose to drive shortcut races anyway. Records began to be set in December 2003, but video proof was much less strict back then, even more so for an unofficial category not on the main website. However, one 3-lap video from back then still exists. A run from 2004 by Ipusen, and yep, it looks like it's from 2004 alright. The biggest strategy he used was executing frequent mini-turbos. By starting a drift with R, moving the stick in the opposite direction and back to neutral twice, and then releasing R, you get a short boost of speed. Mini-turbos are key to getting fast times, and Ipusen performed them constantly through his 3 laps. He also did the shortcut on the right slope instead of the left, which was slower but likely a bit easier. The biggest driving technique discovered was A-Tech, first seen in runs from 2004 but expanded upon by JSX in February 2006. If you release accelerate between mini-turbos, the kart sways back and forth less, saving fractions of a second as you're able to take straighter lines and more direct paths forward. Thanks to that and other small driving optimizations, the record still sees competition to this day, with the most recent world records being set in late June 2022. But it all started back in 2003. Double Dash was brand new. There was reason to believe that this shortcut was just the beginning, and that in a few short years, there would be skips all over. That's how it went for previous games in the franchise, and that appeared to be happening in Double Dash just the same. But instead, this game's history took a different path. Years passed, still no new shortcuts. The game's time trial scene grew bigger and bigger, and by the mid-2000s it was vibrant, with top players from all over the world. But other than the occasional Waluigi Stadium race, the competition was exclusively non-shortcut. The focus was on optimizing every last millisecond from the 16 courses, improving lines, performing more mini-turbos, and implementing A-Tech. By 2008, Mario Kart Wii was released, and within months, that game had massive ultra shortcuts breaking its tracks. Mario Kart Double Dash, several years older, still had just one shortcut. The years continued to pass, and suddenly, 5 years turned into 10. Still, there was nothing new. Mario Kart Double Dash was an unbreakable game, and that's all there was to it. In over a decade of searching, absolutely nothing had been found. Well, okay, there was one thing. In Mario Kart Double Dash, courses are surrounded by invisible planes that are nicknamed Lakitu zones. When you fall off a track and collide with one of these zones, that's Lakitu's cue to pick you up and drop you back on the track. But this system isn't perfect. Suppose you fall off and manage to not hit a Lakitu zone. What happens? Well, in that case, you've officially made it out of bounds, and Lakitu still picks you up, but he sets you back somewhere a bit different. No matter where you go out of bounds, Lakitu sets you just behind the finish line. Since you never hit a Lakitu zone, the game doesn't know where to put you, and sets you down right at the end of the course. Unfortunately, crossing the finish line doesn't count a lap, but at the very least this did provide some intrigue. If players could somehow figure out a way to get a lap to count, warping straight to the finish line would save massive time. Out-of-bounds mechanics were discovered shortly after the game's release, but for many years it wasn't paid much attention. Despite its promising nature, the simple fact was that without getting the lap to count, it wasn't really a useful trick. But still, for the next 15 years, players wondered if maybe there was something that could be done with it. Some way that the lap could count and have a shortcut be discovered. And then 2018 came around. The champion of Mario Kart Double Dash at that point was named Goomba, and in August, he saw this random guy's video on Mario Kart Wii. And in it, he saw that game's community figure out the checkpoint system and use it to break courses and create massive shortcuts. Meanwhile, in 15 years of Double Dash, its checkpoint system had yet to be solved. But was it possible? Could a lap count when most of the driving is skipped? Well, Goomba finally decided enough was enough. He began a deep dive into the inner workings of the game, attempting to figure out exactly what conditions had to be met for a lap to count. And over the course of several months, with the contributions of community members like Lothjohn and Tarsa, Mario Kart Double Dash's code was cracked. There are 3 conditions that must be met for a lap to count in Mario Kart Double Dash. Condition 1, you must start the lap in Checkpoint 0, the first checkpoint on the map. Each course in the game is broken up into invisible checkpoints, which are used to help keep track of how far you've driven. This condition is pretty straightforward. For a new lap to start, you must be touching the first checkpoint of the course. Condition 2, you must have credit for driving through every checkpoint. Checkpoint bit counters in the game keep track of whether or not you've touched any given checkpoint during a lap. If you haven't, it's set to 0, and if you have, it's set to 1. In order for a lap to count, every checkpoint must have a bit counter set to 1, which would intuitively mean that you're not allowed to skip driving through any checkpoints. However, on Waluigi Stadium, you skip several when performing the shortcut. Why does the lap still count? Well, that's because there's a workaround. If you hit a Lakitu zone and get picked up, you automatically get credit for every checkpoint between where you got picked up and where you were placed down. It's known as a lack hop, and is the only way around having to touch every single checkpoint. And finally, condition 3. Your race completion must be greater than your number of laps completed. Double Dash has an internal counter called race completion that starts at 0 and gradually increases as you drive around the course. Once you complete a lap, it hits 1 and then continues counting up again. The reason this matters is because of a failsafe developers put into the game, the 50% rule. If your race completion ever jumps up by 50% or more, it rounds down and you lose credit for all you've driven through the lap. So if you go out of bounds 30% of the way through a track, then are warped to the finish line, your race completion is set to just below 0. Since this is less than the 0 laps that you've completed, you won't get credit for a lap. Together, these 3 rules were designed to prevent any shortcuts from existing in Mario Kart Double Dash. And for 15 years, they worked nearly flawlessly. Goomba hadn't figured this all out by late 2018, but he had a general understanding of how it worked. Now, he had to put it all together somewhere, and the course he looked at was Mushroom Bridge. He had to not only get credit for driving through all the checkpoints, but also avoid cutting out more than 50% of the course at a time. it was going to have to be a two-step process. To get checkpoint credits, he took the lack hop mechanic to the next level. By going on the grass just before the finish line, you can use a mushroom and release brake at the last moment to fly forward and hit a Lakitu zone. This zone is in front of the finish line, but because of where you hopped off, you're put back just before the finish line. And since you get credit for all checkpoints between where you're picked up and where you're set down, you get credit for every checkpoint on the course. That was step 1. The next step was to get race completion for the lap to count. Together with Lothjon, Goomba took a look at the bridge right before the start. By precisely jumping off at about 87% completion, you can hit the wall on the other side at about 37%. This is a decrease of only 50%, so it's valid as far as the game is concerned. You then respawn at 85%, once again less than 50%, and have therefore earned race completion for an entire lap. So, it was possible to do a lack hop to get checkpoints, then turn around and quickly do a bridge hop to get race completion. That satisfies both conditions 2 and 3, so if you drive over the finish line to enter the first checkpoint box, a lap counts. On September 15th, 2018, Double Dash's first shortcut in 15 years was born. Goomba's first 3-lap record with video clocked in at 1:15.639, about 2.5 seconds ahead of the non-shortcut record. He drove the first lap normally, then performed a shortcut on lap 2, and finished with a normal lap 3. Doing the shortcut more than once per race wasn't possible, as you needed a mushroom for the lack hop, and your mushrooms are taken away when picked up by Lakitu. Over the following few days, Goomba and a runner named J98 would trade the record down to a 1:14, each time doing the shortcut once and driving 2 laps normally. However, Goomba then figured out it was possible to do the lack hop without a mushroom. By going on the pillar next to the bridge, you have sufficient height that you can bounce off the ground and make it far enough without using a mushroom. This not only was faster than the old method, but also meant that, theoretically, the shortcut could now be done more than once in a race. However, doing the bridge jump once was hard enough. Doing it twice in a row seemed nearly out of the question. Later in September, J98 and Goomba each did more mushroom bridge attempts, lowering the record to 1:11. But still, nobody was able to get the shortcut more than once in a race. Players focused their efforts elsewhere, and the task of hitting 2 shortcuts was just too daunting. For over a year, that's where the record stood. But in March 2020, someone began playing Mushroom Bridge Shortcut. Only this time, it wasn't Goomba or J98. It was a relative newcomer to the game, one who is ranked outside of the top 40, but he was ready to try and take down a world record. His name was Mathy. Mathy didn't have the driving skills of a world champion like Goomba. That meant that without anything new, his 1:11 was going to be awfully tough to beat. But he had one other option. He could go for 2 shortcuts in the same race. It had never successfully been pulled off before, but even with worse driving, it could be enough to beat Goomba. Mathy got to work grinding attempts, getting as good as he could at the bridge hop and lack hop. And on March 2nd, 2020, he had this attempt.
Far away, far into the mountain, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, it worked. That's fun. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Alright, don't freaking lose this. Oh my god! There! It's so bad! But that's it. That's it. Sub 111. Let's go.
A new record by less than 1/10 of a second. Not to be outdone, world champion Goomba came back. and over the next few days, the two of them traded world records. However, over the next several months, Matthew would pull ahead, as he was able to line up faster for the lac hop and improved his driving around the course.
Yeah, let's fucking go, dude. 107, 325.
So now, a 1 out of 3 shortcut run had been optimized. A 2 out of 3 shortcut run had been optimized. There was only one thing left to do. Hit the shortcut on all 3 laps. A 3 out of 3 run was originally thought to be slower, since you could quickly line up for a lac hop after driving a lap normally. However, in February 2022, Matthew tested with save states and confirmed that, if performed optimally enough, a 3 out of 3 shortcut run would indeed save time. But actually hitting it was another story. Matthew had gotten quite good at executing the lac hop and bridge hop over the years, but he would need to do 3 of each in a row. That's 6 consecutive difficult tricks. It could take a while to grind this out. But just 4 days later, Matthew got himself on this run.
Go. Let's go. This definitely works. Pog. Poggiest Pog. Let's go. Here we go. Please! Whoa, come on! Ah, 104!
He was a bit upset because he wanted a 103, not a 104. But history had still been made. This 104.363, the world's first 3 out of 3 run, is still the record today. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. As far as shortcut discoveries are concerned, we're still in 2018. And at this point, the only time trial shortcuts in the game were Waluigi Stadium from 2003 and Mushroom Bridge from 2018. But just a month later, thanks to a better understanding of how checkpoints worked, Double Dash's 3rd time trial shortcut would be discovered. Welcome to Bowser's Castle. Bowser's Castle was quickly singled out as a prime candidate for a shortcut. The reason why is because of the balcony. About 40% of the way through a lap on Bowser's Castle, you drive on a balcony directly adjacent to the finish line. Drive to 60% and you're higher up on the same balcony. It seemed natural that with so many regions being so close together, you could somehow get credit for being further in the lap than you really were. But for a while, it didn't seem to be possible. However, after Mushroom Bridge's discovery, Lothjon and Goomba looked into Bowser's Castle. And thanks to exploiting a specific game mechanic, they figured out how to use the balcony to their advantage. This is the A-Tech Hop. As mentioned before, A-Tech is when you release the A button between mini-turbos to keep a straighter line. However, there's a side effect of A-Tech. Your kart's nose gets slightly lifted in the air. If you do a mini-turbo with A-Tech, then perform a sharp turn after releasing A, and then press R and A while your nose is pointed up, your kart hops into the air. It's called an A-Tech hop, and is the only way to hop in Mario Kart Double Dash. So, after driving half a lap normally, you arrive at the balcony. By performing an A-Tech hop in a precise spot off the ledge, your race completion goes from 40% to 60% as you hit the upper balcony checkpoints, to 99% as you hit the finish line checkpoints, and back to 40% as you respawn. It never jumps up by more than 50% at a time, so your race progression increases by a full lap, and you get checkpoint credits upon respawning. This trick would go on to be nicknamed the flop. For laps 2 and 3, you can flop off the ledge, then lack hop to get checkpoint credits for the full lap, and complete the race having driven hardly any of it. So Goomba got to work, and managed to hit the shortcut after a few tries on October 10th, 2018. A 2:09 run, ahead of the non-shortcut record by 7 seconds. Over the following few days, he'd cut down on the number of tries needed to hit it, taking the time down to 1:26. But on the 14th, Goomba would hit the first ever 3 out of 3, a run with 3 flops and 3 lack hops, and a final time of 1:06.
Yes, dude! Oh my god. The winner, Tenko.
A month later, a runner named Rick Bick would be the first to cut out a lack hop by hitting the proper checkpoints on the flop. That lowered the record to just over a minute. But just 5 days later, Goomba would return to not only take the record back, but take it under a minute. Mario Kart Double Dash's first ever sub-minute world record.
Yes, dude. Oh my god, 59.
Get it? And then 3 years would pass. Goomba chose to play other courses in the game, and most other runners had little interest in shortcuts or just couldn't compete with him. But then Mathy came along. At first, he struggled to set any records on Bowser's Castle, but in September 2021, he finally came through with a 58-second run. But what Mathy would do just 4 weeks later was far more impressive. He would discover another shortcut, known today simply as the Big Bounce. And this is why. The Big Bounce is essentially a larger version of the A-Tech hop. Instead of angling your cart's nose up with A-Tech, you want to very precisely maneuver your cart along the edge. By then rotating around, your nose is pointed up much higher than it would be from A-Tech. You can then use a mushroom and do a more extreme version of the A-Tech hop called the Extreme Hop. By using another mushroom when you land, you perform what's called a shroom bounce and get even more air, enough to hit the Lakitu zone and respawn on the balcony. This saves close to 10 seconds if performed optimally, but adds another layer of difficulty. Still, it didn't take long before Matthew was able to hit it in a run, and lower the record by another 6 seconds.
Yeah! Oh, let's go! Nice job, dude.
Goomba didn't take long to respond, taking another 2 seconds off mostly via a faster Big Bounce at the start. That's where the record stood for about 6 months. But in April 2022, Matthew would come back once more, and finished off a 49-second world record with one of the most sarcastic celebrations in speedrunning history.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Matthew's 49-second run stands as the record today. Bowser's Castle has had dramatic record cuts over the years, but without new strategies, it shouldn't go very much lower. After Bowser's Castle, it wasn't obvious which course would be next. There were several that had potential, although nothing that could quite be put together. One day in October 2018, Goomba was streaming on Twitch and wanted to demonstrate some shortcut theory for his viewers. So, he loaded up Mushroom City. Goomba showed his chat that if you could somehow hit this Lakitu zone from the bottom, the game would set you back on top and you'd skip a good chunk of the course. However, he had tested this before, and the lap didn't count when driving over the finish line. So, he drove forward to show his viewers how a lap wasn't counted.
What? What? But that's not supposed to work.
Goomba had no idea what had happened, but he quickly figured it out. This part of the course contains both checkpoint boxes 24 and 25. They extend infinitely upwards. If you touch the Lakitu zone in box 25, you never actually leave this box when you respawn, so neither race completion nor the checkpoint bit counter gets updated. If you touch it in box 24, on the other hand, you respawn outside of it, so the lap counts as it does on other courses. So that was figured out in October 2018, but this was all just a proof of concept. Goomba had no method of actually touching the Lakitu zone from below. He did it before with a moonjump code. So, it remained on the shelf for the next 2.5 years. But in March 2021, Matthew solved it again. His method was quite similar to the big bounce on Bowser's Castle. You angle your nose up on a slope, then do an extreme hop, and do a shroom bounce to get enormous height and touch the Lakitu zone. As long as you do so in checkpoint 24, the lap counts. And just like that, the Mushroom City shortcut was born. Matthew was the first to set a 3-lap record on Mushroom City, just hours after the shortcut was discovered. This was quite a difficult trick to hit, and he still needed to drive well enough after for it to be faster than the non-shortcut record. But he did.
Oh, yeah, 133.369, let's fucking go.
Fuck.
Goomba began doing attempts too, and thanks to a particularly fast shortcut hit, he beat Matthew and set the record.
Yes!
Over the following few weeks, the two of them would once again get into a world record battle. Matthew came up with a slightly faster way to do the shortcut from the front, and thanks to that, plus improved driving afterwards, the record came under a minute 30. But the biggest improvement would be discovered that September, when Matthew found that the shroom bounce wasn't needed. If you got your nose in the air enough and did an extreme hop, it was possible to reach the Lakitu zone without using a mushroom. Now, that technically opened the possibility of doing the shortcut more than once in a race, but it was an extremely difficult trick, tougher than any other shortcut in the game. Many months passed, and the record remained with just one shortcut out of 3. Doing it more than that was just too big of an ask. And then, on June 3rd, 2022, Matthew did this.
Oh, come on. Oh my god, dude. You're in a world record video. I just did the first 2 for 3 Mushroom City glitch.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I just have to not shit the bed lap 3 now.
He had done it again. The world's first 2 out of 3 shortcut hit on Mushroom City. To this day, it hasn't been replicated. Will a 3 out of 3 ever be done? Maybe one day, but keep in mind how long 2 out of 3 took. For now, a 120.634 is where the record stands. But these 3-lap runs aren't the only types of world records set in Mario Kart Double Dash. The game keeps track of not only your fastest 3-lap race, but also your fastest individual lap on any given course. On the Double Dash players page, this is called doing a fast lap, or flap for short. So that means it's possible to go to Bowser's Castle and do a flop on your flap. I just wanted to say that. But anyway, flap world records are tracked right alongside 3-lap records and carry a similar level of prestige. But in 2021, a pair of shortcuts would be found that were slower for a 3-lap record, but would save time over a flap record. They would become the game's first flap-only shortcuts. First up, discovered in March 2021, we have Luigi Circuit. The shortcut on Luigi Circuit is one of the most clever in the game. Step 1 is to drive most of a lap normally. Then, before getting credit for the lap, you turn around and go back out to the front of the course. By doing an A-Tech hop, it's possible to get on this ledge right in front of the finish line. You then maneuver right next to this zipper, and let's go over the 3 conditions for a lap to count again. Your checkpoints and race completion are met by driving around the course, which you already did. But the first condition says you have to touch checkpoint 0. This is normally done by just crossing the finish line, but it can also be done by touching it from the other side. So, when you touch the zipper, you enter checkpoint 0 and start the lap with about a 1-second head start. The resulting time save means that you can have an individual lap slightly faster than what you normally get. Beyond this, the only optimization is how well you drive the subsequent lap. Since Matthew discovered the ATEC hop in March 2021, he and Goomba have alternated who drove better, trading the record back and forth several times. And at the moment, Goomba holds the record with a 23.390. The other flap-only shortcut is a little different. Instead of a 23-second lap, we're talking more like 6 or 7 seconds. And this time, we're headed out to the desert. Dry Desert had a lack hop that had been known about for years. If you drive away from the road and cross the finish line as you get picked up by Lakitu, you'll be dropped down behind the finish line with all your checkpoints updated. Unfortunately, this wasn't helpful unless you could somehow gain race completion along with it. And for years, there was no way to do that. However, all the way back in 2003, a player named Scott R did this on Dino Jungle. When a floor is sloped enough in Double Dash, and you drive into it with enough speed while your cart is sideways, it's possible to clip through it. You need to get a bit lucky with your cart's positioning, so it's on one side of the floor one frame and the other side the next. But the key is finding a floor sloped just the right way. It needs to be at the perfect angle so you can actually clip through it. Sorta like this downed pillar on Dry Desert. This particular clip was discovered by Matthew, and since you land out of bounds, you get warped straight to the finish line. So you can drive part of a lap, go out of bounds, then drive around again to stack your race completion higher. By then doing a lack hop to finish the lap, you get your checkpoints instantly to start lap 2, and upon crossing the finish line, you have yourself an incredibly short lap. Optimizations have been slim over the years, with just a fraction of a second being shaved off at a time. Matthew and Goomba set most of the records, but famed Super Circuit runner Rusty set a few records too. This actually isn't the fastest flap record in the game, as both Mushroom Bridge and Bowser's Castle have records in the 4-second range. The current record here is 6.437 seconds by Matthew, and it seems that it can only go down by a couple hundredths of a second at most. The key is getting a frame-perfect lap entry, combined with a small bounce when being dropped by Lakitu. But regardless, this record shouldn't be going much lower. That makes it 2 flap-only shortcuts, and 4 that can be done on 3 lap runs. Over the years, many have tried their hand at these shortcuts. Some courses have a leaderboard of a few names, while older ones like Waluigi Stadium have dozens. But there's still one more shortcut to talk about. To this day, only one person has ever pulled it off fast enough. The player was Matthew, and the course was Wario Coliseum. Wario Coliseum is a unique course. For one thing, it's the only course in the game where you drive just 2 laps for the race to be complete. But it's also got many places you can launch yourself off the road, which gave it huge potential for a shortcut. Throughout 2021, out of bounds and lack hop combinations were theorized, yet nothing came to fruition. But one night in June 2021, Goomba and Matthew hopped on a call and decided to look together. And over the next 24 hours, the Wario Coliseum shortcut was born. First, you drive to around 40% race completion. Then, you fly off the edge of the road, and by using a mushroom to pull your cart down, you avoid touching any other checkpoints and land out of bounds. However, when respawning behind the finish line, the game actually thinks you're on the track below at 55%, so the 50% rule is satisfied. You then drive backwards, do a lack hop to get all checkpoints between where you jumped off and where you went out of bounds, and when you drive forward, a lap counts. Now, is all this faster than just driving the lap normally? It actually is, but just barely. Only one person has been able to execute it fast enough to save time over a non-shortcut run. Matthew. On June 6th, 2021, he did it for the first time, getting a 156.190 that beat the non-shortcut record by 1/100th of a second.
Yes, finally! 156.190.
Let's go.
He'd follow this up 4 months later with a 155.735, and then a 155.437 in March 2022. And to this day, those are the only 3 records that have ever been set on Wario Coliseum. Waluigi Stadium, Mushroom Bridge, Bowser's Castle, Mushroom City, Luigi Circuit, Dry Dry Desert, and Wario Coliseum. Those are the 7 courses that have been broken by players of Mario Kart Double Dash. There exists an 8th shortcut on Dino Dino Jungle that hasn't been hit fast enough yet. It's similar to Luigi Circuit, where you start a lap from the other end of Checkpoint Zero. A few years ago, Waluigi Stadium was alone. Now, half the courses in the game have a shortcut. Double Dash is going to be played for generations to come, and right now, we're just in a snapshot of its history. But if its past is any indication, players aren't yet done breaking its courses and finding shortcuts. 8 courses have yet to fall victim to a shortcut, but it seems that their days are numbered. More courses will be broken. The only questions are when will it happen, and who will be the ones to do it. Thanks for watching. Summoning Salt merchandise is now available on Teespring. Check out the storefront right below the video. Enjoy! One of the fastest growing speedruns of the last few years is New Super Mario Bros. Wii. Close to 1,000 runs are on the leaderboard, a mark that not many games have reached. Naturally, competition at the top level is impressive, because not many people can call themselves a world record holder. A world record demands near perfection, honing in skills that come after thousands of hours of gameplay. Few people have gotten to that level, but those who have etched their place in speedrunning history. This is the world record history of New Super Mario Bros. Wii. Let's start up here, at the beginning. New Super Mario Bros. Wii was released on November 12th, 2009. Normally it takes months or even years before a speedrunning scene develops around a game. For New Super Mario Bros. Wii, it took 4 days. People nearly instantly gathered in the Speed Demos Archive forums to route the game for a speedrun. In the following weeks, times of 45 minutes and 35 minutes were claimed by MWL and Chronorox respectively, although neither have video proof. For the next several months, runner UC Pro would both route the game and complete speedruns, and in May 2010 he claimed a 26:05, but once again he didn't record it. To get to the first recorded run, we have to jump to May 2011, when Riker Z uploaded this run, a time of 26 minutes and 56 seconds. Riker Z started in World 1. Level 1-1 is quite straightforward, where you want to run and jump through to get to the end as fast as possible. However, there are subtle optimizations you can make. Sliding down the hills gives you a slight boost of speed, and running through the checkpoint is the fastest way to power up. Riker Z also picked up the propeller mushroom for later. In 1-2, he tilted the Wii remote to create downward slopes he could quickly run down, and picked up a star midway through, which increases your running speed. In 1-3, Riker Z used the propeller mushroom to fly up and access the secret exit, which unlocked the cannon to take him to World 5. In 5-1, he had to deal with the water in the latter half, and he simply fell in and swam as quickly as he could. It slowed him down by several seconds. After 5-1, you're forced to run into the piranha plant on the overworld map, where Riker Z collected the 8 toad balloons, albeit with a bit of a slowdown. You then have a choice of either playing 5-2 or 5-3, and Riker Z picked 5-2. It's a pretty straightforward stage, where you bounce on top of wigglers and run through the rest. Next was the World 5 Fortress, a vertical stage where having the propeller suit helps immensely. Riker Z was able to propeller up from platform to platform, then defeated Iggy with 3 jumps on his head. The next stage was 5-4. This stage is intended to be an auto-scroller, where you ride on this raft while enemies rain down from these platforms above. It's designed to be long and slow, not ideal conditions for a speedrun. So, instead, Riker Z decided to implement the first game-breaking trick of the run. This was first posted by UC Pro just 2 weeks after the game came out, and takes some practice to get right, but thanks to the propeller suit and navigating and jumping at the correct times, it's possible to skip the entire stage by jumping on the platforms and blocks. Riker Z did so beautifully, making a few brief hesitations but still flying through. After 5-4 came the World 5 Ghost House, where Riker Z took the secret exit once again to unlock another cannon, this time taking him to World 8. The fastest path through World 8 consists of 5 levels: 8-1, 8-2, 8-7, the airship, and finally Bowser's Castle. In 8-1, Riker Z had to deal with randomly falling meteors, and he got hit twice. He powered back up, only to intentionally take damage again later on to boost through some lava. In 8-2, Riker Z once again took the secret exit to unlock 8-7, a hidden level that bypasses most of World 8. 8-7 itself is a long stage consisting of jumping from spine coaster to spine coaster. World 8's airship isn't an auto-scroller like in previous games. Instead, Riker Z had to run through and traverse it as quickly as possible. He picked up the propeller shroom again to jump across big gaps instead of having to wait and slowly bring the platforms down. The Bowser Jr. fight was simple, hitting him with 3 bombs that he dropped. And finally, there was Bowser's Castle. Raikou used the propeller suit quite a bit to navigate at the start, which isn't always the fastest. The last part of the run is the escape, where you have to guide Bowser's heat-seeking fireballs to destroy the path in front of you, then navigate through an obstacle course to the finish. In all, Raikou finished after 26 minutes and 56 seconds. It was a good starting point. There were some obvious slowdowns that could be cleaned up, but no huge mistakes or deaths, and the video quickly went viral on YouTube. Over the next several months, Raikou would continue running the game to push his time lower. At the end of 2011, he posted his first new time, a 25:49. This run actually saved time over the 26:56 in every single stage. Most of his strategies were the same, but were better executed. In 5-1, for instance, he dealt with the water much better, jumping out earlier and just barely being able to make it to the end. One of the biggest time saves was in 8-1, where he managed to avoid getting hit by the meteors and didn't have to power back up. But the best improvement was in Bowser's Castle. He guided the fireballs much better in the escape, using 9 fireballs to clear the path instead of 18 in his old record. In 2012, Raikou would get 2 more records, a 25:31 and a 25:27. These runs both optimized existing strategies and utilized new ones. In the escape, Raikou was able to use just 7 fireballs to clear the path ahead, the fewest ever achieved. In 8-2, he picked up a star to get additional speed instead of damage boosting as Big Mario. And in World 5, he chose to play 5-3 instead of 5-2. It was a more difficult stage, but a slightly faster one if performed optimally. Raikou had left his mark on New Super Mario Bros. Wii speedrunning. 4 world records in a year and a half. He stopped running the game. But then something very interesting happened. Despite years going by and many new runners emerging, Raikou's world record remained unbroken. The leaderboard grew and players got better, but Raikou's years-old effort was too much to top. Finally, in 2016, someone broke through. His name was Green Uprooter, and he beat Raikou by 1 second. But unfortunately, he didn't record it. Green Uprooter had recorded competitive times before this run, and is a trusted community member, so his 25:26 is taken at face value, but it can't be viewed today. That left the world record in an awkward place. It had taken 3.5 years to shave 1 unrecorded second off the record. Now, there was no telling when it would be broken again. But in early 2016, a new runner was climbing up the leaderboards. Quickly, it became inevitable that he was going to be the next record holder. In April 2016, he officially did it, closing out a 25:23 to beat Green Uprooter by 3 seconds. But this guy wasn't just any world record holder. He had reached the top, and he intended to stay there for a long time. His name was Ochgard. Ochgard had been around the speedrunning block before, achieving top times in Mega Man X3, Crash Tag Team Racing, and many other games. It makes sense that he was quickly able to get the record in New Super Mario Bros. Wii. But what nobody could have expected is that the very next day, he did it again, a 25:22. And the next day, another record, a 25:19. Ochgard had set 3 world records in 3 days. He was more consistent than any player who would come before him, meaning he hit tricks more often and made fewer mistakes. A big place he saved time was in the escape, navigating through the platforms quicker and hesitating less. and overall, he was able to execute most tricks more cleanly, shaving fractions of a second off in several stages. After these 3 records, Oshgard took a break from the game. Nobody came close to challenging him, with the closest active runner still being 16 seconds away. His skill level was far ahead of the rest, so he didn't really need to keep defending the record. But he came back in August anyway, and immediately got a 5-second world record. Oshgard's 25-14 was his smoothest run yet. He cleaned up a small mistake in 5-3 from his last run, doing a small jump to be able to run under the blocks while on the log. His 5-4 execution was also smoother, as he didn't pound the blocks he landed on and was able to continue moving. And in 8-1, he didn't slow down as much while propellering over the lava. These all added up to a few seconds of time save, and he didn't lose any significant time anywhere else. With a 25-14, Oshgard had pulled way ahead, 12 seconds ahead of second place, and 21 seconds ahead of any active runner. He had set a total of 4 records, and barring any new developments, it seemed like nobody else had a real shot of catching him. But still, probably Oshgard's most unlikely feat was the 3-day streak of records he had back in April. Even setting a record on back-to-back days is extremely rare, so extending that streak to 3 days? It practically never happens. Not only did it show complete dominance of a category, but it showed a level of consistency that was unrivaled. It was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime accomplishment for Oshgard. Yes, from August 16th through the 18th, Oshgard once again set 3 world records in a row. Doing this once was staggeringly unlikely, but in all my years of research, I've never heard of someone doing it twice. All 3 records were 25-12s, but each one was slightly lower than the last. The time saves were minimal, but impressive in their own right. The first record had a particularly clean Bowser's Castle, the second cleaned up a mistake in 5-3, and the final shaved a fraction of a second on the rolling hills in 8-2. But still, these 3 records weren't good enough for Oshgard. 2 weeks later, he'd lower it again with a 25-10, his 8th world record. Oshgard was quickly approaching a barrier, a sub-25 minute run. He was 10 seconds away. Did he have that much time left to save? Well, there were still fractions of a second he could get from cleaner movement throughout the stages. In terms of stuff he'd gotten in a run before, all that time save would put him at 25:05, still 5 seconds away. But there was one other trick he could go for. It would be the hardest trick in the run by far, but it would get him to sub 25. This is 556. In the second half of the World 5 Fortress, the spiked walls move back and forth on a cycle throughout the entire level. Normally, with fast movement, you make it to the top and then have to wait a few seconds for the spikes to finish their cycle so you can get to the door. Typically, you enter the door with 546 left on the timer. However, with unbelievably fast movement, it's possible to barely reach the top a cycle early. You can just fit in before the spikes move and block your path, and you wind up reaching the door at 556. This was originally thought to be tool assisted only, as the precision involved is truly incredible. Your moves have to be just right, where the instant you land, you have to be starting your next jump up. But in late August 2016, Oshgard became the first human to pull off 556. He just barely squeezed in before the gap closed. But with this, he proved that it was a human viable trick. It saves 7.5 seconds, since the in-game timer moves a bit quicker than a real second, which means that when combined with the stages of 25:05, a sub 25 was indeed technically possible. So the goal was now in sight. With nobody else close to his skill level, Ochgard was the only one with any chance to do it. It was still a long shot goal, but at least there was a narrow path to sub 25. He would have to shave time off wherever he could, then nail 556 to get the bulk of the time save. If he could pull all that off, it would be an essentially unbeatable speedrun. For the rest of 2016, Ochgard played more than he ever had before. And over the next few months, this is what happened.
Oh my god.
Did you get it?
Yep.
You did?
Yes.
After weeks of trying, it had happened. The legendary, unimaginable sub 25. This was very close to being a perfect speedrun. At the end of a run that had gotten 556, that was 5 seconds ahead of the record, Ochgard was able to get a gold split on Bowser's Castle. It was the fastest he had ever completed the last stage in a run. His movement was impeccable, and he saved all the time he could. Ochgard could finally celebrate and take it easy. He had gotten his ultimate run, and there was no need to bother defending it. And so, he didn't. For the rest of 2016 and throughout 2017, nobody was really doing world record attempts in New Super Mario Bros. Wii. The community considered Ochgard's time to be essentially unbeatable, and it made sense why. First, you'd have to get 556, which fellow top runner Gix01 described as a 1 in 50 trick. Then you'd have to find a way to save time in one of the other stages. Ochgard did not leave much room for this. And finally, you'd have to match his incredible Bowser's Castle split, which ended with a 511 on the in-game timer. As 2017 progressed, people did improve their times, but nobody was close to 2458. Entering 2018, it really did seem as though Ochgard had achieved an unbeatable world record. Ochgard himself felt that maybe on the outer limit, a 2455 would be possible. By doing quicker wall kicks in 5-4, doing spins later into jumps in the airship so Mario moved faster for longer, and other small optimizations like those. He stopped short of calling his record unbeatable, but it's clear that neither he nor anybody else in the community felt there was much wiggle room. And then in April 2018, this happened. $24.45. How on earth was that possible? Well, certainly this run pulled out all the stops, like 556, right? No, this run didn't have 556, so it lost a little over 7 seconds. Well, certainly this time was achieved by an established runner like Ochgard, right? No, it was from a new runner named Fade Vanity. Alright, so what happened here? Well, Fade Vanity was a runner who quickly rose up the leaderboards in early 2018 until he had a low 25. He performed the 24.45 on April 13th, 2018, and other than missing 556, the run was incredibly smooth from start to finish. 8-2 in particular was fantastic, finishing with a nearly unheard of 424 on the in-game timer. But that's not why this run was the record. This run had a massive time save because of a huge new trick in the airship. And that trick is called bombless. At the end of the World 8 airship, you have to fight Bowser Jr. The intended way to fight him is to wait for him to drop a bomb, then ground pound to send it back up to hit him. Do that 3 times and Bowser Jr. is defeated. For years, that's how players fought him in runs. However, in August 2017, runner I Love SMB found that in the world's 6th airship, it was possible to defeat Bowser Jr. by jumping on him 3 times, instead of using the intended clown cars. Runners then theorized that this could apply in the World 8 airship fight as well, which is what you do in an any percent run. However, the gap between Bowser Jr. and the top of the screen is smaller than Mario's hitbox, so despite players trying, nobody could fit in the gap to hit Bowser Jr. on the head. For a few months, that was the end of it. But in January 2018, former world record holder Green Up Rooter figured it out. The key was Bowser Jr.'s movement. He not only moves horizontally, but also vertically in a sinusoidal pattern, oscillating from a low point to a high point. So if you fly up to him, then perform a ground pound in a 1 to 2 frame window when Bowser Jr. is at the lowest point in his oscillation, Mario's hitbox briefly shrinks just enough to fit in the gap so you can hit Bowser Jr. If you're able to pull this off, it saves 13 seconds, an incredible amount of time for a run like this. The problem is, it's really difficult. The only way to practice it was to load a file with propeller shrooms, then play the second half of the stage over and over. When Green Up Rooter first discovered it in January 2018, it was thought to be an RNG related trick because nobody could hit it with any consistency. In fact, it took 2 more months before somebody hit it in a run, when Gix got it in March. Doing bombless saves up to 13 seconds, but doing double bombless, where you skip 2 of the 3 bombs, saves up to 20. Triple bombless would actually lose time since simply ground pounding the other bomb is faster. But despite double bombless being theoretically known to be possible, nobody had ever performed it, even in practice. You'd have to hit the most precise trick in the game twice in a row. It just wasn't realistic. So that's what made it even more crazy when Fade Vanity got the world's first ever double bombless and finished the run as his 24:45 world record.
I did it! I did it! I did it! Oh my fucking god, I did it!
Sadly, Fade Vanity quit speedrunning in 2021 and deleted all videos of his runs. So, many of his world records are lost today, including his 24:45. A small amount of footage from this run and others were preserved in Connor01's record history video, so we can see glimpses of what he did. But when he set this record in April 2018, the community was absolutely shocked at his accomplishment. And still, there was clearly more time to save. He didn't get 556, so a run in the 24:30s and possibly lower was possible. Fade Vanity was the new top runner of New Super Mario Bros. Wii, and while little footage remains of what he did over the next several months, his impact and legacy continue to this day. With time still left on the table, Fade Vanity committed to attempts, and went all out to drive the record down.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We fucking did it. Let's go. 3x. Come on. Let's go.
Let's take a stroll over to the new Super Mario Bros. Wii leaderboards. You've got a number of runners with a low 25-minute time, and a few that had just broken into the 24-minute barrier, with the lowest being a 24:57. Then, you have Fade Vanity, one of the most dominant record holders in all of speedrunning. He had set 5 records now, and when combining 556, double bombless, and tight execution all around, he managed to take it under 24:30. Fade took a break after this, and his record really didn't seem to be in jeopardy. A few months went by, and while runners like the Coding Boy and DCA did creep into the 24:40s, there was still a lot of separation. It had turned into a battle for second place, which changed hands a few times in late 2019. But nobody had a chance of catching Fade Vanity. Nobody had his consistency or skill. As for Fade himself, he initially didn't have much of a need to continue playing the category. But by early 2020, new strategies were found once again. The days of huge time saves seemed to be in the past, but minor strategies like this would be crucial in finding time to save over the record. They both came in World 8, and were both found by Astix. In 8-1, normally you have to significantly slow down after propellering over this lava. However, by picking up and carrying a shell, you can throw it and end Mario's spin early, meaning you slow down much less. In 8-2, the rolling hills throughout the stage can destroy your speed. However, Astix found that by crouch jumping and releasing the crouch at the top of the jump, Mario's speed is reset back to normal, and once again you don't have to slow down as much. In total, these tricks saved about a second and a half, meaning the potential was there for Fade to continue lowering the record. And on January 9th, 2020, that's exactly what he did.
Boom! Gas! Broke the tie.
Broke the tie? What tie? Well, the new Super Mario Bros. Wii leaderboard was going through a transition at this point. See, whenever the game fades to black, it's loading what comes next. These loads vary from disc to disc, console to console, or even within the same disc or console. Each load might only vary by a few tenths of a second, but over the course of a run, this can add up to 15 to 20 seconds. That means that a player can have a much faster run, but fall behind because of loading times outside of their control. So, the community was transitioning towards subtracting all loads out of the final time. This would level the playing field, and as a byproduct, lower the time of each run by a bit over 2 minutes. Fade's 24:29 converted to a time of 22:20 without loads. In January 2020, a runner named U-Video completed a run of 24:35 with loads that the community thought might have tied Fade's run when retimed without loads, hence the comments at the end of Fade's run. It ended up being just behind it with a 22:23, but when Fade got his 24:28, that removed all doubt, and Fade was securely on top once again. In March 2020, timing without loads was made official, and the world record was now a 22:19. It's also worth mentioning that in recent months, players discovered that the way they originally retimed runs added a couple seconds in certain cases. Fade's 22:19 was originally timed as a 22:21, but for this video I'll be using retimed times for accuracy. Through the first few months of 2020, the leaderboard was starting to get tight at the top. The record remained the same, but people like uVideo were now just seconds away. Fade Vanity had been in the top spot for over 2 years, setting 6 records and lowering the time by half a minute in the process. He was the third long-lasting record holder in the game's history, mirroring the domination that Riker Z and Ochgard once had. But other players were starting to catch up. Everyone's record reign needs to end someday, and with increased pressure at the top of the leaderboard, it seemed inevitable that a breakthrough was coming. And on July 2nd, that breakthrough finally came. This is Pidgey. Pidgey was early on a clear candidate to take the record. He was a former world record holder in New Super Mario Bros. On the DS, so making the switch to the Wii version came naturally to him. After running the game for just a few months, Pidgey was within seconds of Fade Vanity's time. And on July 2nd, 2020, he got a 22:19.4, just barely ahead of Fade for a new world record. New strategies in World 5 were a key for this run. There was an even easier method for getting 556, developed by Tutti Polo. By doing an additional wall kick here, you're set up to more easily make it to the second wall kick, and have a much better chance at getting the fast cycle. And in 5-3, Monster found a trick nicknamed the Weird Shell Strat. If you're fast enough, you arrive at this Koopa right after he stops to dance, and can then pick him up to kill the Bram Ball and save half a second. There's also randomness on the overworld maps. The World 1 Goomba moves 3 times clockwise, meaning there's one direction he never moves. If this one direction is up, you save 35 frames, since the Goomba's up animation takes the longest. On the other hand, if that one direction is down, you lose that time, since down is his shortest animation. World 5 has similar randomness with the Piranha Plant, but it's less understood than the Goomba. These two spots have about a second of time variance combined, which is entirely out of the player's control. So, in July 2020, this was the state of the New Super Mario Bros. Wii leaderboard. In first place, you had Pidgey, the newcomer who clearly had enormous potential. And just a half second behind him, you had Fade Vanity, the veteran who had proven himself time and time again. So, who was better? Well, just 4 days later, Pidgey would set his second world record, a slightly lower 22:19. He saved time by successfully getting the shell boost in 8-1, but lost a bit in Bowser's Castle. 2 records in a row from Pidgey. It seemed he might be there to stay. But just 2 weeks later, Fade Vanity was back. Fade got a 22:18, marking the first time in the game's history that someone reclaimed the record after losing it. The time save mostly came from optimizing movement, and Fade was back on top. 6 days later, he was dethroned. A 22:16 from Pidgey, a run that matched the fastest he had ever performed Bowser's Castle before. In October, a 22:15 from Pidgey. A month later, a lower 22:15 from Fade Vanity. 2 weeks later, a new record from Pidgey. That was 7 world records in the last 5 months. One new option they had was Bombful in 5-4. This stage had many small movement optimizations over the years, but Bombful was the biggest one. Yacker Tracker found that if you precisely jump off the first bomb, spin at the right time to bounce off the second bomb, then do a blind twirl and bounce off the third bomb, it's possible to make it to the end of the stage without hesitating. It saves 2 seconds, but is incredibly difficult, and most players didn't choose to implement it. A few months later, Pidgey would strike again with a remarkable 22-13. But in May, probably the most bizarre moment in the game's history took place. A runner named Skippy had been a world record contender for months, but perpetually remained a few seconds behind the top spot. His skill level was right there, but stringing everything together for a world record run is incredibly challenging. On May 2nd, Skippy got a run off to a good start, essentially remaining tied with Pidgey's record through World 5. However, he started bleeding time in World 8, with a worse transition into the pipe in 8-2 and some sloppy movement in the airship. Combined, these lost him a couple seconds, so despite matching Pidgey's Bowser's Castle, a new record was out of the question. Still, after the run he subtracted the loads, and he could see how much he missed the record by. He hadn't missed the record. Skippy had just gotten a 22:13.167, a new world record by half a second. This did not make sense. He was tied going into World 8, then lost some time and finished the run. He didn't gain that time back anywhere. It was still a very well executed run, but this should not have been world record. Yet somehow, the time was faster than Pidgey's run. What happened? Well, the community looked into it. Runner Curran Joseph made a video removing all gameplay from Skippy's run, leaving just the overworld screens and cutscenes. He then compared this video to Pidgey's non-gameplay sections. Everything was roughly in sync through Worlds 1 and 5. But then, they arrived at the cutscene after stage 8-7. There it was. Skippy's cutscene was almost 2 seconds faster. Curran quickly figured out why. You have the choice of playing New Super Mario Bros. Wii in a 4:3 or 16:9 aspect ratio. Skippy played on a CRT TV, so he selected the 4:3 mode. The game runs identically in each mode for an any percent run, except during the cutscene after 8-7. In 4:3, black bars are added to the top and bottom of the screen. The game still loads these regions despite them not appearing visible. So, the airship above stage 8-7 loads when it's off screen, and the camera stops moving about 2 seconds sooner. Despite this seeming like an obvious find, players didn't discover this before Skippy's run because nearly all runners played on a flat screen in 16:9 mode. In fact, only one prior record holder played in 4:3. Riker Z, way back in 2011 and 2012. The time save wasn't known about back then, so with it being unearthed nearly a decade later, there were suddenly 2 more seconds on the table. So now, at the top of the leaderboard, you had 3 real record contenders. Skippy was the first obvious one. He was the current record holder, and while he may have benefited from the faster cutscene, he was still an incredibly talented runner. The second contender was Pidgey. All he had done was set the record 6 times in the past, and he was still competing to lower it. But the third contender was someone I haven't mentioned yet. Someone who had snuck up to the top with a 22:15, just 2 seconds behind the record. This is Billy Joe 66. Billy began to ascend up the leaderboards in late 2020. By the end of the year, he was in the top 10, and a month later, he was a bona fide record contender. He'd had a tragic run in February that hit Bombful in 5-4 and was about 3 seconds ahead of the record into Bowser's Castle. Unfortunately, he misguided a fireball and had to use an extra one, and upon retiming the run, he missed world record by half a second. But Billy didn't give up there. He did thousands of attempts, and partially thanks to the boost given by playing on 4x3, he found himself on world record pace with regularity. and a few weeks after Skippy's record, Billy was on another run deep. He lost a bit of time in the second half of World 5, but cleaned up the mistakes that Skippy had made in World 8. With about half a second lead, he entered Bowser's Castle and tried to close it out for good. Billy's run finished at 22:12.367, a world record by just under a second. He was now the 7th record holder in the game's history, and he had earned it. This was his 59th run to the airship since his last major personal best. He had finally been able to chain together double bombless and a clean Bowser's Castle, and the result was a world record. Once again, the game was approaching a barrier. With all time saves being utilized, a time under 22:10 was starting to seem feasible. But what time was left to save? Well, most of it was in World 5. Cleaner movement would save a second in 5-4, and Bombful would save a couple more. There were also minor improvements to be made in the Fortress and Ghost House. Those time saves would add up to a run just under 22:10. But there was work to do to get to that point. The record was still about 2.4 seconds away from a sub 22:10. As time goes on, most speedruns see smaller and smaller improvements to their records, and New Super Mario Bros. Wii was no exception. The last several records had all been improvements by a second, or half a second, or even less than that. To get an improvement of 2.4 seconds, you have to go 11 records back in time, to Fade Vanity's 24:29. The point is, it was gonna take a while to get the record under 22:10. Multiple improvements would have to be made, and players would have to grind hundreds or thousands of attempts. An incredible run was on the horizon, but it would take time to get it there. And then, in one attempt, Pidgey decided to lay waste to it all. He saved the time in World 5, hitting everything but Bombful. He got the shell boost in 8-1 and the crouch jumps in 8-2. After hitting double bombless, it became all the more real. This was easily world record pace, but was it sub 22:10 pace? Maybe. It was right on the border between 22:09 and 22:10. It was coming down to the wire. Pidgey just had to finish the escape, and the sub 22:10 could be his. New Super Mario Bros. Wii has motion controls for certain actions. If you shake the Wii remote with the propeller suit, you fly into the air. Pidgey had made it to the end, then put down his controller to hit the split button, but he did it a fraction of a second too soon, and it registered as a spin. At first, the community wasn't sure if this would still be a world record. They couldn't tell until they removed the loads and retimed it. And when they did, Pidgey found out that he had missed the world record by 2 frames. It goes without saying how hard it is to come back from moments like this, when you're so close and lose your ultimate goal to something as trivial as motion controls. And it's exceptionally hard to accept when you have competitors like Pidgey did. Billy still had the world record, and Skippy was just 1 second behind. He had done nearly 4,000 attempts, ran the game for over 2 years, and had never had a pace this good this deep into the run. And sadly, there was no telling when he'd get there again. 11 days later, Pidgey had pulled a Dave Steeb. It took him just a week and a half to get back on the exact same pace. And I mean the exact same pace. It was almost an identical run into Bowser's Castle. He'd had a nearly flawless World 5 other than skipping Bombful, and hit the same tricks in World 8. He nailed double bombless, and just like that, Pidgey had given himself another chance. Once again, he had to get through the escape. Redemption for Pidgey. His miss from 11 days ago could have haunted him for months, but instead, in one straight shot, Pidgey had jumped all the way to sub 2210. It was a landmark world record, and as the community celebrated, it was pretty clear that this one was gonna stand for a while. There were still other competitors at the top, but Pidgey had gotten nearly everything you could get in a speedrun of the game. It was too tall of an order. And so, throughout the rest of 2021 and into 2022, Pidgey's 2209 remained alone at the top. In early 2022, competition continued to increase. New names appeared in the top 10, and pressure was starting to mount. But Pidgey's records still remained strong. The fact that he had gotten a 2209 when nobody else could get below a high 2211 was indicative of his skill level. Even after months of attempts from the world's best runners, no one was beating it. The simple fact was, without getting bombful in 5-4, Pidgey's record would be next to impossible to beat, and nobody was up to the task of getting it in a fast enough run. Until Billy came back. On March 26th, 2022, Billy had a fairly clean run into World 5. He hit bombful in 5-4, gaining a couple of seconds over the record and instantly making his run much more serious. He then gained more time in the ghost house via the meme jump through the boo ring. Unfortunately, he lost time in both 8-7 and the airship, so despite making it through double bombless, he was about even with the record into Bowser's Castle. He'd need an unbelievable last stage for this to have a shot at the record. And all Billy did was proceed to have the best Bowser's Castle ever performed in a record run. And he beat Pidgey by less than 0.2 of a second. This run is the current world record of New Super Mario Bros. Wii. Sub 22 might seem close, but right now it's quite unrealistic. A theoretical God run could clock in a few seconds above 22 minutes, but it's hard to see a path to a record below that at the moment. That being said, I have little doubt it'll one day come. Eventually, we'll hear of a 21-minute any percent run, but that day is not today. This is the history of New Super Mario Bros. Wii World Records. Thanks for watching. Super Punch-Out has garnered a reputation as one of the most random speedruns out there. Of course, there's still a broad skill set needed, precise timing, quick reactions, and an ability to adapt on the fly. But even when you do everything right, a fighter can throw the run in the garbage whenever he pleases. How do you deal with that much randomness in the speedrun? Well, the world record holders in Super Punch-Out have figured out a way, and over the past decade, they've been able to beat it and drive the record down lower and lower. This is the history of Super Punch-Out world records. Here's a timeline of the Super Punch-Out single segment record. It's not filled in yet, but we'll get it there. A single segment run is essentially playing through the whole game and adding up the in-game time of all fights. There are 16 boxers in Super Punch-Out, divided into 4 circuits, so a single segment run consists of the total time of all 16 fights. Now, Super Punch-Out is a bit different than runs I've covered before. It is quite literally a gauntlet of RNG. You have to make it through all 16 fights relatively unscathed from bad luck to complete a good run. The fights range from non-random to can kill your run with one foul swoop. And of course, you have to execute on top of that. If you get good luck but make an execution mistake, your run may be over. Interestingly, the strategies themselves haven't changed that much over the years. Instead, the progression has come from improving execution and getting the RNG gauntlet to better align. And believe me, it has made for some unbelievable stories over the years. But for now, let's go back to December 2012, when a runner completed one of the earliest single segment runs of Super Punch-Out. He's arguably the most well-known Punch-Out runner in the world today, but back then, he was relatively unknown. His name is Zallard1. Zallard performed his run on Christmas Eve 2012, his first completed single segment run, which also happened to be the world record. Right off the bat, you've got 2 types of fights in Super Punch-Out, the random ones and the non-random ones. The non-random fights tend to be toward the start of the game, like the first fight, Gabby J. Zallard started by repeatedly punching him in the face. These punches were all buffered, meaning as soon as one was thrown, he held the buttons for the next so it would come out on the first frame possible. These face punches served 2 purposes. First, they helped fill the super meter, seen here at the bottom of the screen. Once filled, you can throw super punches that do more damage. And second, they helped fill the dizzy meter, a mechanic abused across all 16 fights in the game. If you punch an opponent a lot in a short period of time, an invisible dizzy meter starts to get filled. Do this enough, and they'll become dizzy and back away. By precisely timing a punch when they come back, they'll get knocked down instantly. This is used across the run to score quick knockdowns, and leads to most opponents being beaten in just seconds. Finally, there was one last step to this fight. A dizzy opponent has that window where they can instantly be knocked down. However, this window can be quite small, and it's easy for even a world-class player to miss. Fortunately, Zallard invented a way around that. Buffer strategies. By chaining a series of inputs together, it's possible to waste the exact number of frames you want so an attack will land on the same frame every time. For example, let's say Gabby J's knockdown window is between 120 and 129 frames after the dizzy begins. Well, it just so happens that a full duck, a right body punch, and a high super waste exactly 120 frames. So if you just buffer those inputs together, making each come out on the first frame possible, the super comes out at the perfect time to knock him down. Buffers like this exist on every fight in the game, and help make the dizzy knockdowns much more consistent. Non-random fights like Gabby J are usually pretty simple, but the difficulty level ramps up as the game goes on. Take Aaron Ryan, the 9th fight. The first knockdown is from a dizzy, but when he gets up, you have to precisely time a super to counter his attack and send him down again. Zallard didn't have a buffer to time it, but he nailed it to send him down for the KO. Those fights are non-random or close to it. Others include Piston Hurricane, Mr. Sandman, and Heike Kagero. You get them dizzy and use a buffer to knock them down. Some have tough punches that have to be timed, while others are even simpler. That's the gist of the non-random fights. But then, there are the random fights. These are the fights that more or less define Super Punch-Out as a speed game. Not only do you need to execute properly, that's a given, but you also need to deal with luck. Luck that can range from a golden opportunity to potentially killing a run. Take Dragon Chan, the 6th fight in the game. The first phase of the fight, up until the first knockdown, is simple. You throw a sequence of gut punches, most with a slight delay before them, then use a buffer sequence to send him down. Phase 2, once he's up from the first knockdown, is where the randomness begins. There are 3 things Dragon Chan can do here. 50% of the time he does kicks, where you have to just dodge out of the way, then use rapid punches to send him down at around 12 seconds. 25% of the time, he does a slow heal, where he stands still and tries to heal his health. 2 supers send him down, and you get a time in the high 9-second range. And 25% of the time, he does a fast heal, where using just 1 super gives a time in the high 7s. That's a range of more than 4 seconds for 1 fight. Given that boxers are beaten in 15 seconds or less, that's a massive time swing. And Dragon Chan is just one example. Zallard had to deal with luck like this on more than half the fights in the game. But we'll get to that later. For now, the sum of his 16 fights came out to 3 minutes and 10 seconds. It was a well-executed run, and had a range of good and bad luck. Over the following few weeks in 2013, Zallard would keep doing attempts and chipping away at the record. He took it lower into the 3s, approaching the sub-3 barrier but falling just short. However, on March 19th, thanks to a couple fights in particular, Zallard had a very promising run. This is Bob Charlie. He's a gauntlet of RNG, and being the 5th fight in the game, he's the earliest boxer who can kill a run from randomness alone. Zallard went for the riskiest strategy on Bob, which involves hitting him 7 times in the face to get him dizzy. However, he can randomly dodge any of these 7 punches, meaning you have to do an additional punch later on to make up for it. He can also dodge that punch. So to get the fastest time on Bob with this strategy, all 7 of your punches need to go through, and a super in phase 2 needs to as well. It can lead to a time in the 5-second range. However, every dodged punch loses a 1.5 seconds. 1 dodge isn't too bad, but 2 or 3 or 4 dodges, your time can spiral in a hurry. Luckily for Zallard, on this particular run, Bob only dodged once, so he moved on with a very solid 6.99. Unfortunately, Dragon Chan gave kicks, so he failed to gain much time there. But thanks to some very solid execution down the stretch, Zallard was able to keep it close going into the special circuit. And it was there he had to face off against Hoy Carlo. Hoy is absolutely brutal. He's extremely random, and he's the 3rd to last fight in the game. not an opportune time for a bunch of RNG. A lot of the first phase of the fight is playing it by ear. You want to throw punches and hit him with supers to get him dizzy. Of course, he can randomly block you, duck under punches, and potentially shove you to the side. If he shoves, it destroys your dizzy meter and can kill your run instantly. In phases 2 and 3, you need to throw supers to knock him down twice more. He can randomly duck under these. Each duck loses about 1.5 seconds, or potentially more depending on his next moves. Now, in theory, if you play it risky and get no blocks, shoves, or ducks, you can beat Hoi in 8 seconds. But good luck with that. The odds in getting it were less than 2%. A 10 to 12 second Hoi is very solid, but it can get ugly quickly. If he shoves in phase 1, it can be impossible to beat him in under 20 seconds. As you can imagine, it's awful to have to deal with this at the end of a run. But this time, Zallard got some luck. An 11-second Hoi with no ducks. It put him ahead, and he never looked back. A 2:54 single segment run. Fantastic execution, great luck, and sub 3 by a mile. In the description, Zallard could only manage one word of analysis. What? With the record being well below 3 minutes, Zallard would take a break from Super Punch-Out runs. He was the only runner in sight of the record. Months passed, and his 254 was just solidified at the top. But as good as that 254 was, Zallard knew he could still squeeze a bit more time out of it. And with all the randomness across the game, in theory, the record could come under 250. So in early 2014, he hopped back on and started doing attempts. On January 23rd, he had a run with an okay start. 2 dodges from Bob Charlie, and some mistakes that put him slightly further behind. On Hoi, he got a solid 12-second fight with no ducks, but some bad luck at the end brought the run back to nearly even. In the end, Zallard technically did have himself a new record. Just weeks later, he chipped away a bit more. He had a reasonable pace into the special circuit with time to save. However, he still had to get through Hoi.
1, 2. Yuck. Dick. 3 dodges.
Not exactly ideal. Even so, with time to save at the end, Zallard was able to do it again.
Fuck yeah! Another third of a second.
Now, these records were nice and all, but they weren't exactly setting the world on fire. In all, Zallard had lowered the record by 0.75 seconds. He knew he could do more. He continued with attempts, and weeks passed, but the game's killer randomness prevented any other records. It was starting to get very frustrating. And then came February 27th, 2014. This was an incredible chance for Zallard. Luck had finally gone his way. His execution had been on point from start to finish, more than 4 seconds ahead of the record. This was a rare opportunity to jump straight to the 240s. But in his way was one more fight, the last fight in the game. And this one was gonna be tough. Nick Bruiser. Nick Bruiser is the most difficult fight in the run by a long shot. Just as with other fights, your goal is to get Nick dizzy and time a super to knock him down. The best way to get him dizzy is to counter him, then jab him out until the meter is filled and he backs away. Seems simple, right? Well, there's one extra consideration to make. Nick can throw his punch either high or low. There's a 50% chance of each. So you start the fight with 2 face punches, and then you have to react to which punch he sets up to throw. If Nick drops his gloves down, he's throwing low, and you counter with a body punch. If instead he brings them up high, you counter with a face punch. The window to react to this is just barely within the limits of a human reaction time. You have to see if his gloves are high or low, then send the signal to your hands to throw high or low in time before Nick punches you. If you're playing with any input delay, this is practically impossible. The only way to have a real chance is to play on console with a CRT TV. Now imagine having to do that at the very end of a record-paced run, after all the insane RNG from the first 15 fights. The pressure you're under in a situation like this is enormous. Nick can also switch his guard partway through, starting with his gloves high and bringing them low, or vice versa. You have to react if he does that. And finally, if you do everything properly in Phase 1, well, congratulations. You have to do the exact same thing in Phase 2, unless he randomly blocks you, in which case you have to get lucky and hope he lets you land 2 supers in a row. So, Zallard entered Nick Bruiser 4 seconds ahead of the record. If he was going to pull this off, he had to execute the most difficult strategy in the game on one of the best paces he had ever been on. Just don't mess up.
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Not only did he hit the counter, but he did so on the first frame possible. A frame-perfect counter speeds up Phase 1 by a fraction of a second and allows for some wiggle room later on. One more phase, and the sub 250 would be his.
Oh, please. Stay down, you motherfucker. Yes! Yes! Fuck yes, dude! Get fucked, Super Punch Out.
Super Punch-Out had just been taken to a new level. A sub 250 was Zallard's ultimate goal, and in dramatic fashion, he had done it. With nobody close to him on the leaderboards, he felt safe to stop running the game. Mission accomplished.
Nick Bruiser. Fight.
Heartbreaking. Nick threw his punch up, but Zallard missed the counter. It was on pace for a mind-boggling 240 with 2 fights to go, and a 243 into Nick. This wouldn't have beaten the record. It would have obliterated it. Unfortunately, landing counters on Nick under pressure is one of the hardest things you can do. And this time, it was just too much for him. But what this run did do was prove how much time was still left to save. He saved almost 7 seconds combined on Bob Charlie and Dragon Chan, with just one dodge and the fast heal, respectively. There was also some time to save on Hoi. Getting a time around 10 seconds was reasonable. The real problem was getting all that to line up, then landing counters on Nick knowing what you're about to possibly do. But the potential was there. If not for a 240, then maybe for something more reasonable. On June 3rd, 2015, Zallard had a run that saved the 7 seconds early, but unfortunately, he lost most of that time on Mad Clown. Clown is yet another point of severe RNG in the run. There's a lot that goes into it, but a lot of what to look for is what happens right at the start. You begin by throwing 2 face punches and hoping they both land. If they do, you're in good shape for later. If he dodges, you're losing about a second, but if he blocks, you lose time there and in phase 2 since he gets a bigger health refill. If both punches land to start the fight, you can beat Clown in as low as 9 seconds. That's the best case scenario. An average standard Mad Clown fight is in the 12-second range. However, if he really wants to screw around, it can get much worse. And on this particular run, Clown wasn't playing nice and Zallard missed a counter to waste a few seconds. A 16 on Clown is pretty rough, and most of his lead was eliminated. But an 11 on Hoi and a good Nick fight was enough for a solid record.
Wow, dude. For real? For real, dude?
Just a few days later, Zallard would follow this up with another record, a 244. It was a nice time, but a frustrating run of give and take. He got a 5 on Bob, but it was immediately followed up with kicks on Dragon Chan. He gained several seconds on Clown, but lost a few on Hoi. But really, he was fortunate to get what he did. In Super Punch-Out, every fight from Mad Clown onwards can kill your run just from luck alone. That's 6 luck gauntlets in a row you have to get through. If one fails, you might have to reset. The game can take an incredible pace and make it look like dirt before you realize what happened. Take this run, June 10th, 2015. Everything was going right. Zallard had managed a 5 on Bob Charlie, a 7 on Dragon Chan from the low heel, and a reasonable 13 on Mad Clown. He was 3.5 seconds ahead, with more time to save later. He just had to make it through the next few fights. This is Super Macho Man, the last fight in the World Circuit. Zallard's Phase 1 strategy at the time was simple. Start with a gut punch, then counter him a couple times, throw a couple supers, and knock him down in the upper 6-second range. Macho can mess things up if he dances around, but more often than not, you should be good for a knockdown in the upper 6s. However, this fight takes a turn in Phase 2. You can get Macho to stay down for the second knockdown, but only if this knockdown comes within the following 3 seconds after the first knockdown. So, in this scenario, if your second knockdown comes at 7, 8, or 9 seconds, Macho will stay down for a KO. If it comes at 10 seconds or later, he'll get up and you'll have to knock him down a third time. This mechanic is carried across many fights in the game. So, Zallard had to go for a very quick knockdown in Phase 2. He had to throw a low super, counter in the gut, then knock him down with another low super. If Macho moves around at the start, this strategy doesn't work. If Macho does any of his 3 exercise programs, this strategy doesn't work. The only way it works is if Macho stands perfectly still for the whole phase. It's possible, but not very likely. So, what did Macho do this time?
what I thought.
He lost more than 7 seconds. A brutal blow, but the run was still technically alive. Next up, however, was Narcissus Prince, the most random fight in the entire game. Honestly, there's too many different things this guy can do to explain here. He can randomly block you, dodge you, give many different patterns, and much more. But he has the same KO mechanic as Macho, where if your second knockdown is within 3 seconds of your first, he typically stays down for good. With maximum cooperation, it's possible to beat Narcissus in the 10 to 11 second range. But there's so much that can go wrong. Anything under 15 seconds was considered a pretty good fight, but if Narcissus wants to waste time, he can make the KO impossible and essentially kill the run. And what sort of fight do you think he gave Zallard on this run?
Nice. Good shit, Narcissus. You're so good. Let's see here. What is that? 2173? 12 seconds. Nope.
Run over. A small mistake plus a lot of bad luck. In just 2 fights, one of Zallard's best paces ever was completely destroyed. He had just lost 16 seconds, largely due to no fault of his own. Because, you see, Super Punch-Out does not care about the runner. It doesn't care what pace you're on. It doesn't care how badly you want the record. It doesn't care how well you're playing. It can take away your run whenever it feels. You can be on the run of your life, execute everything perfectly, but if you get bad luck, it's game over. And there's not a damn thing you can do about it. So, 244 was where the record stayed. More months went by, with no improvements in sight. Interestingly, in August 2015, a second person managed a sub 3 when Hootie pulled off a 253. But he was far from the record. Still, Zallard at least had a little bit of competition now. In September, Zallard did shave off another couple tenths of a second, but this wasn't the multiple second improvement he knew was possible. But on September 30th, he was gonna have a chance. A second behind the record, with 6 fights to go, Zallard entered Mad Clown, needing a good fight. He ended up with an 11, easily good enough. On Macho, he got the good luck for a 10-second fight. Narcissus didn't mess around too much, and he was able to get the KO at 11 seconds. Suddenly, Zallard was back in the lead.
Well, then.
Next up was Hoy, who we know can be just awful. But he got no ducks in phases 2 or 3. Yet another 11-second fight, and Zallard was 2 seconds ahead with 2 fights to go. This run was on pace for a 241, the type of run Zallard had been looking for years. But there's one fight I haven't told you about yet, because Nick Bruiser has a twin brother that comes right before him. This is Rick Bruiser. Rick is a really straightforward fight. There's no luck involved for the first 2 phases, and the execution isn't too hard either. You get him dizzy in phase 1, then use counters and supers in phase 2. That stuff's fine. But then there's phase 3. The entire fight is made or broken on the first punch of this phase. If this high super lands, you'll finish the fight at 11 seconds. If it doesn't, you're getting a 16, or in rare cases a 14, but more often than not, it's a 16. That's a 5-second difference. Enormous for a game like this. 5/8 of the time, the super lands. 3/8 of the time, it does not. That's all there is to it. A little over half the time, Rick Bruiser will let you through, but 3 times out of 8, he will destroy your run. So, Zallard entered the fight 2 seconds ahead. A huge opportunity, but he had the threat of a massive time loss hanging over his head. And what did Rick Bruiser do? Well, it's Super Punch-Out, late on record pace. What do you think Rick did?
He didn't do it. So it's over. The run is dead.
No mercy. 244 is where the record would have to stay. Zallard took a break for a few months, but still, there was no real threat to his record. Hootie was still the second place runner, nearly 10 seconds behind. So, in early 2016, Zallard came back for more, praying he could get the last few seconds within his grasp. On April 14th, he had a run slightly behind with 4 fights to go. He had time to save against a 14 Narcissus split and managed a 13. Hoy was another fight with time to save, and once again he squeezed out a second. So, Zallard was ahead going into Rick Bruiser. If he would just stand still and take the uppercut, he was gonna have a shot at the record. He needed the 5/8 luck.
We got it.
And he got it. Zallard was now 2 Nick counters away from a world record.
More. Yes! 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 Yes!
Finally, Zallard had lowered the record. This wasn't the god run he was looking for. Dragon Chan gave kicks, Clown gave a 12, and the special circuit could have been better, but it was still a 243. After this run, Zallard took a step back not only from Super Punch-Out, but from speedrunning as a whole. For a year and a half, he didn't do any runs, giving other runners a serious opportunity to step in and take the record. But nobody did. Zallard remained at the top unchallenged, with the closest player still being Hootie. It's quite rare to have records undisputed for this long, but Zallard's mastery of the game was far ahead of anyone else's. Finally, 18 months after his 243, he went back to attempts. It was hard to expect a record right away, since it had been so long since his last attempts. It took some time to get back into it, but he eventually started getting runs deep. Still, nothing good enough for a record. But all of a sudden, on November 29th, 2017, Zallard found himself on this run.
This is kind of stupid. Dude, if I get the K... There's no way I'm getting the KO, dude. No fucking way, dude. No fucking way. What is this? What is this bullshit? Alright, Rick could totally fucking dodge me, and it could still be okay. I'm gonna miss, dude. I'm gonna miss. Fuck, dude.
One of the toughest things to do in speedrunning is executing under pressure. Super Punch-Out may be known for its randomness, but even when the luck aligns, you still have to execute. And if you don't, you're gonna get punished. Fortunately, after years of running the game, Zallard had become quite resilient, and a few months later, he had another run ahead into the special circuit, albeit not quite as far ahead. But suddenly, after managing a 10 on Hoi, the pace became much more serious. A 6-second lead late in the run, just 2 fights to go, a huge chance for redemption. Wanna guess what Rick did in Phase 3? Of course. Still, he led by about a second, and hit the counters on Nick for a small record.
That's it.
It wasn't what it could have been, but a 242 was still progress made. And on April 26th, he'd make even more progress. A 240.36. Cutting off nearly 2 seconds, this was the biggest improvement he had made to the record in nearly 3 years. But at the end of the run, Zallard didn't sound too happy about it.
Give me the unwinnable luck here, please. Please. God fucking damn it, dude. Dude, are you kidding?
Why was that? Well, despite the improvement, this run could have been a lot better. On Mr. Sandman, he mistimed a high super to lose 2 seconds. And on Hoi, he lost over 1.5 seconds from a mistimed low super. Had he not made those errors, this run would have finished at an incredible 236. But mistakes were made, and the result was a frustrating world record. Take a look at this timeline. This was all Zallard. He had set 16 records over the course of 5.5 years. This sort of thing is very rarely seen in speedrunning. A runner can sometimes dominate for a few years, but for it to continue for this long was pretty special. Zallard had eyes for a run in the 230s, but 240 was a seriously good time. And it was gonna have to be good enough, as Zallard slowly stopped playing and didn't run the game for months. His 240 remained at the top unchallenged. But suddenly, in 2019, the unthinkable happened. A new contender began rising up the leaderboards. He became the second player to get a time under 250, and suddenly, he was just 5 seconds from the record. And he was going to try to do something nobody else had done before. Become the first Super Punch-Out single segment record holder not named Zallard 1. His name was Mystery Man 95. Mystery Man was a seasoned veteran in the Punch-Out series, running Mike Tyson's Punch-Out and holding the record in Punch-Out Wii. These games all require precise timing and rhythm, so it's no wonder he was able to adapt so easily. But there's one other thing to keep in mind about Mystery Man. He played on Wii U Virtual Console, meaning he had a few frames of input delay. Remember how you have to react to Nick Bruiser's guard? That's effectively impossible with input delay. So, Mystery Man had to just guess where Nick's guard would be and not react. This added a huge luck barrier to the end of the game. He'd usually have to correctly guess a 50-50 guard position twice in a row, once in Phase 1 and once in Phase 2. He'd need to do that to have any shot at beating Zallard's record. Fortunately, Mystery Man had some strategies to help on other fights. One was on Bob Charlie. The old strategy involved 7 punches in Phase 1 where Bob could dodge any of them. Instead, he countered Bob on the 5th one and did the rest while stunning him. This cost about a second, but made it so that Bob could now only dodge the first 4 punches rather than all 7. He also did something different on Macho. By delaying phase 1 slightly to get the knockdown at a 7 instead of a 6, the KO window shifted up to 10 seconds instead of 9. You could then delay the first punch of phase 2 so that it intercepts if Macho hops to the side, making a KO possible in more situations. These strategies were both developed by Chambers, and Zalor did use them for his last few records, but not the majority of them. And Hudi had figured out something additional on Macho, ducking into a left jab, right jab to start phase 1 to counter Macho if he dances at the start. So, Mystery Man had a chance to really put these strats to use and see what he could do. And in August 2019, with his personal best at 245, he was going to try to close the gap on one attempt. There was a new king of Super Punch-Out, and he had done it by a mile. Mystery Man himself didn't see this coming. A 236 demolished the record. The most incredible part of this run was the special circuit. It set a new standard. A 12 on Narcissus was a solid start, but a 9 on Hoi was incredible. He had a perfect phase 1 and just one duck in phase 2. Rick took the uppercut in phase 3, and he landed both counters on Nick. These were the types of special circuits you needed for a world record. You need great luck and no mistakes. And despite the input delay, despite the massive odds against him, Mystery Man had pulled it off at the end of a run. For the first time ever, the record didn't belong to Zalor 1. Mystery Man had ushered in a new era of Super Punch-Out speedrunning, as slowly, the leaderboard began to expand with more people attaining sub-3s. This was the type of competition Super Punch-Out had been missing for the last several years. By mid-2020, there were 7 runners with a time below 3 minutes. One of those people was known as Stock. Stock had a similar path to Mystery Man, slowly lowering his personal best before settling on a 245. This meant he was still 9 seconds from the record. But in August 2020, he would find himself on a remarkable pace. 10 seconds ahead of his personal best, and a second ahead of the record, going into Rick Bruiser. This was a 235 pace, and he was in position to take the record. He just needed Rick to stand still in phase 3. Fight! He did not. But thanks to his huge lead, Stock still finished with a 239, the second sub 240 ever achieved. Entering 2021, Mystery Man's world record was still on top, but the community was ever expanding. By February, 2 more players had achieved times in the low 240s, Cranklinson and Mr. Mega, and the top of the leaderboard was getting quite crowded. It seemed inevitable that someone was gonna break through. And on February 26th, Cranklinson was gonna have a shot at it. He fell behind early thanks to a dodge from Bob and the slow heal on Dragon Chan. But from there, everything got better. A 9 on Clown, a 10 on Macho, and a 9 on Narcissus. 3 essentially perfect splits in a row. A 10 on Hoi was easily good enough, and Rick took the uppercut. he was about a second ahead of the record going into Nick Bruiser. But here's the thing. Just like Mystery Man, Cranklinson played on Wii U Virtual Console. So, he too had to guess on both of Nick's counters. The odds were stacked against him, but all he could do was try. New world record, 235.68. Cranklinson had about as close to a perfect second half as possible. Specifically, these 3 fights were impossible to gain time on, at least with the strategies he was using. The major circuit lost him some time, but when combined with the incredible second half, it was easily good enough for a record. As 2021 continued, the leaderboards became more and more active. By May, 6 people had a time in the 230s. As incredible as Zallard's dominance was, he was now in 7th place. The level of luck you needed for a world record run was rapidly increasing. If you got a 12 on Narcissus, that suddenly didn't look so good compared to the 9 that was in the record. A few new strategies were worked out, particularly on Narcissus, but the biggest one was on Hoi. Cranklinson had figured out a new Phase 1 that would ultimately give a higher chance for the 8-second TKO. Those fights would be crucial as the record was approaching the low 230s. In mid-2021, players Murakuma, Mr. Mega, Universe, and Fat Potato Seal would all have runs make it to the final 2 fights on record pace. Sadly, in Murakuma's case, he made a mistake on Rick. And for the rest, they lost the run to Nick Bruiser. Especially at the end of a run, it was really hard to get everything to align. But players knew there was a little more they could get out of this run. With several people at the top trying, they knew that the God run could happen. A run where everything lines up. But the odds in a run like this were getting very low. At this point, likely 1 in several hundred. Was anybody going to take it below 235? On September 3rd, 2021, Mr. Mega was doing some record attempts, and he suddenly found himself on an incredible pace. A 6 on Bob, followed by a 7 on Dragon Chan and a 7 on Masked Muscle. 3 fights in a row with perfect RNG. So far, this was essentially a perfect run. He lost a bit over a second thanks to a 10 on Clown, and got a 12 on Narcissus, but he could easily afford it on this pace. A little over a second ahead going into Hoi, now more than ever, he needed a good fight. An 8 is a perfect time for Hoi. Rick Bruiser led his super through, and Mr. Mega was 3.5 seconds ahead into Nick Bruiser. This wasn't just world record pace. This was destroy the world record pace. If there was ever a time to execute on Nick Bruiser, this was it. No pressure.
First counter.
World record! World record, dude! Are you fucking serious? Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! 232! Oh my god, I can't believe my shit!
A huge world record from Mr. Mega. He had just shot himself from 5th to 1st place. This was the time the community had been looking for all these years. A run in the low 230s. Good luck nearly everywhere, and nailing it down on Nick Bruiser. It wasn't perfect, but the opportunities for time saves were extremely limited. Super Punch-Out had finally gotten the run it deserved. And that's where this video would end. That's where the story would end. But it doesn't. Look, I don't switch to first-person narration often, but I don't really have words to adequately describe what happened next. Because 8 days after Mr. Mega set this record, Fat Potato Seal did one of the craziest things I've ever seen. On screen is the running total of the odds of the run Fat Potato Seal was on. He entered the first major luck barrier in the game, Bob Charlie, and ended up getting a 6. A perfect fight with no dodges or blocks. He then fought Dragon Chan, and once again got perfect luck with the low heal. Masked Muscle also gave the best luck possible. He had gotten perfect luck through the first half of the game. He moved to the second half. On Mad Clown, he got a 9-second fight, the best possible luck. On Macho, he got the KO at 10 seconds, the best possible luck. On Narcissus, he got a 9-second KO. Technically a high 8 is possible, but a low 9 is essentially the best possible luck. On Hoi, he got an 8-second TKO, the best possible luck. Then it was time for Rick, and his random uppercut in Phase 3. And yes, he got the best possible luck. I've been making these videos for 5 years, and this run, I genuinely don't remember seeing anything like this in any other game. Other than half a second from Narcissus, on every single fight with significant RNG swing, he had just gotten perfect luck with his strategies. Not good luck, not great luck, perfect luck. Fat Potato Seal was on a 2:27 pace into Nick Bruiser. Just imagine the pressure in a situation like this, knowing this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Your hands start to go numb. You feel your heart beating in your throat. Basic tasks become nearly impossible. And landing counters on Nick Bruiser is anything but a basic task. But he might never see this pace again in his life.
Nick Bruiser. Fight! Knockout! Pizza cake. Right on!
It's hard to expect anyone to have actually pulled it off at the end of this run. Even Fat Potato Seal, one of the best players in the world. This situation he was in was unprecedented, and might not be seen again for months, years, or even longer. But still, it's a heartbreaking feeling. It just goes to show, even when Super Punch-Out does give you the luck, it can still punch you right in the face. Over the years, we've seen all sorts of world records. Ones that seemed like they had no chance, ones that were on monster paces, and everything in between. This run's history isn't over yet, and this timeline isn't yet complete. We're just living in a moment of Super Punch-Out's history, and there's still plenty of history left to go. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed, please consider subscribing and sharing the video with a couple friends. It goes a long way to help. Thanks. Wii Sports is the best-selling single-platform video game of all time. chances are you've played it before. And if you have, you probably think it doesn't lend itself well to speedrunning. Most games have a clear objective: go from start to finish as fast as possible. How do you do that in Wii Sports? I made a video about Wii Sports Resort Golf a while back. Imagine the precision and skill involved with speed golf multiplied by 5 sports. Here's the story of the gamers who've done it. This is the history of Wii Sports World Records. The biggest speedrun category in Wii Sports is called All Sports. It involves winning a game in each of the 5 sports consecutively. That means winning a game of tennis, winning a game of baseball, completing 10 frames of bowling, playing 3 holes of golf, and beating a boxer. You have to play them in order, and since there's no other option, you have to use motion controls. Now, Wii Sports came out in 2006, but serious runs didn't get started until close to a decade later. In 2014 and 2015, runs clocking in between 10 and 12 minutes were completed by Plied823, RSR, and Nate9000. But as is so often the case, videos either no longer exist or are in very poor quality. So, we have to go to July 2015 to get our first watchable run. A 945 by the mid-2000s internet culture named Nate9000. There were 5 sports for Nate to get through. The first one was actually the simplest: tennis. Your opponents are picked based on your skill level. At level 0, you'll get Miyu and Matt, who barely know what they're doing out there. You have to get 4 points to win, so Nate tried to just end each rally as quickly as possible. By serving at the very top of your throw, you'll hit the ball harder and make it tougher for the opponent to return it. This has about a 5-frame window, or a 1/6 of a second. So Nate did that 4 times and hoped his opponent would miss it, which is random. If they returned it, he just hit it across the court to quickly end the rally. It took him only 25 seconds to win the game and exit back to the menu. And that's pretty much all there is to tennis in Wii Sports speedrunning. You can lose a bit of time from returns, but even those only cost a couple of seconds. However, the next sport is way more involved than the simple rallies of tennis. It was time for Nate to play some baseball. The most important thing to know here is that if a team's ever up by 5 or more runs after an inning, the game ends right there from the mercy rule. So the idea is that you want to get 5 runs as fast as possible in the top half of the inning, then get 3 outs in the bottom half, and have the game end after just 1 inning. Hopefully Rob Manfred's not getting any ideas. However, getting an optimal inning of baseball is way easier said than done. When batting, there was no real strategy. Just swing at good pitches and pray you get hits. Nate reached on an error, then lined one to left for a base hit. From there, he was off to the races. A double in the gap, then a bloop to right. Some bad luck for Akira on the mound. But there was nothing lucky about the 3-run shot immediately after. That made it 5 runs for Nate, but he still needed to get out twice more to end the inning. So, he just struck out twice on purpose, on fastballs that make Barry Zito look like Brusdar Gratterall in comparison. For pitching, you obviously want to get 3 outs without giving up any hits or runs, but there's a lot more to it than that. What you ultimately want to do is turn into Mark Burley. There's a foolish YouTuber who has a video if you want to know more about him, but essentially what it means is you want to induce weak contact for easy outs, and not strike people out. strikeouts always take at least 3 pitches, while a ball in play for an out could be done in just 1 pitch. The problem, of course, is you have little to no control as to whether the batter will swing or not. So you have to make pitches that are good enough to not get barreled, but not so good that they just swing and miss. And of course, get super lucky. Nate wasn't so fortunate. His first batter stared at 3 straight strikes, and his second one, well, hit it there. His third batter struck out on an ephus, before he finally got out of the inning on a ground out. Not the ideal baseball split, but there were still 3 sports to go. Next up was bowling. The strategy here was a bit more straightforward. The more strikes you throw, the better, since strikes only involve throwing the ball once per frame instead of twice. There exist setups to get a strike nearly every time, but they're all pretty slow, so Nate just threw it as fast as he could. He only managed 2 strikes, before intentionally missing on frame 10 to avoid the third throw. However, his shots were all fast enough that it was still a decent split. Now, it was time for sport number 4, golf. There are 9 holes playable in Wii Sports, but to count for an all-sports run, all you needed to do was the 3 in beginner mode, or either of the other 3 hole options. And then, it was time to play some speed golf. You line up for each shot as quickly as you can go, then hit it and hope for the best. There's not much time to think, you just line up and go. There's one key difference between golf in Wii Sports and Wii Sports Resort. In Resort, if you hit an incredible shot, one that either lands near or in the hole from a long distance away, you'll get a replay that loses time. However, that mechanic is not present in the original Wii Sports, so anything is game. The better shots you can make, the more time you'll save. Nate tried to take advantage of this on hole 1, but his second shot landed over the hole. His first putt was wide left, so he had to take a par. Hole 2 was much of the same, with his initial shot going beyond the hole, then needing 2 more shots to get it in. And on hole 3, despite the crowd getting excited, Nate once again was unable to get under par. That made it 3 pars on 3 holes from Nate, which doesn't sound great, but keep in mind, he was against the constant pressure of needing to aim each shot as quickly as possible. And finally, the last sport is boxing. You want to ensure your Mii is ranked low to get an easy opponent, like Marco, then just go ham on him until they're down, and hope they stay down. If you punch in a rhythm, aiming for a nice 15 frame window on each punch, you'll be landing critical hits that do more damage. If all goes well, you'll be able to avoid getting punched at all and knock your opponent down quickly. Hopefully they'll stay down and won't get up. It's not known exactly what causes them to stay down, but it seems to be a combination of knocking them down quickly, not getting hit yourself, and some luck. And that's exactly what happened to Nate. This was the first ever sub 10 minute run of Wii Sports. There were some highlights, like a very smooth boxing match and the fast start he had to baseball. But of course, the large number of strikeouts and overall slow bowling and golf sections meant there was some big room for improvement. Nate knew this, and just 2 weeks later, he lowered it another 19 seconds. His golfing was particularly improved in this run, getting 3 birdies instead of 3 pars and not missing putts, which made up most of the time save. So, 9:26 was the new time to beat, and it would stand for over 2 years. It wasn't a particularly optimized record or anything. It was just one of those dry spells that speed games sometimes go through. But in June 2017, the Wii Series Discord server was created, which helped spark more popularity in running the game. In August, a player named Mr. Jimmy Steele 25 joined, and within hours, said he had beaten Nate's record, with a 916. We'll get to this run in a moment, but there's something else important to discuss. When Jimmy started up his game of baseball, this cutscene played first. Now, most of you who have played Wii Sports before are probably familiar with it, but I guarantee there's a small subset of you who, despite having played the game before, have never seen this cutscene. And there's a reason for that. See, when Wii Sports was released in 2006, it was bundled with every Wii console sold. Europe, Japan, and most other regions of the world had the same version of the game. However, for a few months after its release, the version of Wii Sports that was sold in North America was actually an early version of the game. The community calls it 1.00, and it omits certain features present in 1.01, the version sold everywhere else in the world. The two most important features are both in baseball. First, the cutscene you just saw, which wastes about 5 seconds and can't be skipped, isn't present in 1.00. And second, whenever someone grounds out, an animation plays in 1.01 of them throwing the first, which wastes about 0.7 seconds. This animation doesn't play in 1.00. That means that for a typical all-sports run, playing on the early version of the game is hugely advantageous, as it'll save you close to 10 seconds over playing on 1.01. Now, when Wii Sports was re-released in North America in July 2007 to promote the new remote jacket, they updated it to 1.01 to match the rest of the world. The cutscene and the animations were added back in. So, this optimal speedrun version of the game can only be found on North American copies made within the first 9 months of its release. Any copy from the next 10 years is of the slower, updated version. That means that even though Wii Sports is one of the best-selling games of all time, this early version is quite rare. It's estimated that only about 1 in every 20 copies of the game is 1.00, or 1 in every 10 North American copies. There's an easy way to check if your copy is 1.00. If it's a North American copy and the title screen says 2006, then it's 1.00. If it says 2006-2007 and the Wii Remote has a jacket on it, then it's not the early version. Since Jimmy was playing on 1.01, he lost some pretty significant time in baseball from version differences alone. However, he had a smart strategy to use while batting. Once he got his 5 runs, instead of striking out on purpose, he bunted for a quick ground out. This took far fewer pitches than strikeouts, but it's tough to perfectly angle your bat to bunt the ball where you want it to go. On the pitching side, Jimmy was nearly perfect. A strike, then a ground out to short, a ground out to first, then a soft comebacker. A 4-pitch inning. The rest of his run was up and down, getting 2 strikes in bowling and a birdie in golf. Next up was Nicro, who set a 915 just days after Jimmy's 916. He has a pretty big internet presence nowadays, but back then he had just a few hundred followers. Now, Nicro's world record run was solid and all, particularly in golf where he got all 3 birdies. However, the highlight of the run was his batting. He had 1 run in, but 2 outs. He still needed 4 more runs. And with a ground ball hit at the second baseman, it wasn't looking good. But then...
Oh! Drop that yes. Oh my god.
3 errors. The odds in that happening were 1 in 1,000. Nicro's 915 would stand for a few months, before being beaten by Alaska XP2 in January 2018. Alaska had an interesting skill set. He was particularly good at bowling and golf. In bowling, he managed to hit 7 strikes without carefully lining up. And in golf, he had more experience than most thanks to his golf runs in Wii Sports and Wii Sports Resort. He managed birdies on holes 1 and 2, and thanks to a beautiful second shot on hole 3, he got an eagle there. However, Alaska struggled mightily with boxing, losing 9 seconds from mistimed critical hits. Still, it was good enough for a 904. 6 months later, Nicro would come back to snag another record, 901. Once again, it was an up and down run. His baseball was quite fast, with 5 quick runs while batting and no base runners while pitching. However, his 1 strike in bowling paled in comparison, and let's just say his golf hole 1 wasn't ideal. The run had good moments, and it had bad moments. We've seen a handful of records at this point, and you can probably tell that this up and down nature was typical for Wii Sports. Outside of tennis, any of the other 4 sports can cause massive time swings. In baseball, you've got to deal with batting and pitching. Both are extremely random and can literally cause minutes of time loss. With bowling, a good game versus a bad one costs up to 30 seconds. In golf, each missed shot can cost 10 seconds, and across 3 holes, that really adds up. And in boxing, missing critical hits can lose a dozen seconds or more. This game wasn't like your traditional speedrun, where you can optimize it and eventually grind down every split. No, the time swings in Wii Sports were different. They were more random and far harder to control. The record was 901, and with everything listed before going in the right direction, it could potentially go way lower, into the 8s or further. But the odds in having all those time swings go your way? It just wasn't realistic. Well, unless Alaska had anything to say about it. In the second half of 2018, Alaska would embark on a push to take the all-sports record into the 8-minute range and beyond. He certainly had the credentials to get it there, but the issues of before still remained. Getting all 5 sports to line up properly was just too difficult. He was gonna need some help. And over the next few months, that's exactly what he got. One new strategy he used was expanding the scope of bunting. Players had been bunting for a quick out for months, but if you very carefully angle your Wii Remote slightly more forward, you could potentially bunt for singles as well. The margin between bunting for a hit and bunting for an out was razor thin, but with a lot of practice, you can fairly reliably bunt it to third for a hit. So now, Alaska could theoretically bunt 4 times to load the bases and score a run, then hit a grand slam, then bunt 3 more times for outs. It could still go wrong, but there was potential for a really fast batting split. Now for bowling. The days of games with just 2 or 3 strikes had to be in the past. Alaska was going to shoot for more like 6 or 7 strikes in a good game. The record at the time, Nicro's 901, had only 1 strike. Alaska could easily save 20 seconds over that. He was already quite good at bowling strikes, but with more experience, he could save the time more reliably. In golf, Alaska began using an impressive looking strategy to save a few seconds: the driver chip. Similar to a trick used in Wii Sports Resort, the flag on the green acts as a wall if your golf ball hits it. If you're able to use a driver and hit your ball into it, it can fall straight down and enter the hole, saving time over having to slowly put it in or get it closer to the hole. Now, the driver chip may seem super precise, but there's actually a setup on hole 2 to get it nearly every time. By hitting your first shot into the bunker, You can then line up with the flag and pull out your driver. By swinging as hard as you can, the game will automatically hook the ball to the right at just the correct angle and speed to hit the flag. And finally, there was boxing. This was the sport that Alaska struggled with the most. There wasn't any particular new strategy he had to use here. He just had to improve at it. Get better at timing the criticals, avoid getting punched himself, and ensure that his opponent had no real chance of getting up. Over time, he did get better, but it was still a battle. With all this, a sub 9-minute run was definitely possible. But was a sub 8 realistic too? It would take a miracle run, but it could be done. Alaska quickly began seeing results. He got an 8:43 on July 22nd, and then an 8:30 on August 15th. His bowling and pitching were great, but his batting was far from perfect, and he missed a putt on hole 1. There was still a long way to go. And then came September 29th.
Yes, come on. Will that work?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 9.
Oh my god.
After all that, still a record by 4 seconds. What happened? Well, it was the God run up until boxing. His batting was near perfect, with 4 bunt singles, a grand slam, and 3 bunt outs. His pitching was solid, with 2 strikeouts and a 1 pitch out. He hit 4 strikes while bowling, and in golf, got a birdie, a driver chip birdie, and an eagle. It was sub 8 pace, but he just couldn't hit criticals, which led to a slow knockdown and his opponent getting up. But Alaska wasn't done yet. There wasn't much room to improve early on, but he had about half a minute he could save on boxing alone. This sub 8 grind had to continue. He had come close once, he just had to do it again.
Let's go. Oh my god. Yes. Yeah. Let's go. Oh my god, please! Dude, don't fucking get up. Don't you fucking dare. Oh my god. Yes! Oh my god! Oh my god, I've done it! I've fucking done it! Oh my god, dude!
A legendary run. Alaska's sub 8 dream had finally come true. It was beautiful from start to finish. A 6-pitch inning while pitching, 6 strikes in bowling, 3 birdies in golf, and finally, a boxing where his opponent stayed down. It all added up to a 754, the first sub 8 in the history of Wii Sports. This run firmly cemented Alaska at the top. Nobody was really close to him. Second place was more than 30 seconds behind, and 754 continued to stay on top. People got a little closer, but there wasn't much new to use. They had to replicate what Alaska did and find somewhere to save time. After 18 months of this, it was clear. There was only one person up to the task of beating Alaska, and that person was Alaska.
Yo! Come on! Let's go!
In May 2020, Alaska beat his own record by 8 seconds. Most of the time save came while batting. He avoided a missed bunt that he had in his old record. Other than that, it was nearly identical. A 6-pitch inning, 6 strikes, and 3 birdies. He had found a way to just eke out the time he needed. Many more months passed, and his 746 remained alone at the top. At this point, he had held the record for about 2.5 years. That's significant for a popular game like Wii Sports. But by early 2021, he finally had some close competition. 2 players had achieved sub-8s of their own. One was Sphere Cube, and the other was Paul in the Mall. Sphere Cube's personal best was 748, just 2 seconds behind Alaska. But on February 16th, he had a run within striking distance of the record going into golf. And on hole 1, he did this.
Chip in. Eagle.
It saved about 6 seconds. Hole 2 had a driver chip, and he finished on hole 3 with an eagle. In all, he saved 15 seconds over Alaska on golf alone. It was enough to edge him out with a 743, making it the first time someone had dethroned Alaska in nearly 3 years. And the best part about it, he did it while playing on 1.01. I mentioned before how much rarer 1.00 is, and despite being a top runner of the game, Sphere Cube was unable to acquire a copy of it. He lost about 10 seconds in baseball from that, and still was able to beat Alaska. He was pretty good. About a month later, Paul in the Mall was making strides for the record. He got a sub-8, but took a break from running the game around the time Sphere Cube got the record. He came back a month and a half later, and got a 737, a record by 6 seconds. Paul played on 1.00, so he saved quite a bit of time in baseball over Sphere Cube. But immediately after this record was set, controversy arose. Once you finish hole 3 of golf, the fastest way to move on to boxing is to reset to the menu. For years, the rule was that once the golf ball hit the bottom of the hole, you could perform the reset. However, in July 2020, runner Emoad Nomad hit this unbelievable shot. The ball hit the bottom, so he reset to the menu. However, you can see that when he reset, the ball was in the process of bouncing back up. On chip-ins like this, it's actually possible that the ball hits the bottom, bounces up, and lands outside the hole, meaning you need another shot. So, the community came up with a rule that whenever there was a chip-in, you have to wait until the phrase chip-in appears on the screen to reset. It seemed like a logical rule. However, in Paul's 737, his hole 3 ended like this. He reset right away, but since the ball hit off the pole, it technically would have been a chip-in, and he didn't wait for the text to appear. But then again, there wasn't any chance this ball would have bounced out. It rolled in rather than falling in off the pole or flag, despite technically being a chip-in. The community was split on how to rule this run, but ultimately, it was allowed to stay on the leaderboard. The rule was changed so that as long as the ball rolled in the hole, even if it was a chip-in, you could reset once it hit the bottom. And so, Paul's 737 was the official world record. Just like the dozens of records that came before it, the 737 was great, but in a matter of days, it was going to be obsolete. Because this story is going to take a bit of a turn. Every so often, a speed game gets a new strategy that transforms the run. There's cannonless setup in Mario 64, the scroll glitch in Castlevania, the flagpole glitch setup in Super Mario Bros. When you think of those speedruns, those tricks seem intertwined with them. Up to this point, Wii Sports didn't really have a trick like that. There were unique strategies to use, but no mind-blowing iconic tricks. Well, that was about to change. Because in early 2021, Wii Sports' game-defining trick was going to be discovered. Welcome to the wonderful world of disconnect strats. This bizarre-looking trick has a treasured past. For years, players had noticed an odd glitch that sometimes occurred. If your remote disconnected in golf, you could sometimes hit the ball twice, but you couldn't hit it far and it couldn't be easily replicated, so nobody was too interested in it. From 2018 to 2020, this glitch happened to several players, including Simple Strat 17 and even world record holder Alaska XP2, but it remained just a curiosity. In early 2021, Plaid decided to investigate it a bit more, to figure out exactly how it worked. And what he found shocked the community. If you hit the ball, then disconnect your remote by taking the batteries out, you can put the batteries back in and swing a second time. The catch is that the sum of these two shots can't add up to more than 4 bars of hit power, so you can't hit it further than a normal swing. However, if your second shot happens after hitting water, the ball will stop on a dime after a quick transition and you'll be placed wherever it is, including potentially on top of the water. This saves time in a couple of ways. On a hole like hole 5, you're supposed to take a curved path around to the green, but with disconnect strats, you can go straight to the hole across the water and take a more direct path. And second, your ball completely stops once the transition occurs, so if your timing's good, you can hit the ball into the water, quickly hit it a second time, and avoid the time the ball would normally take to stop rolling from even just one shot. The River P, Wipeout Jack, and Nomad found fast routes for the intermediate holes, so that was the new course to use. On hole 5, you can save about 7 seconds by going straight across the water, and on hole 6, you can save about 4 from using the transition to stop right where you want. That meant that, in theory, 11 seconds could be saved. Wii Sports runs suddenly had potential to get quite a bit lower, as not only could extra time be saved, but golf could be more consistent as well. The first player to use disconnect strats in a record was Shockwave TLS, who lowered the time down to 7:35. As you'd expect, he gained time on golf, despite his initial disconnect shot on hole 5 being mistimed. It helped when he hit this shot on hole 4. However, Shockwave is from the UK, and he wasn't able to import a copy of 1.00 from overseas, so he lost time in baseball. Next up was Sphere Cube again, who lowered the record 9 days later with a 7:32. He had switched to 1.00, so he saved the time in baseball, but he didn't use disconnect strats. Yeah, especially in the early days of disconnect strats, even some top-level runners found it too difficult to go for, since it wasn't technically needed for the record. About a month later, Shockwave took it a couple seconds lower. But still, he was playing on 1.01. A few months after that, Sphere Cube took it back, while still not using disconnect strats. Nobody was willing to string it all together. But in the summer of 2021, Shockwave would finally get a copy of 1.00. A top runner now had all three pieces of the puzzle: 1.00, a willingness to do disconnect strats, and a lot of skill. They all combined for a 728, a new record just one day after Sphere Cube 730. This world record really had a lot going into it. You've got bunting for outs, bunting for hits, aiming for strikes, driver chips, disconnect strats, and much more. Shockwave implemented all of them, and the end result was a 728. Was there any time save left? Well, there were seconds here and there. His batting was near perfect, but while pitching, he accidentally threw an immaculate inning. 3 strikeouts, which we know from before are slow. There was room to save about 15 seconds there. His bowling was perfect, 9 strikes, so no time to save there. For golf, he missed a putt on hole 6, and his boxing could have been a bit better too. So sub 7 was definitely possible, but the problems of before still remained. It required perfection from all 5 sports, and that just wasn't realistic. But that didn't mean people couldn't try. By September, another contender showed up to play, Emoad Nomad. And over the next few months, these guys were going to engage in a battle, both against each other and against the sub 7 barrier. Shockwave would strike first, with a massive 7-second cut of the record. He had time to save on pitching and on hole 6, so he gained 12 collective seconds there, but lost a few seconds while batting thanks to a foul ball. A few weeks later, he'd take it down to 718, and Nomad was right behind him with a 721. Nomad would then have a run a few seconds ahead of the record, but needed a miracle shot on hole 4 to keep it going. Back to the drawing board. On October 11th, Shockwave got a 716. Nomad followed up shortly after with a 717, a run that came just 24 hours too late to be a record. On the 15th, Shockwave had a run that lost time early to batting, but had an extraordinarily fast 5-pitch inning to bring it back to even. That showed how much potential there still was to squeeze out of the record. It finished as a world record of 715, but could have been several seconds lower had he not been forced to foul off an inside pitch. Okay, so one thing was starting to become clear. This wasn't much of a competition. The battle between Shockwave and Nomad was a blowout. Shockwave had set the past 7 records in a row. Nomad hadn't set any. He remained in second place the entire time, sometimes even within a couple seconds of the record, but never overtook him. This was starting to become personal. Nomad had to prove that he was still capable of taking the record. Well, he kept doing attempts, and on October 16th, Nomad was gonna have his chance. He was 3 seconds ahead of his personal best going into boxing, but he had time to save there. He could theoretically get as low as a 710, 5 seconds of wiggle room over the record. He just had to lock it down. Shockwave's record was 715.433. Nomad's final time, 715.733. He had missed by less than a third of a second. Nomad could keep going. It's not like he was far off from the record. His next personal best would almost certainly be it. And sure enough, the very next day, he got himself a 714. It was a new world record. had it not been for Shockwave getting this just hours before. An unbelievable record from Shockwave. It had just about everything. Nearly perfect batting, 4-pitch inning, great disconnect strats. It just missed sub 7 because of a missed shot on hole 4. Nomad kept trying, but at this point, Shockwave was way in the lead. It was going to be really tough, but he wasn't giving up. He kept chipping away at his time, and by November, he had gotten within a stone's throw of the record. A commonly used metric to determine a runner's pace is best possible time. It can be measured from any point in the run. If the runner matched all of their best splits from a certain spot in the run to the end, it measures what time they would get. On November 12th, 2021, Nomad exited baseball at 3:14. It was one of the fastest paces he had ever been on. And his best possible time from there was 6:44. This was a golden opportunity. He entered bowling and started throwing strike after strike. 5 in a row, then 6, 7, 8, and 9. It was a perfect game on one of his best paces ever. He did lose a little time in frame 10 from slow falling pins, but according to his splits, Nomad's best possible time was still 6:48. But one of the biggest run killers was coming up in hole 4. It's hard to get a birdie on this hole, as winds can throw everything off and make life harder. Nomad was going to try to land in the bunker, then driver chip for a birdie. Now more than ever, this had to work. It was beautiful. He didn't get a hole-in-one, so he couldn't get in the 640s anymore, but his best possible time was still 6:54. This was doable. 3 splits to go. But he had to get through hole 5's 2 disconnect shots. Shot 1 went well, but on shot 2, he landed far from the hole. It was tough, but Nomad had to sink this putt. He had missed enough world records. This shot had to be the difference between all his past runs and a sub 7. Players like Emoad Nomad are often overlooked in speedrunning. Shockwave is an incredible player, as evidenced by his nearly endless list of world records. But Nomad's skill is right up there with him. People often focus on the world records, but really the path to getting there is what's important. Nomad has had a lot of near misses, but he's going to break through. His sub 7 dream might not be done yet, but the journey it took him to get there is what'll make it feel so great. And really, that's what speedrunning's all about. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed the video, I'd really appreciate you sharing it with a couple other people and hitting the subscribe button. Thank you. Super Mario 64 16 star. It's the most popular category in the most popular speed game of all time. Holding a record in it is one of gaming's toughest accomplishments. Ridiculous glitches and insane movement. both requirements for a world record. Just a lucky few have been able to call themselves a record holder, and with the incredible level of competition, it's hard to hold on to it for long. But let's take a look at those gamers and see how they did it. This is the history of the 16-star world record. Super Mario 64 has 120 stars you can collect. There are speedrun categories that involve collecting all of them. However, the developers only required you to collect 70 of them to beat the game. That's how many you needed to make it up the endless staircase and into the final stage. For years, 70 stars was the minimum needed to beat Super Mario 64. But years after the game's release, that number suddenly dropped to 50. Eventually, it was lowered again, this time to 31. And in 2004, the number fell to just 16. Super Mario 64 could now be completed in under half an hour. And in the summer of 2004, the first 16-star speedruns of Mario 64 were performed. There were a handful of records set over the course of a few months, from players like Cyberwrath and Christina Korsak. But the dust settled a bit when a runner named Illudude set a big record. In November 2004, he beat the game with 16 stars in 21 minutes and 56 seconds. And here's how he did it. The first goal in a 16-star speedrun is to collect 8 stars, which unlocks the first Bowser level, Bowser in the Dark World. He got the first star by going into Bob-omb Battlefield and ground-pounding the Chain Chomp's pole 3 times, unlocking the star. One of the fastest ways to move in Super Mario 64 is the long jump, so Illudude chained these together over and over whenever he could. Next, he went into Whomp's Fortress to collect 5 more stars. He got the first 2 by going to the top of the stage, defeating Whomp, and then climbing to the top of the fortress. He then quickly got the star on the ledge by side-flipping to it, then opened the cannon, used it to blast away the wall, and shot himself into the star to collect it. A slow process that ate up around half a minute. Finally, he got picked up by the owl to fall into the cage and collect another star. That put his total at 6 stars. The remaining 2 came from sliding down Peach's slide to collect both stars, despite a bit of slow movement along the way. Illudude was then able to enter Bowser in the Dark World, where he used long jumps all over to move through the stage. It took 2 throws to hit Bowser with a bomb, but eventually he got the job done. Now that he could go into the basement, Illudude's next goal was to collect 7 more stars to allow Mips the rabbit to appear. The first 2 stars came from shifting Sandland, where he got one from quickly jumping at the top of the pyramid, and the other from slowly waiting on top of a pillar for a bird to arrive. The next 2 came from Lethal Lava Land, where Illudude boiled the big bully and collected 8 red coins. His movement wasn't ideal in any of these sections, as his only real strategy for moving fast was to long jump whenever he could. Finally, the last 3 stars came from collecting the Toad Star, then heading into Hazy Maze Cave, getting the Emergency Exit Star, and the Watch for Rolling Rock Star. Now, Illudude had 15 stars, which spawned Mips the Rabbit. Normally, you can just grab him for a star, but Illudude was going to use him for a trick discovered by Dom Dunk a few months prior. This was the key to beating the game with 16 stars. The first step is getting Mips through this door. By putting him down right in front of it, then going through the door, you can quickly jump back and stand inside the door. From there, you can pick up MIPS, turn around, and place them on the other side. Then you want to take MIPS to this door, which you normally need 30 stars to pass through. By placing him in front of it, you can jump between MIPS and the door to get pushed through it, skipping the 30 star requirement. The MIPS clips could be difficult to perform, but if done properly, they would save many minutes off a Super Mario 64 speedrun. After this, Illudude went into Dire Docks, collected the submarine star to unlock Bowser in the Fire Sea, and went through it as fast as he could. Once again, it took him 2 throws to defeat Bowser, but he now had the second key. It was time to head upstairs, where he was about to perform probably the most iconic trick in Super Mario 64 speedrunning, the backwards long jump. This trick was popularized in a November 2000 edition of Nintendo Power magazine, but it's quite likely Nintendo knew about it as early as 1997, since that year they released an updated version of Super Mario 64 in Japan that made the trick impossible. When you do a long jump but hold the stick backwards, the game gives Mario a slight boost of speed. It normally snaps back to normal quickly after, but if you land fast enough, like on stairs, it's preserved so you can do another backwards long jump. By jumping over and over, it's possible to catch Mario in a loop where his speed continuously builds up. He can keep going faster and faster. If your speed builds fast enough, it's possible to be on one side of wall on one frame and the other side on the next. And that means if you mash correctly, you can backwards long jump and fly through doors. Illudude performed this on both the 50 star door and the endless staircase, bypassing the requirements for 50 and 70 stars respectively. Then, it was a matter of making it through Bowser in the sky and hitting Bowser with 3 bombs at the end. It took him 6 throws, but it was enough to finish with a time of 21:56, world record by a significant margin. This run was pretty good for 2004, given how new the MIPS clips and BLJs were. However, as noted before, the movement left much to be desired, and some tricks took several tries. And about 6 months later, a player named Kirby Carter would lower it by about a minute. He definitely did clean up the movement a bit, but was still mostly using long jumps. He didn't miss as many throws on Bowser and was able to get the BLJs extremely quickly. However, the biggest revolution introduced in this run was the new, more reliable version of the MIPS clips. For the first one, by dropping MIPS on the seam between the door and the wall, Mario gets pushed forward and becomes stuck inside the door. The rest of the trick can be completed as before. For the second clip, it's the same process as the first clip, but instead of getting stuck in the door, Mario gets pushed through all the way to the other side. These clips were both faster and more consistent than before, becoming the clear methods to use. So, going into mid-2005, Kirby Carter's 2046 was on top. A solid record, with video proof that, from 2005, wasn't always a given. The record timeline was pretty straightforward at this point, and had followed a pattern seen by most early speedruns from the mid-2000s. Early runs recorded on VHS with primitive strategies, followed by improvements in big chunks over the following years. However, after this point, the 16-star history takes a bit of a turn. For the next several years, there would be 2 major caveats in the timeline. First, cheated or faked runs would be illegitimately on top of the leaderboard for more than 80% of the next decade. For most games, cheated runs do occasionally happen, but rarely does it affect the record timeline as substantially as it did for 16-star. So, The fastest runs from legitimate players will be included in this video instead. And second, although most runs had video proof when performed, records before 2013 have very little video surviving today, and some of the surviving stuff is very low quality. Many runs were live streamed at the time, but the videos weren't saved. There were also many emulator records at this time, but since they reduce lag and aren't kept on the same leaderboard as console runs, they won't be included in this video. It's a bit tricky to analyze runs from this period, but we'll work with what we can. After Kirby Carter's 2046, a player named Le Coureur 103 would rapidly lower the record down to 1908 over the course of 2005. He posted his times on the Speed Demos Archive forum, but videos for these runs seem to have never made it online. So, despite lowering the record by a minute and a half, there's not much to analyze. Then, by 2009, the record scene moved to Japan. Through August 2009, 4 players set a record: Sho, Shigeru, Cass, and Taka. Most of these runs don't have surviving video, and the ones that do were live streamed with 2009 levels of quality. So instead, we'll skip to December 2009, when we finally get a run with a clean video feed from Taka. Remember, Kirby Carter had gotten a 20-minute run in 2005, and there were allegedly 19-minute runs later that year. What did Taka get in 2009? How about a run clocking in at 17 minutes, 18 seconds? To put it bluntly, this record was on another level. The amount of tricks, the level of optimization, everything about Taka's run was miles ahead of runs from years prior. Truth be told, there had been many new strategies slowly implemented in runs over the years, but they all came together in Taka's record. And they started literally right when the game begins. Normally, once you reach the middle of the bridge, Lakitu stops you for a cutscene. By jumping on the very edge of the bridge railing, Taka was able to skip the trigger for the cutscene and save about 7 seconds. Once he went inside, however, the run really started to take off. This was thanks in part to a handful of major new tricks. Kirby Carter's run from 2005 was good, but Taka had some tricks up his sleeve that changed everything. Trick number 1. In Bob-omb Battlefield, Taka performed the bomb clip. By activating the bomb and getting pushed by it toward the gate, you can precisely jump before it explodes, getting pushed through the gate to collect the star. This saves close to 10 seconds over the standard method. Taka then went to Womp's Fortress and performed trick number 2, a legendary one known as Cannonless. The normal process for getting the Blast Away the Wall star is slow, and involves opening the cannon, jumping in it, shooting at the wall, and landing to collect the star. However, this can all be skipped by performing Cannonless, where you just run at the wall in the perfect spot and collect the star without blasting away the wall. It saves around 20 seconds over using the cannon, which is huge, but the issue is the precision involved. You need to hit the exact right spot in the wall for this to work, so that Mario grabs the ledge the star is on top of, and his hitbox moves up to intersect with the star. Even taking time to set up the trick didn't help very much. The most skilled players struggled to hit the trick more than about 20% of the time. 16-star runs were transformed with Cannonless. You had a couple shots to get it, but if you failed, you'd have to reset. So now, most runs wouldn't make it past the 2.5 minute mark. Thankfully, Taka hit Cannonless first try, just so he could go and perform trick number 3 immediately after. By triple jumping and wall kicking off the cage perfectly, you could fall in it without having to use the owl. It only saved around 6 seconds, but Owlless became a staple of 16-star runs as well. Another big upgrade for Taka was his movement. Older runs had just used long jumps, but Taka carefully selected his moves to optimize the speed of each section. Diving was used all over for short speed boosts, while long jumps still had their place for longer straight sections. This upgraded movement could particularly be seen in Bowser in the Dark World, where Taka varied his movement all over to collect 8 red coins for an additional star. The back half was clean too. Fast MIPS clips and BLJs helped save some additional time. However, the run definitely wasn't without its faults. He had some slip-ups, like here in Lethal Lava Land, and he missed a throw on Bowser at the very end. But thanks to the upgrades in movement, strategies, and overall execution, Taka's run was more than 3 minutes faster than the early records. Super Mario 64 speedruns were about to enter a new era. Gone were the days of infrequent records with suboptimal strategies. Over the next year and a half, the record would be broken nearly a dozen times. Most of the videos for these records didn't survive, but the few we do have show gameplay far ahead of its time. The two dominant record holders for this era were Taka and Shigeru. They took turns lowering the record into the low 17s, before Shigeru broke the sub-17 barrier with a 1654. But when Taka took the record back with a 1652, he had a trick up his sleeve. LBLJ. LBLJ stands for Lobby Backwards Long Jump, and its origins can be traced to an October 2006 video, where Mr. Robert Z jumped up from below and grabbed an exposed ledge. He theorized that you could then possibly do a backwards long jump, and it turns out he was right. A tool-assisted runner named Mitjitsu showed it off in a TAS a month later, and it was eventually adopted by runners. By backwards long jumping into the basement ceiling, which extends upwards, you can land and repeatedly jump to build speed. You then land in a black area outside the front door with a lot of speed still built up. Then, you rotate the camera precisely to steer Mario's speed toward the 8-star door. If done properly, Mario will shoot through it and land next to the entrance for Bowser in the Dark World. This ultimately saves time because many of the 8 stars needed to open the door are slow, like ground pounding Whomp 3 times. By ignoring the 8-star requirement, players could now just get the key right away, collect 3 fast stars in Whomp's Fortress, and head straight to the basement. It saved half a minute overall. Armed with LBLJ, Shigeru would continue to grind 16-star in 2010 and 2011. He would pull away from Taka, lowering the record deeper into the 16s, while optimizing his movement and tricks along the way. It was starting to feel inevitable that somebody would break the 16-minute barrier. But as it turns out, the first person to get a sub-16 wouldn't be Shigeru. It wouldn't be Taka either. In fact, it wasn't anyone who had set a 16-star record before. In August 2011, someone else broke through with a 1554, and his name was Matt Turk. Nah, I'm just kidding. It was Akira. Akira's run was a culmination of strategies that had been slowly developed over the years. It started with LBLJ. He got it very cleanly, quickly rotating the camera to drop Mario in Bowser in the Dark World. After collecting 8 red coins in the key, he got Cannonless first try, Owlless, and the side flip star, making all 3 of these stars seem effortless. In Lethal Lava Land, he boiled the Big Bully, got a couple stars in the volcano, got the log rolling star via a precise triple jump wall kick, and got 8 red coins. These 5 stars were all relatively quick, the longest one taking only about 20 seconds. He then went into Shifting Sandland, got the star in the top of the pyramid, then bounced off a sniffet to get the bird star early. In Hazy Maze Cave, He triple jumped to get into the dinosaur room quickly, then grabbed the emergency exit and rolling rock stars. The MIPS clips were about perfect, and in Dire Docks, Akira went for the risky front sub to save a couple seconds. He tore through Bowser in the Fire Sea, barely making a fast cycle. Both the backwards long jumps were instantaneous, and he nailed every Bowser throw to wrap up a sub 16-minute run. This seemed like it would be the last minute barrier ever broken in 16 star. There simply wasn't enough time to save to take it past 15 minutes. That being said, there was still some room to take it lower into the 15s. About 6 months later, Batora would grab the record for the first time with a 15:52, losing a bit of time to bad movement early but saving time at the end with a cleaner Bowser in the sky. Not to be outdone, Akira would beat him by a full 8 seconds in April 2013, thanks to a fast LBLJ at the start and tearing through the other BLJs. This 1544 would then stand on top of the leaderboard for the next 2 years. That's an incredibly long time for a category as competitive as 16 star. There were a few reasons this happened, but one really big reason is a trick about 3 minutes into the run. I'm talking, of course, about cannonless. It was a pretty big blow when 2/3 of your runs would die to the same trick right at the start. There wasn't a way around it. You either got cannonless, or you reset. For years, cannonless had been ending record runs before they could really begin. And it helped lead to stretches like this, where no world records were set for many months. If someone could just figure out a way to set it up consistently, to grab the star every time, it would open up so many new doors in 16 star. And in October 2014, that's exactly what Sockfolder did. Sockfolder is a speedrunning legend. He's found revolutionary setups for tricks in Ocarina of Time, Luigi's Mansion, even the original Super Mario Bros. Once he sets his mind to figuring something out, he's usually able to do so. This time, it was a way to solve cannonless. On October 8th, 2014, he came out with this complicated setup. You would grab the ledge, pull yourself up, punch twice, reset the camera, walk straight down, adjust the camera, pull yourself up, backflip, punch, walk straight down again, reset the camera again, then pull yourself up and walk down. If all this was done properly, you would grab the star every single time. The obvious problem with this was how slow it was. Even if done quickly, the setup cost 10 seconds over normal cannonless. That's a significant amount of time in a run like 16 star. But luckily, later the same day, runners DefTech and Gothic Logic would find an improvement. You didn't actually have to do the first part of the setup. You could skip straight to jumping on the ledge next to the plank, then perform the setup from there. This meant you'd only lose 6 seconds instead of 10, which was a bit more reasonable, and the whole process still lined you up perfectly to grab the ledge and collect the star. It's no exaggeration to say that cannonless setup was one of the biggest finds in speedrunning history. Those 2/3 of runs that died at cannonless were now gone. It now had a near 100% success rate. This gave the record so much more potential, since without having to reset as much early, players could focus on optimizing the rest of the run. So, throughout 2015, a handful of runners were gunning for the record. And what resulted was a mad dash to push the record down as much as possible.
Got it! Oh, fuck!
By May 2016, Zaya had taken the record all the way to 1524. A run with a really fast LBLJ, nearly every trick hit throughout the stages, and fast BLJs to boot. The only real noticeable slowdowns were a slow start to Pillarless and getting bad boulder luck in Hazy Maze Cave. A very impressive record given how many tricks were now in the run. And incredibly, this record too would stand for nearly 2 years. But eventually, a couple of new runners began to get really low times. Their personal bests dropped below 16 minutes, eventually into the 1540 range. And it became evident that both of them were going to make a push for the record. This is Aki and Ouija. In November 2017, Aki got on a run that had potential. A great LBLJ, pillarless, cannonless. After getting the second key, he was on pace for a 1525, but could potentially get as low as 1518 if he matched his best last split ever. A record by 6 seconds. It was all going to come down to the BLJs. They were decent, but not good enough for a record. Aki would finish with a 1528, 4 seconds behind Zaya. But a few months later, he'd have another shot at it. 4 seconds ahead of his last run, he once again needed good BLJs. This time, it was good enough. A 1522, beating Zaya by 2 seconds and making Aki the new record holder. But a few days later, it was Ouija's turn.
I did it! I did it! It's over! I did it, man. I did it! I did it!
This was the first ever sub 1520 in 16-star history. One new trick he and Aki were using was in Womp's Fortress, where he used a new setup for cannonless called Texture Setup that had been theorized years prior by Snowman. Instead of using Sockfolder's long setup, Ouija just lined up Mario's feet with a texture in the side of the plank and went for it. It wasn't as consistent as the normal setup, but it was faster, and still more consistent than no setup at all. Compromises like this had to be made now that the remaining time saves were disappearing. He gained some time over Aki with a cleaner lethal lava land, but lost some in Bowser in the Fire Sea. His BLJs were excellent, but he had a slight mistake at the end of Bowser in the Sky. Although the run had some downfalls, it was still a record by 5 seconds. Not to be outdone, Aki would fire back 6 months later with a 1516. He messed up the triple jump in Hazy Maze Cave, and his Fire Sea had a slow ending. He made up the time over Ouija, however, with a faster Mips grab while standing, and cleaning up his mistake in Bowser in the Sky. He also threw Bowser a bit faster each time, saving a fraction of a second per throw. At this point, when the record was lowered, it was typically only by a second or maybe a few seconds at most. When records get as precise as 16-star, where players have done tens of thousands of runs each, taking time off in big chunks was pretty much out of the question. But incredibly, just 3 weeks after his 15-16, Aki was in position to do just that. As always, it came down to the BLJs. No pressure. This was it. An unbelievable chance to make history. He just had to make it through Bowser in the Sky, hit all 3 of the throws, and he'd be golden. A 1508 was the largest cut off the record in more than 3.5 years. A near perfect run from start to finish. The mistakes in Hazy Maze Cave and Fire Sea were cleaned up, and his movement overall was optimized for time saves too. As you'd expect, this run stayed at the top of the leaderboard for a long time. 6 months later, it was still in first. Second place was 8 seconds behind. Nobody was getting close to it. To have a realistic chance at beating this, you'd need new strats. The old ones had just about completely been optimized. As good as Aki was, it would help to change his approach if he wanted to take the record under 1508. So, as 2019 came around, he looked into what else he could do to save time. First, there was Cannonless. Texture setup was great, but it lost a few seconds over just running at the wall and praying. So, Aki decided that he needed to give up the consistency of the setup and go back to normal Cannonless. The same awful, brutal trick that killed 2/3 of all runs years prior. This was obviously a really tough move, but the run was getting so optimized that it was worth it. Second, Aki went for a faster setup for Pillarless. Developed by Tama, you would do the jump dive on the hill instead of going over the top. This enabled you to get hands-free quicker, and allow the trick to begin sooner than before. With these setups in mind, Aki kept doing attempts. On May 10th, the new time saves helped him be 6 seconds ahead of the record early. He would bleed some of this time in Fire Sea, but good BLJs kept him well ahead. 3 Bowser throws later, Aki had done it again. Incredibly, this record put Aki 12 seconds ahead of anyone else on the leaderboard. And he didn't stop there. He kept doing attempts for a lower record. He even had paces multiple seconds ahead of the 1504, but every time, something would kill it. But in late 2019, Aki would finally get some competition at the top of the leaderboard. And this particular runner certainly had credentials. He was both the 0-star and 1-star record holder. He was one of the best in the world at optimizing fast movement. And his name was Dowski. Dowski had previously held the 16-star record before, getting a 15-16 the day before Aki got his incredible 15-08. However, this time he wanted something more, a record that would last for a while. Even though his personal best was a few seconds behind Aki, he knew he had the skill to keep up with him. So, Dowski's record attempts began, and on November 17th, he got on a run that fell behind early thanks to missing cannonless on the first try. However, he more than made up that time with a faster fire C, including a different strategy at the end where he avoided jumping on the edge of the stage. He had a 4-second lead over the record. This actually had sub-15 potential. But as always, the BLJs stood in the way. They weren't great, but his best possible time was still 1 second ahead of the record. If he could tear through the stage, he'd have a chance.
I don't think I got it.
As it turns out, it would be record by just over a 1/10 of a second. For the first time in a year, Aki was no longer the record holder. With so many times being set in short succession, 16 star as a category was flourishing. There was really only one problem. At this point, it had been almost 2 years since someone with a funny username had set a record. In recent months there had been Aki and Dowski, but to get a good one, you have to go back to Ouija and his 1517, and even that one's not amazing compared to the likes of 420 Blaze It and Shivering Erotic King Banana. Well, in early 2020, someone wanted to rectify that. He started moving up on the leaderboards, going from 5th to 3rd place right behind the two 1504s. And shortly thereafter, he would end up taking the top spot. And the runner's name certainly didn't disappoint. On February 27th, a 1503 was achieved by Slippery Nip. He gained time early thanks to a faster LBLJ, and managed to match Dowski's speed in making the Tsukishima cycle on the platforms. In Womp's Fortress, he gained time by hitting cannonless first try, partially thanks to a setup by Salt and Ginger to adjust the camera and clip in the wall more consistently. He maintained this 4-second lead until the second MIPS clip, which took him 2 tries, but gained about a second back on the BLJs. That worked out to a 1503, just ahead of Dowski and enough to make Slippery Nip the new record holder. The community was beginning to approach a barrier. They were now just 4 seconds away from a sub-15 minute run. The last time a minute barrier had been broken was almost 9 years prior, with Akira's 1554. Now, a run in the 14s was seeming inevitable. But what time saves were left? Well, looking at the 1503 record, the big potential time saves were the 4 seconds lost due to the MIPS clip, and a few seconds that could be saved on the BLJs. But beyond that, there were still fractions of a second to squeeze out all over. On LBLJ, Lethal Lava Land, Bowser in the Sky, all from subtle, faster strategies or improving movement. Those time saves all added up to a run well under 15 minutes. But someone still had to take it there. And one player who would make a big push was Aki. After getting a 1503 of his own, Aki would get a very promising run going on May 1st, 2020. It was about even going into the MIPS clips, where he messed up the first one instead of the second one. Still, a strong Fire C and BLJs kept him just ahead going into Bowser in the Sky. And there, he was able to make a faster elevator cycle called Monamo cycle by making his movement as tight as possible, including an incredible triple jump dive onto the platform. 3 throws later, Aki was so close to a sub 15. one more second to go. Aki pushed onward over the coming days and weeks, getting great runs on pace that eventually died to something. The biggest culprit, of course, were the BLJs. Getting Mario to catch on the stairs seemed almost random at times. If you didn't get him to catch within a few jumps, it was run over, and even making it through would usually result in losing time. But Aki knew sub 15 was within reach. He just needed one good run past the BLJs. And on May 10th, 2020, Aki had this run. It was about as close to a perfect run as you could get. Chances like this don't come along very often. Now, more than ever, the BLJs needed to happen. They didn't need to be very good, he just needed something decent. Or he could get near perfect BLJs. This was his chance for the run of a lifetime. Here we go. By the skin of his teeth, Aki had pulled out a 1459, the world's first sub 15. Obviously, as good as it was, this run still had some room for improvement. He lost 6 seconds on the last split for mistakes in Bowser in the Sky. But still, that was it for big time losses. It was an incredible run up until then, and it was daunting to try and beat. For the next several months, there was little action at the top of the leaderboard. The top 3 stayed in the same spots, and 2021 came around with just Aki in the elusive sub 15 club. See this guy down here? This is Kano, and he was 6th place in the world with a 1517. He was considered an elite runner of the game, but generally not considered a world record contender. 18 seconds was a lot of difference for a short category like 16 star, and there were several people between him and the top spot. Well, in February 2021, Kano started up a stream on Twitch, and he decided that he wasn't going to end this stream until he set a 16-star world record. He wasn't going to be playing all the time, he'd still live his life and sleep on a normal schedule, but his stream would stay live the entire time. He knew he'd have to do some work given how far he was from the record, but Kano didn't care. He wanted to be the record holder. So, he got to work. Life went on, and Kano kept streaming 16-star. By March, his time was down to 1513. By April, it was 1507. His stream kept going. He was improving his skills and getting close to a record level. By May, he was starting to get really close, entering the top 3 with a 1503. All the while, the length of the stream climbed higher and higher, going past 1,000 and then past 2,000 hours. Until finally, on June 12th, 2021, Kano had this run. He actually gained some time early thanks to a new strategy in shifting Sandland by CircleMark994, but lost a bit on MIPS from slower setups for the clips. He bled a bit more in Fire Sea from an accidental ground pound, and his BLJs weren't as clean as Aki's, but he knew the time he could save in Bowser in the Sky. After a clean stage, 3 throws separated him from a record.
Stop! What? Yes! Oh my god!
More than 3,000 hours of streaming finally put behind him. Kano went from 6th to 1st, a 15-17 to a 14-58. An unbelievable push that paid off in the end. And Kano could finally hit the end stream button. As the summer of 2021 went on, a few people were going for a sub 1458. One of the most notable players was Ouija. He had set a record 3 years prior with a 1517, but hadn't been able to replicate it. Still, he was considered a top runner. For years, he would continue lowering his personal best, staying within seconds of the record at all times. However, he never was able to take that top spot again, despite coming close on several occasions. At least until July 4th, 2021. After 39 months, thousands of attempts, and numerous personal bests in the top 5, Ouija had finally done it again. He had beaten all the rest, and had taken back the world record.
I didn't get it.
Dude, just free time.
No, I didn't get it.
No, oh my god! No! Ouija, you fool!
When Ouija stopped to scroll through the text boxes, Mario was facing away from the star. All he had to do was turn around and jump into the star, but he accidentally jumped forward and lost about a second. It cost him the record. To this day, he's still trying to get it back. But that's not the last run to talk about, because in August 2021, a runner would come back to snag one final record. So, who was the runner? Well, it wasn't Ouija, it wasn't Aki, Dowski, or Kano. There's only one username it could have been.
Wow. Alright, cool. Sweet.
If you enjoyed the video, I'd really appreciate if you subscribe to the channel, it really helps me out, and check out the pinned comment for links to people who helped with research and the runners in the video. Thanks. For the past several years, Super Mario Bros. Speedruns have been going on a journey. I'm not talking about the full game speedrun. That's an incredible story of its own. No, I'm talking about speedruns of the individual levels, completing a single stage from start to finish as fast as possible. The 8 levels in an any percent run have individually been optimized to near perfection, but a few years ago that wasn't the case. Players have had to figure out seemingly impossible tricks and break the game in ways previously unimaginable. This is Super Mario Bros. The Human Limit. First, a few basics. To beat Super Mario Bros. As fast as humanly possible, you start in 1-1, play through 1-2, then warp to 4-1, play 4-2, warp to 8-1, then play 8-2, 8-3, and finally 8-4 to finish the game. That's 2 levels in World 1, 2 levels in World 4, and 4 levels in World 8, for a total of 8 levels. Normally, for an any percent speedrun, you have to play through all 8 of these levels consecutively, beating the entire game. But here's the thing, since Super Mario Bros. Has been so broken down and optimized over the years, we actually know fairly definitively what the fastest possible time is. It comes out to 454.26. This was pulled off in a tool-assisted speedrun, or a TAS, where the player uses save states, slowdown, and frame by frame to create a theoretically perfect speedrun in an emulator, by a TASer named Maru. There's a slightly faster version of the TAS at 454.03 by Happy Lee, but that version allows you to press left and right on the controller to accelerate faster, which can't be done on a normal NES controller. So, 454.26 is our perfect time. Unless something new is discovered, it's physically impossible to beat Super Mario Bros. Faster than 454.26. Now, if you know much about Super Mario Bros. Speedrunning, you probably know about the game's frame rule system. Essentially, Super Mario Bros. Only checks to see if you've beaten a level every 21 frames, or every 0.35 seconds. So, in every stage, you can only gain time in increments of 21 frames. There's an analogy for this created by former world record holder Darbian, so I'll let him explain it to you.
Imagine that this little castle that Mario walks into is not a castle but a bus stop. And imagine that in the Mushroom Kingdom, buses operate on a very, very specific schedule such that every 0.35 seconds a bus departs a station and takes its passengers to the following level. So no matter how quickly you play a level, you have to wait for the next bus to depart to get there. And what this means is that when you speedrun the game, you don't have to play each level perfectly to avoid losing time. You just have to play each level well enough to get on the same bus as somebody who did play perfectly.
So, the goal is to catch the same bus as a perfect run. This frame rule system applies in every stage except 8-4, where timing stops immediately upon touching the axe. And so, getting the fastest possible frame rolls plus a frame perfect 8-4 puts the run at 454.26. Now, let's go back to 2016. The sum of perfection at that point was a frame slower, but for simplicity's sake, we're just going to keep it at 454.26. That was the perfect time. The sum of best that humans had pulled off was 457.01. 2.75 seconds behind perfection. That time difference came from the fact that on each of the 7 levels before 8-4, the best humans had done was 1 frame roll behind perfect. No more, no less. Humans were off by 1 frame roll in each stage. The fastest ways humans could beat stages usually involved just running to the end as fast as possible. There were some tough tricks, yes, But the task frame rules each involve doing something extra. Clipping into blocks, doing frame-perfect maneuvers, all tricks that humans didn't know how to do. One of these tricks in particular appeared over and over again in the run. This is the flagpole glitch. By very precisely clipping into the flagpole block, you can make the level end without having the flag slide to the bottom. You can see here how Mario reaches the castle faster without having to wait for the flag. In some cases, this is enough to save a frame rule. In 1-1, 4-1, and 8-3, the task uses the flagpole glitch to do just that. In those 3 stages, the flagpole glitch was the difference between humans and the task. But for years, nobody knew how to do it in real time. To clip into the block, not only does the jump have to be perfectly timed, but Mario's subpixel positioning also needs to be correct. That's his position within a pixel. Certain inputs will change this position by a lot, so getting the correct ones couldn't be done reliably. That, combined with needing the perfect jump to get in position, and needing to do the proper inputs once in the block to touch the flagpole, put this trick out of reach. At least until late 2015, when players started to look into it a bit more. That December, a runner named DoorTK made a save state from a jump on the staircase, and brute forced the inputs of the block until he was able to touch the pole. It was the first time a human had done the end inputs for a flagpole glitch. A few months later, runner Mav6771 replicated it and then went a step further, using a save state from the pipe instead of during the jump. This was the first ever full flagpole glitch done in real time. It was starting to come together, but for this to be official, it had to be pulled off in a full level. And there was a lot needed for that to happen. You needed to be fast enough in the underground to save the frame rule, then jump from the perfect pixel off the staircase, then hope you got the right subpixels from a mid-air hesitation, and finally do the perfect inputs at the block to clip in. Just the luck from the subpixels alone put the trick at 1 in several dozen. But even for the best players in the world, chaining all of that together would be in the magnitude of 1 in several hundred. The community needed the best of the best for a chance to pull this off. The player who was most likely to hit multiple frame-perfect tricks in a row. Who would it be? Well, how about the world record holder, Darbian?
For 0.35 seconds.
On August 19th, 2016, Darbian successfully hit the flagpole glitch in 1-1. For the first time ever, the perfect frame roll had been achieved in a level of Super Mario Bros. It was impossible to save even another frame. Now, there were 2 more levels the flagpole glitch could be used on, 4-1 and 8-3, but keep in mind, with the subpixels and frame-perfect maneuvers needed, these would each be 1 in several hundred chances. But luckily, a month later, the community would get some help. Sockfolder is a speedrunning wizard, best known for discovering the cannonless setup in Super Mario 64 and various tricks in Zelda Ocarina of Time. By September 2016, he was looking into ways to make the flagpole glitch consistent. More specifically, finding a way to control Mario's subpixel value to make the trick possible every time. He had a bot that ran thousands of input combinations at the end of the level, before finding a setup that involved landing on this step without holding B, then holding right and B for 2 frames before doing a full jump. If done properly, this gives Mario the subpixel values he needs so he can always clip into the block. This setup meant that the 1-1 and 4-1 flagpole glitches could be performed much more consistently, and it was just a matter of time before Darbian was able to match the perfect frame rule in 4-1. the second stage to hit perfection. 8.3 required a slightly different setup to manipulate subpixels, but just 2 weeks later on September 30th, Mav was able to pull it off. That made it 3 stages that were completed perfectly. Over the course of just 2 months, the sum of best was taken down over a full second. 3 levels down. But after the flagpole glitch revolution was done, everything slowed down. The problem was, these final 4 stages required tricks much more difficult than a flagpole glitch. In fact, they seemed impossible. Here's why. In 1-2, you would have to do a trick called the pipe clip. This standard method of completing the level was to run on the ceiling above the pipe, enter the warp zone, and head into World 4. Easy enough. But to get the perfect frame rule, you would have to do this clip into the pipe, then scroll the screen far enough while preserving enough speed to turn around and make it in time. You can see here that, if done fast enough, the pipe clip method does save the frame rule. The problem was the difficulty of stringing everything together. You need to land right next to the pipe, slow to walking speed, press jump for just 1 frame so you don't go too high, stop the clip at the right time, then scroll the screen far enough so that World 4 loads, and turn around to go in the pipe. It also all had to be done fast enough to save the frame rule. Humans weren't coming close to getting it. In 4-2, you have to do a wrong warp where you push Mario forward on the screen, leaving the warp zone loaded while you go down this pipe, and the game is fooled into sending you to the warp zone while skipping the vine animation. This isn't hard to do in real time, but the key is getting it all as fast as possible. By a combination of an extremely fast clip, impeccable movement into the pipe, and a quick turnaround in the warp zone, it was technically possible to make the fastest frame rule. But people didn't even know where to begin to make that happen in real time. Nobody even tried to save it. That's how out of reach it was. 8.1's frame rule involved doing a flagpole glitch at the end, just like 1-1, 4-1, and 8.3. However, there was a catch. Since you normally finish 8.1 with 0 frames to spare, you had to save a full 21 frames over normal in this stage to make the next frame rule. A sock folder setup flagpole glitch only saves 15 frames. That could increase to 19 if you performed it without slowing down. However, you'd have to find a way to manipulate your subpixels beforehand. But you still needed to save 2 more frames, which you could get via a fast acceleration at the start of the level. Mario accelerates slightly faster while facing opposite the direction he's moving, so by doing a small backwards jump at the start, it's possible to save exactly 2 frames. But to do so, you need to hold B and left for 1 frame, then hold B alone for another frame, then hold B, right, and A for a frame so Mario jumps, then hold B and right. Each of those moves had to be frame perfect and only last for 1 frame. Humans really struggle to do inputs that precise, so combined with the incredibly hard flagpole glitch at the end, 8.1 was out of the question. And finally, there was 8.2. This stage wasn't understood too well, but it was believed that to save the perfect frame rule, you had to play the whole stage flawlessly down to the frame. And that involved a fast acceleration at the start of the level, a maneuver over the piranha plant that lost 0 frames, and at the end, a frame-perfect bullet bill glitch. This is a trick similar to the flagpole glitch where you bounce off the bullet bill and clip into the block, but instead of just skipping the flag animation, it also skips Mario walking to the castle. This trick would also have to be performed on the first possible frame to save the frame rule. The fast acceleration, the multiple frame perfect input piranha plant jump, and the frame perfect bullet bill glitch. Getting one of those 3 would be hard enough. As far as everyone was concerned, getting all 3 was essentially impossible. So, once again, the 8.2 frame rule was ruled out. That's 4 stages. Each of them had 1 frame rule to be saved, but none of them were even being attempted. The only one that seemed remotely possible was the 1-2 clip, thanks to Happy Lee's setup where you could clip into the pipe with proper subpixels. World record contender Cosmic did serious attempts at getting the 1-2 clip in October 2016, and was able to clip into the pipe, but he was still several frames too slow to save the frame rule. If one of the best players in the world wasn't able to get this, it was beginning to seem hopeless. These perfect frame rules were just too much to ask, and months passed with nothing new. Then, suddenly, in April 2017, a Mario runner posted some rapid progress in 1-2. First clipping into the pipe from a save state, then doing the same from the start of the level, but just missing the frame rule. And then, on April 16th, he did it. Out of nowhere, somebody had just saved the 1-2 frame rule. Who was the runner? Well, you might have heard of him before. On April 16th, Andrew G became the first player to save the frame rule in 1-2. He mastered the one-frame A-press, the clip into the pipe, and the movement in the warp zone. He was also always able to get proper subpixels for the clip by avoiding slowing down for even a single frame in the rest of the stage. 1-2 was now the 4th stage to reach perfection. That made it just 3 stages where the perfect frame rule hadn't been matched. The problem, of course, was that these 3 stages went way beyond the difficulty of the first 4. You had the task-like movement needed in 4-2, the fast acceleration and flagpole glitch needed in 8-1, and the frame-perfect everything needed in 8-2. None of these stages were viable. At least, not without some help. But in early 2018, that's exactly what the community would get. A setup to make one of these stages at least a little bit more reasonable. And once again, it came from a familiar face. It's time to visit an old friend. This is 420 Blaze It. 420 Blaze It is best known for creating a 4-2 wall clip setup for any percent runs. He's a tasser who's adept at coming up with human viable setups for hard tricks. This time he was looking at 8-1, and in November 2017, he posted a video of a possible way to save the 8-1 frame rule. The start of the stage featured a fast acceleration. This was still incredibly hard. For the flagpole glitch at the end, however, he jumped off of this step, very briefly tapped left in the air, and clipped into the block. The left tap was slight enough that Mario never actually slowed down, but significant enough that it changed his subpixel value to allow for the clip. This was still super hard, as it featured jumping for 1 frame less than a full jump and an incredibly precise tap of the left button, but at the very least it showed the trick was humanly possible. The next step was getting a human to perform it, and in March 2018, Stuck in a Plate wanted to be the first. Plate is an incredibly talented speedrunner, the record holder in Ghosts and Goblins, top 10 in Ninja Gaiden, and in March 2018 he was 4th place in Super Mario Bros. He had the platforming expertise needed to pull this off, but first he wanted to find a way to make the subpixel manipulation a bit easier. So, he spent 12 hours straight working on it. In the end, he realized that the left press could be done during any jump in the level and still work, and a small jump off the top step would work to clip into the block. Those 2 steps made the no slowdown flagpole glitch easier. So, he started doing attempts to get the full level, and about 20 minutes later, he did this. That was the 5th stage down. In a year and a half, the community had gone from this to this. The flagpole glitch, pipe clips, and fast accelerations were each revolutionary in their own way. 2 stages left. So close to perfection. The community was on a roll. But suddenly, that roll stopped. A year came and went without any new improvements. 2019 came around, with 4.2 and 8.2 still remaining unsolved. Remember, these two stages were essentially believed to be impossible to get the perfect frame rule on. In 4.2, you'd have to figure out a faster way to get Mario forward on the screen, combined with task-like movement in the warp zone. And in 8.2, you needed sheer perfection from start to finish. Perfection that would even be harder than 8-1. 8.2 in particular was believed to be the hardest frame rule to save in the entire game. And it makes sense why. The frame rule had 0 frames to spare and had several nearly impossible tricks throughout. A certain other speedrunning YouTuber even told 7.5 million people that the perfect 8.2 frame rule was impossible.
It can be ruled out.
You had a fast acceleration, a jump with multiple frame perfect inputs, and a frame perfect bullet bill glitch. It was believed that getting all of these tricks in a row to save the frame rule on the last possible frame was humanly impossible. But it turns out, this belief was sort of unfounded, for the simple reason that nobody had really tried to do it before. There was just a perception that they would all be too difficult for a human to chain together. That perception made sense, but by 2019, somebody decided they might as well try. And who better to do that than 420 Blazeit? In July 2019, Blazeit started to create a proof of concept for 8.2. He used a save state before the fast acceleration, a save state before the plant jump, and a save state before the bullet bill glitch to try and see if he could save the frame rule. And it took him a lot of attempts, but with 3 save states to use, he was actually able to get it. There were a lot of frame perfect inputs, but practice eventually led to him getting them all. Blazeit mentioned that the plant jump in particular was incredibly hard, but with enough tries he was even able to make it past that. So once again, Blazeit had proven that a task frame rule could be saved. The misconception had been broken. The only thing left was somebody pulling it off in real time. Back in 2016, when the flagpole glitch setups were first discovered, the community looked toward the world record holder to pull them off first. By 2019, the record holder had changed, but the principle had stayed the same. The person who put attempts in to save the 8.2 frame rule was the best player the game had. The world record holder, Taven Webb.
I got it. I think I got it. We did it. We got it. We freaking did it already.
And just like that, another stage down. Celebration rang out amongst the community. Funnily enough, players would later discover that Taven actually didn't have to be frame perfect to save this frame rule. With the perfect fast acceleration, he actually had a frame of wiggle room. Thanks to Blazeit and Taven's combined efforts, there was now just one more frame rule to be saved. 4-2. This last frame rule was really quite different from all the others that came before it. As explained before, to get the wrong warp to work, you need to push Mario forward on the screen at least 20 pixels. That would allow you to reach this pipe with the warp zone still loaded, since the screen is further back than Mario is. The key to doing this trick fast was figuring out how to get Mario forward by 20 pixels as quickly as possible. There were 2 main methods for humans. One was a wall clip discovered by 420 Blazeit, where you tap left to clip into the wall and get pushed forward by 20 pixels. The other was 2 backwards bumps discovered by Andrew G, each potentially pushing Mario 10 pixels to make the wrong warp possible. The wall clip method from Blazeit, even if optimally performed, was a few frames too slow to save the frame rule. The 2 bump method, on the other hand, was slightly faster, and in September 2018, runner King of Johnny Boy proved that by doing everything perfectly down to the frame, you could make the fastest frame roll with no time to spare. However, that entailed getting 10 pixels from each bump, doing extremely difficult inputs and getting proper subpixels and subspeed to stop on the pipe perfectly, doing a double fast acceleration in the warp zone to save an additional frame, and once again a combination of perfect inputs and subpixels to turn around perfectly. This combination was magnitudes of difficulties higher than any other stage. Simply put, it wasn't happening. Later on that month, however, Happy Lee showed an alternative method that was a bit faster. It involved clipping into the top brick of the wall and jumping out of it to get back up to speed faster. However, this trick was incredibly hard too, as you had to slow down as you jumped to avoid hitting this block, then speed back up by pressing right, then finally tap left again to clip into the wall. Once in the wall, you had to do multiple frame perfect inputs to get out of it with maximum speed. People tried this trick, but it too wasn't happening. Small improvements would be made to both the 2-bump and top wall clip methods, and players tried both, but had little success being fast enough to save the frame roll. 2019 came around, and then 2020. Nothing. This was the one level that couldn't be solved. And then someone had an idea. In June 2020, a third method for possibly saving the frame roll was found. At first, it was brushed off as just another hopeless possibility. But as time went on, runners realized that this method was something different. It was really hard, of course it was, but it gave just enough wiggle room to make it doable. And this is what it looked like. It started with an 11 pixel bump from the elevator. It's normally next to impossible to get 11 pixels from a backwards bump like this, but by manipulating both your subpixel and subspeed values with a precise input combination, you could reliably get 11 pixels. You could then get the remaining 9 pixels from doing a backwards wall jump off of this pipe. The wall jump is a glitch where if you hit a specific pixel in a wall between two blocks, the game thinks Mario is standing for exactly one frame. If you jump on that frame, you can jump off of the wall without hitting the ground. That meant it had to be both a pixel perfect jump into the wall and a frame perfect jump to execute the wall jump. But if both of those were pulled off, you could get the second backwards bump off of the pipe. Quickly entering the pipe also involves subspeed manipulation and more precision from your inputs. Of course, in the warp zone itself, you'd have to do another fast acceleration and a quick turnaround into the pipe. But the method in the underground section was possible. This strategy was once again discovered by King of Johnny Boy, and it was a big one. A few people tried to get this frame rule in late 2020 and early 2021, but the frontrunner was a player named Nifsky, the second place runner and former world record holder. He had the strategy. He just had to pull it off, and the last frame rule would be saved. It was time to make history.
And where's my 11 pixels at, man?
Oh my gosh! Please! Please! Yes! 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 Oh my god! I did it! Let's freaking go! Oh my god! I can't believe it!
Nifsky had just saved the last frame rule for an any% speedrun of Super Mario Bros. After half a decade of collaboration from the community, it was impossible to save another frame on any level. Absolute perfection.
We are tied with every frame rule all the way up until 8-4.
Well, until 8-4, that is. 8-4 is the last level in Super Mario Bros., and it's unique because, as mentioned before, it doesn't operate on the frame rule system. The timing ends on the exact frame when Mario touches the axe at the end, which isn't tied to a frame rule. That means that to be perfect in 8-4, you have to actually play the stage perfectly down to the frame. There's no being close enough. It's the only level in Super Mario Bros. That works like that. The stage itself is broken down into 5 rooms. A starting room where you simply run to the end and go in the pipe. The next room where you have to do a wall jump off of a pipe to make it in fast. The turnaround room where you have to do a wrong warp by scrolling the screen to load the next zone, then turning around to go in a pipe quickly. A water room where you have to swim to the end, and finally the last room where you jump past Bowser to touch the axe. There's a lot that goes into this to do it quickly, but all the way back in November 2013, Cosmic submitted one of the earliest 8-4 records. It was quite impressive for the time, and there were even people that thought it might be the closest 8-4 would ever be to perfect. Even Cosmic himself thought that, titling the video "The Closest 8-4 Will Ever Be to Perfect." That was a bold move. But this was a really good 8-4. He started off the first room with a fast acceleration, then dashed into the pipe. In the wall jump room, he did a frame-perfect jump to avoid slowing down or hitting a pipe, then did the frame-perfect, pixel-perfect wall jump facing backwards to accelerate faster. In the turnaround room, he only scrolled the screen 1 pixel past where he had to do the wrong warp. In the water section, he managed to navigate Mario almost perfectly between the ground and the fire bars, losing just 1 frame on the exit by touching the ground a frame too early. And in the last room, he ran under Bowser to finish it off. Adding this 8-4 onto the perfect first 7 stages that would be achieved years later put the human sum of best at 454.71. Remember, the theoretical limit was 454.26, meaning there was a 0.45 difference in 8-4. Less than half a second from perfection. But was Cosmic right? Was this the best 8-4 possible? No. No, it was not. A couple years later, Cosmic beat his own record and lowered the time down to 454.56. The key was fast accelerations. Back in 2013, Cosmic was under the impression that a fast acceleration could only save 1 frame, but by 2016, the community had gained the knowledge that if performed optimally in the first room and turnaround room, it could save up to 5 frames in each spot. That's what Cosmic did, as well as adding 1 into the wall jump room to save up to another 2 frames. This time would later be tied by Stuck in a Plate, but a little over a year later, Cosmic lowered it even more, 454.53, creeping ever closer to perfection. Most future records from here on out were played on a ROM hack that gave information about your pace on the top of the screen. However, no gameplay was modified, so it's legal. Once again, the time save came from improving the fast accelerations. It was really hard to save 5 frames with each, but Cosmic was able to get closer. Eddie Cat Gaming tied this time a few months later, before GTAce lowered it by 1 frame, 454.51, just a quarter of a second away. But at this point, 8-4 was getting really optimized. The fast accelerations, the perfect movement, everything was either perfect or a frame away from perfect. Where did the rest of the difference come from? Well, other than a frame here and there from tighter execution, double fast accelerations were part of the key. If performed in the turnaround room properly, doing another fast acceleration immediately after the first would bring Mario up to speed 1 frame faster. However, this involves extremely quick switches from left to right on the D-pad. You had to be holding right, tap left and A for 1 frame, then switch to right again. It's much more difficult than a normal fast acceleration. Similar was the falling fast acceleration, where you accelerate facing backwards off a ledge to save an additional frame. 4 frames in total could be saved with these double fast accelerations, but as nobody had even pulled off one once, they were ruled out as being TAS only. But there was one other fast acceleration players could try. Since you have to quickly get back up to speed after turning around in the turnaround room, It was possible to do a fast acceleration there. Similarly to the other double fast accelerations, this trick required super quick and precise inputs. But the main benefit of this trick was if performed optimally, it could save up to 5 frames. For years, the world's best players tried saving time with it, but weren't able to. It was always slower than normal. That is, until Tavenweb tried it in 2019. Taven decided to try messing around with the impossible double fast acceleration, and to everyone's surprise, he was actually able to get it. He found himself saving multiple frames with it on good attempts, and for a while, he was the only one able to do so. This opened the door to push the record much lower. If Taven could get it in a good run, a lot of time could come off. How far could he close the gap?
Yes! I tied the record. Yes! That's it. Yes! Oh my goodness. That's it. Oh my gosh.
The time was now 454.39. Taven had lowered the gap to just 8 frames. That was the difference between humans and perfection in Super Mario Bros. He was more than 1/10 of a second ahead of anybody else on the leaderboard. Pure domination. The only time save Taven was going for that he didn't get was a single frame in the wall jump room. He was perfect everywhere else. And with the other double fast accelerations being out of reach, it's no surprise that this record stood for a long, long time. Finally, by May 2020, someone was able to do it. Kriller was a Super Mario Bros. Tasser and individual level specialist, and he had had a plethora of runs make it deep into 8-4 that barely died. But on May 7th, he managed to tie Taven to the frame. And crazily enough, even though it took 15 months for somebody to tie the record, it would just take a few hours for the next person to tie it.
I got it! Oh my god! I can't believe it!
This made it a 3-way tie between Taven, Kriller, and Niftsky. And ultimately, Niftsky would be the one to break it, lowering the time to 454.38. He got every frame he wanted to through the water section, so he was able to omit the last fast acceleration. GT Ace would later tie this time, so the very next day, Niftsky beat him by adding back in the fast acceleration in the final room, 454.36. And when Velxino tied this time a month later, Niftsky responded by squeezing out one more frame from the turnaround room to take it to 454.34. At 454.34, players were presented with a unique problem. They were starting to run out of frames to save. They were just 5 frames away from perfection. The problem was where these frames were located. 1 frame was from a falling fast acceleration in the first room. 1 was from a falling fast acceleration in the wall jump room. 2 were from a double fast acceleration and perfect movement in the turnaround room. And 1 was from a falling fast acceleration in the final room. 5 frames. All of them were from doing task fast accelerations. humans couldn't do those, so the 8-4 record seemed to be at its limit. Well, one thing was clear. The only path forward was to try doing these fast accelerations. Nobody had ever been able to do one before, so they appeared to be impossible. But in the past 5 years, players had done so much on other levels. Clipping into walls, doing flagpole glitches, doing fast accelerations. At points in time, all of those tricks were thought to be impossible too. After half a decade of this, the Super Mario Bros. Community had made one thing very clear. Nothing was impossible.
Oh wait, I might get this. I got it! I got it with both fast accels.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
Oh my god! Yes! Yes! I really got it! Let's go!
This is the current human sum of best. We are 2 frames away from completely running out of time to save in Super Mario Bros. A 30th of a second is what stands in the way between humans and perfection. Of the 2 remaining frames, one is in the turnaround room for manipulating subspeed and playing perfectly. It's extremely difficult, but there's no doubt this frame will be saved in a run one day, lowering the sum of best to 454.28. As for the last frame, it's in the first room from performing a falling fast acceleration. However, there are serious doubts as to whether or not this one is humanly possible. Not because of its precision or difficulty, but because we don't know if human fingers can actually move fast enough to do this. You have to release right for only 1 frame, then quickly repress it, tap left for 1 frame, and go back to holding right. It's never been pulled off at full speed before, but it's theorized that this trick would be easier on keyboard than with the controller, which would likely create a big controversy in the future. But that's it. Outside of those 2 frames, humans have solved Super Mario Bros. That's a rare accomplishment in speedrunning. It might shortly be impossible to save any more time, and the only thing that can stop that is a new time save. A new frame rule hasn't been found in Super Mario Bros. In over 10 years now, which is pretty incredible, but that doesn't mean there are for sure none left. The secrets to saving time might still be out there. We just have to find them. And maybe, just maybe, a 453 is in Super Mario Bros.' future. Thanks for watching. This channel has just reached a milestone I never could have dreamed of. 1 million people from around the world have subscribed. I'm completely humbled by that number. I started making these videos 4 years ago, on a channel with a 3-digit subscriber count. More than 30 videos later, this is where we are. I thought about just making a generic thank you video to celebrate, but I think we can do better. So, we're going to take a look at the history of the channel. I'll give you some behind the scenes looks, tell some interesting stories about production, and show how we were able to get this far. So here it is, the quest for 1 million subscribers. You'll notice that the earliest videos on my channel are Punch-Out speedruns. For years, that's all my channel really was, uploads of my fastest speedruns of the game. Over the course of many months, I accumulated a few dozen subscribers. People in the Punch-Out speedrunning community knew about me, but outside of that, I was pretty much entirely unknown. But by mid-2016, I decided to try experimenting with my channel a bit. I began to dabble in video editing, uploading videos that explained how glitches work, or overlaying a bunch of Tyson fights on top of each other. At one point, there was even a 2-hour-long video where I talked about the record history of the full game, but it didn't have any video editing. It was basically just me rambling in front of a microphone, so it's long been removed. But in October of that year, I got an idea. A fellow Punch-Out speedrunner, Sinister1, had a video on his channel called Piston Honda 2 Strategy Evolution. It was a recording of a live stream of his from 2013. He looked at a fighter in Punch-Out, Piston Honda 2, and then showed all of the world records achieved on him since the late 80s, going into detail and explaining the story and strategies behind each one.
We'll just do this pattern and just kind of go back and forth on them, and you get the first 6 hits for free. Bam. Look at that. Gut, face. Gut, face.
It's an incredibly relaxing and interesting watch. Unlike my early attempts from back then, Sinister1 knew how to talk in front of a microphone and keep his audience engaged. It's still up on YouTube today, and I'd highly recommend watching it if you have some time to sit back and unwind. There's a link to it in the description. This video of his had stuck out in my mind ever since I saw it years prior. I mean, I found it absolutely fascinating to learn about the record history of a speedrun like that, and I thought it could be fun to make one too. But instead of doing a live stream and taking nearly 2 hours, maybe I could use video editing and condense it down to under 20 minutes. So, I taught myself how to edit, used my iPhone as a microphone, which didn't sound too great, and released my first video, Mike Tyson World Record Progression. And at that point, this is what my channel looked like. The video ended up only getting a few thousand views, but I only had about 600 subscribers at that point. If you're one of those 600, then sorry my channel has changed so much. But what got me really excited about this video was the feedback. Everyone was telling me they loved the concept and the way it was edited. It was certainly encouraging to hear. So, I worked really hard, and a week and a half later, in January 2017, I uploaded another one. This time on the original Super Mario Bros. Darbian watched it on his stream with a few hundred viewers, and it was also posted on Reddit. And it quickly was obvious that I had a big video on my hands. My subscriber count doubled overnight, and a few days later, it doubled again. It was pretty clear that I should keep making these. So, for the rest of 2017 and into the next year, that's what I did. The outpouring of support from new fans was just remarkable. Those of you who have been around for that long have been so supportive, and you really encouraged me to keep going. It made me excited to see what the response would be for every new video I uploaded. That being said, I look back on a lot of these early videos with mixed feelings. After initially covering games that I speedran myself, I eventually had to get into games I knew much less about. And in all honesty, I didn't do anywhere near the amount of research I needed to do for many of these videos. I would just ask a few questions to some high-level runners, then build off of that. Most of these videos don't go into nearly enough detail, and many contain misinformation. I've never even played Pokemon before, and I've played Zelda 1 for maybe 5 minutes total, yet ended up putting out a video for both of them without enough research. As a result, I was sometimes able to release multiple videos in a month, usually 15 or 20 minutes in length, that weren't of the quality I'd want nowadays. People often ask me if I'll ever update any of my old videos, since the records have gotten lower, but what I'll likely start doing soon is redoing them. I should be able to raise the quality of information quite a bit, as well as talk about new records and discoveries since the last video. It's also been suggested that I have one mega update video where I talk about what's happened since for multiple different videos, but I think a video like that would be missing the context and story that I would want. I am more of a speedrunning historian channel, not a speedrunning news channel. But even though I'm not thrilled with some of my older videos, the support from all of you was there, and by the end of 2017, the channel had surpassed 100,000 subscribers. In 2018, I started to slow down production a bit and really focus on research, and I feel the quality of the videos started to improve. I began editing with Sony Vegas, got a higher quality microphone, and in mid-2018, I feel I was really able to upgrade the quality of my videos. I began using Home's song We're Finally Landing, which has become synonymous with my channel. And during this time, some very memorable videos were created, like Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. There's this running theme where often when I upload a video, it becomes obsolete right away with a new world record. There's been times when someone has beaten the record just days after I uploaded. But this video takes the cake, because Dage4 beat his own record to make my video outdated just 2 hours after my video was released. 2 hours. Most people hadn't even watched it yet. Mario Kart Wii was one of the craziest experiences I've ever had on YouTube. This video struck a groove in the YouTube algorithm and exploded, with 3.5 million views in the first 2 weeks. To this day, I've never had another video do what that one did, and I'm not sure if I ever will. 2018 ended up being the biggest year ever for the channel. I gained over 300,000 subscribers, putting the total at just under 500,000. In general, I do make a lot of videos on the Mario Kart franchise, and I know this has a mixed reaction. Some people love them, while others aren't a fan and wish I'd diversify a bit more. Ultimately, I've been drawn to these for 2 reasons. 1, they're some of my favorite speedruns and I know a lot about them, and 2, they have a lot of visually interesting shortcuts and tricks. Mario Kart 64 and Mario Kart Wii in particular. Often, my videos turn out better when it's on a topic I'm interested in and am familiar with. That's why I've made just one video on Zelda and Pokemon, but many on Mario Kart. I'll never make more than 1 or maybe 2 Mario Kart videos in a year, and as I cover more topics, they're certainly going to be harder to come by, but they're still going to happen from time to time. In 2019, I really started to refine my research process. One of my most in-depth videos ever was on Castlevania. I've played and beaten the game before, but was only vaguely familiar with the speedrun. So, I had to create a massive list of world records, as this timeline wasn't fully known before my research began. And thanks to help from members in the community, I put together a set of notes for each record, along with splits for where they lost and gained time. This is why my videos often end up taking months to make. I have to do this level of research for most of my videos now, and it often ends up taking over a dozen pages. And of course, I have to give a lot of credit to those who helped me with this. Whether it be former record holders or just knowledgeable community members, nearly everyone I reach out to is willing to help me get the info I need. And these videos wouldn't be possible without them. But my favorite part of the whole process has to be the video editing. The quest to beat Matt Turk, my first video of 2020, is one of my favorites in that regard. I spend a lot of time trying to approach these stories from the most interesting angles possible, and this video is no exception. Being able to tell the history of Sinister One and Zallard One taking down Matt Turk's 14 incredible records was so much fun. I watched these guys set many of these records live back in the day, and for years the legend of Matt Turk was only really known about in the Punch-Out community.
What? What? What?
I'm really glad I was able to tell this story to so many people. 2020 in general had some of my favorite videos. Wii Sports Resort Golf ended up being an unlikely success, with a really fun story and memorable characters. That community was incredibly helpful and encouraging when I approached them with the idea, so shoutouts to them. And of course, the quest for world record perfection with Matthias and the A1A was a lot of fun too. Videos usually fall somewhere between being heavily strategy and tech-based to being heavily story-based. This video definitely falls deep into the story-based side of things. There wasn't much to talk about in the way of strategy, but the story of Matthias getting 31 out of 32 8 times practically wrote itself. Having made more than 30 of these videos now, I've seen some incredible pockets of the speedrunning community. You've got Arcus setting 16 Ninja Gaiden world records in a row.
Yes, it is a new record. Perfect boss fight.
Abney driving into a wall 26,000 times to set an unthinkable world record.
Yes! Let's go! Let's go!
There are people from all sorts of different backgrounds, with all different life stories, coming together to set world records and have friendly competition. I'm really proud to be documenting this, but it brings me so much joy to read through all these comments, hear about the people who drop everything to watch these right when they come out, people who use them to get to sleep at night, or people who have movie nights with friends whenever there's a new video. I really stumbled into this by accident, just trying to come up with ideas for an enjoyable video. And now, 4 years later, thanks to all of you, we made it to 1 million. It's hard to say what the future holds, possibly even taking this beyond YouTube, but I'm planning to keep making these videos for years to come. Thanks to all of you, and thank you for watching. Mario Kart Wii has some ridiculous shortcuts. Grumble Volcano, Coconut Mall. For speedrunners, they're certainly no secret. I covered many of these in a video a couple of years ago, tricks known as ultra shortcuts. However, since then, a revolution has taken place. Since 2019, ultra shortcuts in Mario Kart Wii have been discovered at a rate never before seen. Many of them are only theoretically possible, using inputs so precise they can't normally be done, but they break the game in ways unimaginable to most. This is the story of the Ultra Shortcut Revolution. So what is an ultra shortcut? Well, naturally it's a shortcut that skips a large portion of a track, but as you'll see in a minute, there's actually a bit more to it than that. From 2008 through 2018, courses like Mushroom Gorge, Wario's Gold Mine, and DK Jungle Parkway had shortcuts discovered so players could complete them in under a minute. They were performed in a variety of ways. In Mushroom Gorge, you ride on a wall around the finish line. In Wario's Gold Mine, you bounce off a pipe to the track above. And on DK Jungle Parkway, you fly high in the air and clip through a wall to the end of the track. Over the course of about a decade, massive shortcuts like these were discovered at the rate of about 1 per year on a variety of tracks. Slowly but surely, more and more of the game's 32 courses had ultra shortcuts discovered. For years, that was the state of Mario Kart Wii. And then, in 2019, a revolution began. For a multitude of reasons, ultra shortcuts were discovered more rapidly than ever before. They all had to do with the game's faulty checkpoint system, and to see how it works, we're going to look at one of the most broken tracks in Mario Kart Wii. This is Sherbertland. This course is a massive loop, and obviously the programmers didn't want you to skip any significant portion of it. So they built an intricate checkpoint system into every track to try to prevent that. On screen now is the checkpoint map for Sherbertland. All of the blue lines represent normal checkpoints, which are used to tell Lakitu where to place you if you fall off. Those can be ignored. The green lines, on the other hand, are key checkpoints. These are the ones that really matter, and you can think of them as boxes that extend all the way until the next checkpoint. The red starting line also acts as a key checkpoint. The game wants you to drive through all of these without skipping any in order to give you credit for a lap. The way it does this is with a counter that updates as you drive through each key checkpoint. On Sherbertland, there's 8 key checkpoints and the finish line, which counts as Region 0. So as long as your counter is at Region 8 when you cross the finish line, you'll get credit for the lap. The game also has a failsafe to make sure you don't skip any key checkpoint regions. The only key checkpoint regions that are loaded at any time are the region you're in, the one in front of you, and if you're in the key checkpoint box itself, the region behind you is loaded too. A region has to be loaded for your counter to update to it. So say you're here in Region 1 and you try to skip ahead to Region 3. Well, the only other region loaded is the one in front of you, Region 2. So when you drive through Region 3, it won't be loaded and the game's counter won't update. And since you'll drive through the finish line with the counter at 1 instead of 8, the lap won't count. So skipping any large portion of the track isn't doable. Another failsafe the game has involves the finish line. If you ever go from the box right in front of the finish line to the box right behind it, the game will subtract a lap from your total. That way, you can't just go through or around the finish line to the end and complete it for a free lap. So, since you couldn't skip any key checkpoints, the only possible shortcuts seem to be small corner cutters. The game's checkpoint system did its job, but it had one flaw. One major, game-breaking flaw. If you start any shortcut from key checkpoint Region 0, right in front of the finish line, the key checkpoint box behind you is still loaded, Region 8. So you can skip a massive portion of the track, and as long as you started in that first box, your counter can still be updated to Region 8, and the lap will count. Shortcuts that abuse this specific glitch are classified as ultra shortcuts. And sure enough, Sherbertland has one that's possible. This is the Sherbertland Ultra Shortcut. It involves doing a trick known as a wall clip. By backing up, using a mushroom, and doing a wheelie to get at least 5 frames of airtime and adjust your bike's rotational angle, you can run into the side of certain objects to clip high into the air. This has a variety of uses across the game, but back in July 2015, a player named Blaze figured out that you could wall clip off of the finish line pole and land far enough back to respawn a bit behind the finish line. You can see from the checkpoint map what's happening. You start in the box in front of the finish line, then need to land in a specific spot in this checkpoint to respawn. Then, since key checkpoint 8 is loaded, you need to turn around and go touch the box to update the game's counter before driving forward to the finish. A lap could be completed in under 20 seconds. For a few years, people took turns lowering the 3-lap world record, and by late 2017, it was a 1:43 by a runner named Guy. The biggest issue with the shortcut, however, was that it could only be done once per race, since the act of respawning takes your mushrooms away, which are required to get the wall clip in the first place. So, if you could somehow do this ultra shortcut without respawning, then that would be huge. And it seemed like that should be possible. By angling your bike to the left more, you could make it back to the track without a respawn. But doing so would cause the lap to not count, because of yet another failsafe the game has, the 95% rule. The game actually keeps track of how much of the course you've completed when you enter each checkpoint, or at least the game's best estimation of how much you've completed. If it ever sees you skipping more than 95% of a track from one checkpoint to the next, it won't count the following lap. Now, the game actually isn't that great at tracking this in most cases. In courses like Grumble Volcano, for instance, where you're clearly skipping more than 95% of the track by going on the rock, the game only registers you as skipping about 83%, so the trick works. But on Sherbert since you have to cross over this checkpoint to land on the track, the game thinks you went from 0% to 97%, meaning the 95% rule was not satisfied and the lap wouldn't count. For years, the 95% rule prevented the non-respawn ultra shortcut from happening. But in May 2019, a tool-assisted speedrunner known as Swear got an idea. The game's percentage of completion updates anytime you enter a checkpoint. So you could drive ahead to the next checkpoint, then re-enter the first checkpoint from further ahead, at about 2% completion. Then, if you manage to wall clip and land on the track while your completion percentage updated to 97%, the 95% rule would be satisfied and the lap would count. So, Swear got to work at creating a tool-assisted speedrun of Sherbert. A tool-assisted speedrun, or a TAS, is a type of speedrun where the player uses tools like slowdown, save states, and frame by frame to create higher levels of gameplay than humans can normally perform. On May 21st, 2019, he and fellow tassers Akari, CF, Luke, and Thomas released their 3 out of 3 Sherbert TAS, with 1 mushroom used on each lap to just barely land on the track and have the ultra shortcut count. A run clocking in at just 35 seconds. So, the focus turned to doing this normally in real time, or RTA. On May 16th, Bryce managed to hit the no respawn version, but used 2 mushrooms in the process and could only do it once, getting a new world record of 140. Just over a month later, Taylor would improve the record to 129 by doing the 2 mushroom no respawn method on lap 1, then using his last mushroom to do the wall clip again and land in the water for a lap skip. This same method would be improved over the following months, down to a 116 by Arthur, which is where the record stands today. As of now, nobody has hit the 1 mushroom no respawn lap skip in real time even once. Arthur got pretty close in October 2020, with his front tire hitting against the edge, but he couldn't make it. So given that, doing this 3 times in a row like the TAS does seems out of the question. Right now, it looks impossible. But who knows what the future of Sherbert holds. These Sherbert developments can be considered the first major events of the Ultra Shortcut revolution. Over the following several weeks in mid-2019, discoveries went dormant for a bit while players worked on improving various world records. But in July, seemingly out of nowhere, possibly the craziest day in Mario Kart Wii history took place. Remember how I mentioned before that Ultra Shortcuts in the past had been discovered at the rate of about 1 per year? Well, during these 24 hours, there wasn't a new Ultra Shortcut discovered. There were 3 of them. Call it a ridiculous coincidence. Call it a culmination of years of effort from the community. Whatever it was, the end result was incredible. On July 11th and 12th, new Ultra Shortcuts were revealed on N64 Bowser's Castle, Shy Guy Beach, and Koopa Cape. Bowser's Castle was first, being revealed on July 11th, and it looked quite similar to the one on Sherbert. This shortcut was first theorized by a tasser known as CF, and successfully tasked by Luke with help from a handful of others. It began by doing a humanly impossible trick known as rapid fire hop abuse. The game needs your bike to be on the ground for at least 2 frames to update its rotational angle. By alternating pressing and releasing the hop button every frame, or 30 times per second, you can ensure that your bike is only on the ground for 1 frame at a time, so your bike's rotational angle will never update. This can only be done in a tool-assisted speedrun. Then, once you get near this wall, you can release the rapid fire hop abuse, causing the game to quickly update your rotational angle and slam your front wheel into the ground. you'll briefly fly into the air, allowing you to get over the wall next to the finish line. By then doing a wall clip, you'll fly high in the air and down into the lava. This ultra shortcut works just like the one on Sherbert-Land. These checkpoints extend out a bit into the lava, so it's possible to land in them even without making it to the road. So once again, you can land out of bounds, respawn on the course, then go back to hit the last key checkpoint and finish the lap. But ultimately, even though the shortcut was similar in structure to Sherbert-Land, the rapid fire hop abuse made it TAS only. It was impossible to do this humanly. The second shortcut, on the other hand, was humanly viable, but it has quite the background. This same day the N64 Bowser's Castle Ultra shortcut was discovered, a player named Breakson posted this gif of wall clipping off a bomb. Right away, CF realized the massive potential this had. If you could clip off a bomb right in front of the finish line and land somewhere back here, you would then be able to touch the last key checkpoint and get an extremely fast lap. The bombs in Shy Guy Beach operate on a cycle, with bombs landing and exploding at the same times in the same places each time you play. And coincidentally, right when the race begins, a bomb lands in front of the finish line, exactly where you'd want to clip off of it. So naturally, that's what the players were aiming for. But every time they tried, the bomb would explode just too soon. Luke was able to get close with the TAS, but it exploded frames too early every single time. So, CF's original TAS was for the second time the bomb landed there. But that meant waiting for over 3 minutes. That ruled out any hopes of beating the 3-lap world record. But you could still beat the single lap record. By driving to the end of the first lap, then waiting until 3 minutes on the timer, you could quickly start the second lap, then wall clip off the bomb to the end of the lap, and smash the fastest lap world record. And later the same day, that's what players were doing. Justin became the first player to set a world record with the Ultra Shortcut with a 20-second lap, and he chose to spend his 3-minute wait by eating an entire pack of Oreo cookies.
I am eating with no milk, by the way.
A couple weeks later, this method would be improved in a TAS by EJ. By starting the clip sooner, you could clip off the back of the bomb to shave a fraction of a second. Although it was more precise, this method would ultimately be brought to RTA runs as well. The current lap record is a 16.9 by Jack Glusing, one of the most bizarre looking tricks in the game. So those were the first two shortcuts, both discovered on July 11th. They both involved wall clips, flying high into the air to skip a lap. But just a short while later, the third ultra shortcut in 24 hours was discovered. And this one was the craziest of all. Welcome to Koopa Cape. The credit for this one goes to Blaze, being revealed in a TAS on July 12th. You start by going to the half pipe in front of the finish line, and tilting the nose of your bike down. Then you start the rapid fire hop abuse to keep your back wheel in the air as you move forward. By releasing it, you'll get slammed into the ground again and launched high in the air. The rapid fire hop abuse alone makes this humanly impossible, but in case it didn't, this next part would likely take care of that too. By angling your wheel up while in the air, you can then do a wall clip and land inside the barrier while still technically being on the track. Then you maneuver close to the finish line with extreme precision and fall off the course. When you respawn, you're behind the finish line and can finish the lap. As this trick stands right now, it's certainly not humanly viable. Getting across this gap seems to be impossible without rapid fire hop abuse, so until a way around that is figured out, no human will ever perform this outside of a TAS. So those were the 3 ultra shortcuts discovered in rapid succession. Including the no respawn shortcut on Sherbert-Land, that made it 4 ultra shortcuts discovered in 2019. Never before had the game seen a period of discovery like this. There had been years in the past with multiple ultra shortcuts found, but never had there been 4 separate ones. The next several months of 2019 came and went without any new discoveries, calming the scene for a little while. And then came 2020. "2019 may have been an incredible year for Mario Kart Wii, but 2020 really was the year of the Ultra Shortcut. And it all started just 9 days in, on N64 Mario Raceway. This one has to do with the wall in the center of the course. Players knew for a while that if they could somehow get inside of it, they might be able to maneuver around in it to get a lap skip. Issue was, it has a massive invisible wall that extends upward in the sky. Any attempts to get up inside of it would be blocked by this wall. But in early January 2020, a player named Jaden pointed out that a section of this wall by the mushroom extended out past the wall, and the bottom here has no hit detection. So if you could somehow go through this section of the invisible wall, you could land inside to set up a lap skip. And a player named Snoop figured out how to do that in a task, wall clipping off of this mushroom. From there, she then had to get to the end of the lap. You essentially have to go around the rest of the course while in the wall but still touching the road. Doing this is beyond precise. You have an incredibly tight space to work with. There's a point midway through where you have to turn more than 90 degrees to the left, and a player named Charlie figured out that to turn that far, you have to go extremely slowly and do a standstill mini turbo while in the air. This tedious movement continued for a while, but Snoop eventually got to the end of the lap. She then backed across the finish line, used a mushroom, and fell off the track, then respawned and drove to the end for a 19-second lap. This incredibly precise portion of the shortcut was developed by Jello Puff. You have to go from this box right in front of the finish line to this box back here, without touching this box between, or the lap won't count. It requires a perfect angle, but it can be done. This obviously can only be used for lap runs, since the setup takes far too long, and the best known task is a 16-second lap, published by EJ but with contributions from a plethora of players. But here's the crazy part. Technically nothing here is humanly impossible. There's no rapid fire hop abuse, and that wall clip at the start can be done. Even the movement inside the wall, as insanely precise as it is, technically none of those moves are strictly humanly impossible. So, will it ever be done? Conventional speedrunning logic says that anything theoretically possible will be done eventually, but it's hard to say if that applies here. Most in the Mario Kart Wii community don't see it as a humanly possible trick, even though none of the moves themselves are technically impossible. Right now, it just seems a little bit out of reach. The next shortcut, on the other hand, is absolutely out of reach. This is Dry Ruins. Let's start by looking at the checkpoint map. As with most of these shortcuts, the goal is simple. You go from the box in front of the finish line, out around the finish line and out of bounds, then respawn, turn to hit the last key checkpoint, and drive forward to finish the lap. The key to doing that is getting around the finish line, but here's the problem. Around the course is a massive invisible wall, highlighted here in blue. You can't get around the finish line checkpoint without getting past this wall, and it just goes up and up. So that was the big challenge. Figure out a way to get past the invisible wall. Blaze took it upon himself to solve it. There wasn't a way to go through the wall, but Blaze had another idea. He was gonna try to go over it. Enter the super grind. A super grind is a form of rapid fire hop abuse. You do the normal hop inputs on every other frame, but add in alternating between neutral and a direction on the control stick. This causes your horizontal speed to build up as well as changing your bike's rotational angle, so when you eject off the ramp, you get sent high in the air. By then doing a wall clip off of the rock, you go even higher, and can eventually make it up over the invisible wall and out of bounds. The rapid fire hop abuse makes this impossible to do humanly, but on January 16th, Blaze managed to get a 27-second lap in a TAS. That made it 2 ultra shortcuts discovered in January 2020. Just 1 month into the year, and 2 more tracks were already broken. The discoveries did slow down for a few months after this, as February and March came and went without any new ultra shortcuts. But in April, the 3rd ultra shortcut of 2020 was revealed. And this one had been in development for a long time. This is Bowser Castle 3. To start, we have to go back to July 2019, when Justin came up with a rough idea for an ultra shortcut that would barely save any time. At the end of the lap, you could hop up on the wall and wall clip to cut this corner of the track. Issue was, you'd be skipping the second to last key checkpoint. Your tracker would be at 5, then wouldn't update to 6, and since region 7 isn't loaded, the lap wouldn't count. But luckily, Justin had a way around that, skipping the first key checkpoint too. This might seem counterintuitive, but think about how the checkpoint system works. By skipping region 1, the game thinks you're still in region 0, meaning the last region is loaded too. So, skipping region 6 is inconsequential since the only other region loaded is region 7, and the counter updates once you get there, allowing for a successful lap. This same idea of skipping the first checkpoint to allow for a later skip was already used on Maple Treeway, so it wasn't a new concept. Justin's idea for skipping the first checkpoint involved wall clipping off the finish line pole, but that ultimately wouldn't end up working. The angle you would need to approach the pole wasn't viable for a wall clip, so that idea was ruled out. The next day, Benny theorized another method. It was actually possible to wall clip off of certain blocks. You can very precisely fall off the side of these blocks, then do a wall clip off of them to get launched far forward. And as Snoop figured out, this method was viable, but only if you use the spear, the fastest bike in the game. Even with the second clip later, the lap was still slower than the non-shortcut record, since the spear's poor drift cost too much time. The non-shortcut task to beat was 36.656. If someone could get a time under that, then this would officially be a new ultra shortcut. Estaloy 62 and Curio would later prove that the first skip was possible with the Flame Runner, the bike typically best for getting fast times. That opened the door to maybe turning it into an official ultra shortcut, but when Akari and Monster lowered the non-shortcut task down by half a second in October, that put a bit of a damper on things. But a few months later, a group of taskers came back. They felt that if they could just find a bit of time to save, they could make this ultra shortcut a reality. So they got to work. The time to beat was 35.936. On April 26th, the final task was published, a 35.743, just ahead of the non-shortcut lap record. EJ was technically the first person to beat the non-shortcut task, after finding the faster way to turn for the second skip, but the final product had contributions from Estaloy, Curio, Malio, Marth, Monster, Rocky, and Snoop. A remarkable journey from many members in the community, culminating in a new ultra shortcut by the slimmest of margins, the 3rd of 2020. Now, none of these three had been done humanly, but just seeing ways that a task could break courses was amazing. Still though, there wasn't anything new where you could pick up a controller and perform it. That's what the discoveries of 2020 had been missing. But in July, an interesting development was made to an old one. Waluigi Stadium had an ultra shortcut from back in 2015. You did a massive jump up high to skip the first key checkpoint, then performed rapid fire hop abuse to clip through a zipper and skip part of the course. It was an impressive shortcut, but the rapid fire hop abuse made it task only. End of story. Right? Well, for years, players have been working to make this shortcut humanly possible. One of the earliest efforts was from a player named Sam F. His idea was to jump in the air, hit off the top of the finish line banner, and pass through an invisible wall to later in the track. This finish line banner is technically a horizontal wall, and whenever your bike contacts one, it's temporarily able to pass through all other walls. Although Sam couldn't make it to the track with his method, using the banner for the invisible wall would be explored years later. In January 2020, Justin and Benny came up with a variant of the original task method. You'd do a mini turbo for speed, reach the top of the banner, and use it to clip through the invisible wall, all without using a mushroom. Then, upon reaching the track, rather than doing the rapid fire hop abuse to clip through the zipper, you do this. Believe it or not, this second part of the shortcut was viable. It was the shroomless banner clip at the start that the community was unsure of. Even with the precision of a task, you'd just barely have enough speed to make it to the track. So this version was put on the back burner. But then, half a year later, Jello Puff proved that Sam's original method was possible to do in real time. The key was using the bullet bike, and using a task to perfect the angle and drift. Once again, nobody knew for sure if this was too precise to do humanly, but the inputs themselves weren't impossible. Players tried to do this for a few days, but ultimately nobody was able to hit it. Back to the drawing board. Until EJ came out with this method 5 days later. It was similar to Justin and Benny's method, but had much more leeway. You would use a mushroom to make it up to the banner, then clip to the left and have your front tire hit the dirt. By then hopping, your bike will bounce to the right, just enough to make it to the course. You could then turn around, hit the last key checkpoint, and finish the lap. Right away, people figured this would be humanly possible. The question was, who would pull it off first? Well, just 3 days later, that question was answered. The player's name was Logan, and he managed to time the hop perfectly and land out of bounds to get a 1:48 3-lap record. This was effectively the same as the task version, but he had to waste some time getting picked up rather than landing right back on the course. This record would eventually be lowered to 1:43 by not having to respawn, but there's still potential to take quite a bit of time off of it. It's possible to do this shortcut 3 times in a race, using 1 mushroom per lap. But given the difficulty of doing this just once, it's a bit of a long shot. There's also been attempts to hit Sam's original method, which would be faster, but nobody's been able to yet. If either of those 2 tricks are hit, Waluigi Stadium's record could still be crushed. But as it turns out, the improvements to old strategies weren't done. Let's take a look at Ghost Valley 2. This one is pretty small, but looks impressive. The original Ghost Valley 2 shortcut was discovered in 2009, and involved doing a wall clip off the finish line pole to skip further in the track. But 6 years later, this shortcut would be improved by, of course, none other than Blaze. After landing from the first wall clip, you could turn around and do a second one off of these blocks, skipping to the end of the lap. The checkpoint map shows how this works. By leaving from the finish line box, the game still thinks you're in region 0. So skipping to later in the track is no issue. As long as you go back to hit the last key checkpoint, The game thinks you drove the lap normally and counts it. The only issue with this shortcut was that it only saved a fraction of a second, since you used all your mushrooms and couldn't do a normal wall clip on the other laps. Even though the second part was humanly possible, doing it fast enough to save time was tough. For years, nobody was able to do it in a 3-lap record. But finally, in October 2020, Logan did it, beating the old record by just a 1/10 of a second. And to this day, nobody else has been able to pull off both wall clips in a world record speedrun. So that makes 5 ultra shortcuts or ultra shortcut improvements pulled off in 2020. These shortcuts have a wide range of human viability. Some are tricks humans can regularly perform, like Shy Guy Beach or Ghost Valley 2. Others will never be pulled off in their current state. Courses like Dry Ruins have tricks that make them impossible. One of those TAS-only shortcuts was N64 Bowser's Castle. I mentioned before how this trick involved rapid fire hop abuse to get over the wall. Alternating tapping the hop button on every other frame 30 times per second isn't humanly possible. So any trick that requires this can't be done outside of a TAS. But remember what I said before? The rapid fire hop abuse made it TAS only. It was impossible to do this humanly. Was impossible. Keyword was. In November 2020, TASer CF came back to take another look at N64 Bowser's Castle, looking for a way to bypass the rapid fire hop abuse. And sure enough, he found a way to make the ultra shortcut humanly possible. This is the barrel roll. This was a trick discovered the same year the game came out, back in 2008, but wasn't fully explored until many years later. You have to go up on a wall, then do a wheelie while you slowly fall over the edge. If done properly, your bike then enters a state where the game won't try to correct the bike's rotation as long as you stay at a low speed. Then, while in the barrel roll state, you can line yourself up with the finish line pole. By using a mushroom, the game will try to quickly correct your rotational angle. And just like with rapid fire hop abuse, this causes your bike to snap back to normal, allowing you to go over the wall and clip off the finish line pole. The end result is exactly the same as with rapid fire hop abuse. Difference is, now you don't need to button mash like a TAS. But doing this trick was still unbelievably precise. You needed to get the correct bounce, be lined up perfectly with the pole, then get a big enough clip to make it all the way to the checkpoint. 3 variables that, despite technically all being possible, needed a miracle to all line up in the same run. Who was crazy enough to try to get all of that? The answer, of course, was Logan. This was the same guy who first pulled off the Waluigi Stadium shortcut outside of a TAS, and who first got the double wall clip on Ghost Valley 2. He had also gotten dozens of other records over the course of a few years, so he certainly had the skill needed to do this. But this was one of the hardest tricks ever discovered in Mario Kart Wii. These were his attempts in the winter of 2020.
No way. No way. No way. Come on. Give it to me. No. I crossed backwards. I crossed backwards.
I don't think they care about shortcuts. I think we just did it. I think we just did it.
Oh no! Ow! No! I thought that was it. What? No.
Burn out on this. I need a new track. Never mind.
No, come on, please, one time. Oh, come on.
Logan's long grind had finally paid off. You could see the top 10 times in the world at the start of his record video. Everyone had a low 231 or 230, except for Logan. He was alone with a 220, a full 10 seconds ahead of the rest, thanks to the ultra shortcut. To this day, nobody else has been able to pull it off. As more time has passed, more old ultra shortcuts thought to be impossible have had new methods discovered. Koopa Cape is an example of this. Recently, Justin found a way to implement a barrel roll to do a wall clip and get out of bounds without needing to do rapid fire hop abuse. This setup would later be improved by EJ, but despite this, it's still unclear if it will ever be executed outside of its ass. The precision needed is beyond nearly every other ultra shortcut in the game, and although players have tried, nobody has come close to hitting it yet. Now, there's still one more course we have to talk about, and you probably know which one it is. This is Rainbow Road. This shortcut's legacy is unrivaled. Rainbow Road's ultra shortcut is a trick that perfectly exemplifies the community's effort, and this story around it is simply incredible. It all started back in March 2016, when Tasser Estaloy62 posted a video to YouTube. Rainbow Road, new ultra shortcut. This video was a task where Estaloy went forward, then turned around in front of the railing. She then got some speed and hopped, barely balancing on the outside of the railing. By using a mushroom and performing a spin drift, where you drift to the right while holding left, she managed to spin far to the right while getting a lot of airtime to move further ahead. She then angled the nose of the bike down to get a nosedive, causing a big bounce that threw her over the edge. Finally, once she was halfway to the other side, she used a mushroom for speed and held back on the controller to fall slower. She made it across, and had just cut out almost the entire lap. Now, these inputs on their own are super tough, but the locations of the checkpoints means this is even more precise than it looks. When you move forward to go behind the railing, you leave key checkpoint 0 and enter key checkpoint 1. However, you need to ultimately leave the track from region 0 for the lap to count. So one of the hardest parts was making it back far enough to nick the corner of region 0 before flying off the edge. But if you managed to pull that off, all you needed to do was drive forward through the last key checkpoint and the lap would count. Chaining all of these inputs together was beyond precise. For years, nobody made any real progress on pulling off Estaloy's shortcut. On the task side of things, however, there was one possible improvement. See, Estaloy used all 3 of her mushrooms to make it across the track, and shortly after it was discovered that you really only needed to use 2 of them. One right before the spin drift, and one to provide speed to make it to the other side. Unfortunately, even using just 2 mushrooms meant you could only do this shortcut once per race, since you just have 1 mushroom left over. But what about taking it a step further? What about doing this shortcut with just 1 mushroom? Well, if that was possible, that would mean you could do the shortcut 3 times, once per lap, to finish the race in under a minute. For years, it seemed out of the question, but in late 2020, Tasser started taking a closer look at it. On November 21st, CF made a task that used 1 mushroom before the spin drift, then just barely made it to the track without using a second one. He did it, but the lap didn't count. The reason why was because he didn't go far enough back to enter region 0. This step was much harder than it looked. Going far enough back involves delaying when you launch off the edge as long as possible, which means your mushroom will run out faster. CF used the Quacker to help him, since it gave better bounces at the cost of a slower speed, but still wasn't able to make it far enough back. What this run did do, however, was inspire Malio to start attempts of his own. Malio is a well-known tasser of Paper Mario, Mario Kart Wii, and various other games. In late December 2020, he turned his attention to Rainbow Road, trying to become the first player to create a one mushroom TAS of the Ultra Shortcut. He didn't know if it was possible, so all he could do was sit down with the TAS and try over and over.
Oh my god, this might actually happen. Holy. Holy fuck, that's so close. Oh my god. This is happening, this is happening, this is happening. Hello, summoning salt. How are you? Alright, now I have to make it.
On December 28th, 2020, Malio proved that the one mushroom ultra shortcut was possible. Rainbow Road's ultra shortcut could now be done on each lap. The course is done. Mario Kart Wii did its best to make players drive normally, but thanks to the efforts of so many in the community, it was overcome. Rainbow Road has been fully broken. But what about on the non-TAS side of things? This 3 out of 3 one mushroom method is considered 100% humanly impossible. Partly because of its precision, but partly because Malio briefly did rapid fire hop abuse as well. That rules out any human ever performing the Rainbow Road Ultra Shortcut 3 times in a race, and beating the course in under a minute. At least for now. But what about the normal Ultra Shortcut? Well, after Esteloy discovered it, this trick was assumed to be humanly impossible. Community members proclaimed that it would never be done, because the precision was way beyond other ultra shortcuts. Each step of the trick had its own set of insanely precise inputs that would need to be performed. For years after its discovery, few serious attempts were made at landing it. But as more and more of these other incredibly difficult and precise ultra shortcuts were hit, Rainbow Road's legacy just grew bigger and bigger. It became the holy grail of Mario Kart Wii shortcuts. So, by 2018, the quest for the Rainbow Road Ultra Shortcut began. One of the first serious contenders was King Alex, a player with a long career who's held numerous records over the years. He posted a video in August 2018 of some of his closest attempts. There were some nice runs, but they all either didn't have enough rotation or had too small of a bounce. They all ended in him falling well short of the track. In 2019, he did more attempts. This time, the closest ones died because he hit the out of bounds planes. These were close to reaching the road, but once he hit the plane, all of them stopped dead in their tracks. Still, these runs looked close enough to the task that some serious excitement was brewing in the community. By late 2019, more players were trying. In November, a player named Taylor had probably the closest call so far, making it really close to the track. But ultimately, Taylor too fell short. In April 2020, esteemed world record holder Justin had an attempt that looked extremely close, but he hadn't gone far enough back to hit Region 0. So 4 years after the Ultra Shortcut was discovered, even though there had been somewhat close calls, players still weren't quite doing all they needed to do to hit it. But in November 2020, players would get some help when CF released his TAS with the Quacker. I mentioned before how this helped get a 3 out of 3 TAS since the Quacker gives bigger bounces, but this improvement would also help with the normal shortcut. A bigger bounce meant there was a higher chance of making it to the road, which did help a bit. So now, there was new life for the Rainbow Road Ultra Shortcut. More players than ever before were going for it, each of them wanting to be the one that would go down in history as the first to pull off the most legendary shortcut in Mario Kart Wii. And on December 6th, 2020, Arthur did this. But the lap didn't count. He had just missed going back far enough to reach Region 0. A YouTuber named Winbag4 posted a demonstration that had a green line to represent where Arthur needed to go for the lap to count. As you can see, he barely missed nicking it, so the checkpoint didn't update. This tiny distance was how close Arthur came to making history. The very next day, a player named Core became the second person to cross the gap of Rainbow Road. But he too didn't go far enough back. It seems that he was a few pixels closer than Arthur to hitting Region 0, but he still didn't reach it. That was 2 players in the same week who made it across the gap, but just couldn't get the lap to count. And a short while later, a 3rd player made it across, Happy with Sugar. He too reached the other side of the road, but wasn't far enough back to get the lap skip. And unlike Arthur and Core, Sugar would go on to repeat this feat 5 more times, leaving him with half a dozen skips that didn't count a lap.
Yeah, y'all see that? It's number 6. It's not a lap count. Don't get too excited.
That was the real hard part of this ultra shortcut. Making it across the gap was tough, but doing it from Region 0? That was another story. Despite all of these close calls, none of them were able to get the lap to count. Weeks passed, 2021 began, and still nobody had pulled it off. At this point, the Rainbow Road Ultra Shortcut had stood the test of time for 5 years. Thousands of attempts from dozens of different players. In my first Mario Kart Wii video, I made a sincere statement. The Rainbow Road Ultra Shortcut would one day be pulled off. The only question was, who was going to be the author? Well, turns out, I was pretty close.
Oh my god! Oh my god, guys! Clip that, clip that. Clip that, guys. Oh, wait. Wait! Guys, I did it! I did it!
If you enjoyed, it would mean a lot to me if you could share the video with 1 to 2 other people. It goes a long way on YouTube. Also, the pages for those who helped me make this are in a pinned comment, so check them out if you're interested. Thanks. Super Mario Bros. 2 has been a speedrunning classic for years. It was one of the most popular games back in its era, but in order to beat the game as quickly as possible, you need to master precise platforming, a variety of mechanics, and some of the craziest tricks on the NES. The history of Mario 2's world record spans back over a decade and a half. During that time, some of the greatest players to ever pick up an NES controller had their turn with the record. For at least a period of time, they could say they were the best in the world at a Nintendo classic. This is the world record history of Super Mario Bros. 2. As with most games, it's nearly impossible to determine the earliest world records for Super Mario Bros. 2. It's likely that people beat the game in under 15 minutes in the late 80s and 90s, but with no video proof, it's hard to determine that for certain. However, as far as recorded runs go, some of the earliest ones on the internet seem to date back to 2005, a trio of runs by some of the best speedrunners of the era. The fastest one was from August 2005, clocking in at 9 minutes and 42 seconds, performed by Scott Kessler. As far as speedrunners from the mid-2000s go, the early ages of speedrunning, Scott Kessler was simply legendary. He held records in Super Mario Bros., Super Mario World, Metroid, and various other games. His Super Mario Bros. 2 record was just one of many, but it was a really good one. Here's how it went. You're given a choice of 4 characters for each level in Mario 2. Peach and Mario are never used, since they're slow and can't jump very high. Scott Kessler chose Luigi for 1-1 since he jumps the highest, which allowed him to reach platforms high in the level and make it into the underground quickly. Once he used the bomb to get through the door, he arrived at the Birdo fight that appears at the end of most levels. You've got to hit Birdo with 3 eggs, and an egg is fired every 256 frames from when the stage begins. That means that you can arrive at Birdo anytime within a 256 frame window, or about 4 seconds, and not lose any time. There's an analogy for this involving a particular 4-wheeled vehicle of transportation. If this vehicle leaves from a station every 256 frames, then it doesn't matter if you arrive there a frame before it leaves, or 255 frames before. As long as you're within that window, you'll catch the same 4-wheeled vehicle of transportation. Kessler was able to barely make the cycle and arrive right when the first egg was fired, then quickly threw the other 2 to defeat Birdo. Up next was 1-2, where Luigi was once again picked to jump across large gaps at the start of the stage. Kessler pretty much never stopped holding the run button, just tapping A at the right times to jump without slowing down. The Birdo fight was more of the same, waiting for 3 eggs to be shot, then throwing them as quickly as possible. In 1-3, Kessler switched to Toad because he has a very bizarre but useful mechanic. If an enemy or other heavy object is picked up with Toad, he runs much faster than normal. He's the only character in the game with that property, so he can be incredibly useful for running through levels quickly. Kessler ran through much of the level with a Shy Guy above Toad's head, then threw a potion on top of the vase to warp to World 4. World 4-1 was pretty straightforward. Kessler picked up an enemy and ran with him, jumping to avoid enemies in his way. There's a rocket in the middle of the stage that operates on a similar global timer to Birdo's eggs. It can only take off to send you to the next part of the stage every 64 frames. As long as you arrive within a 64 frame window, you'll never lose time here. 4-2 was similar, picking up an enemy with Toad and dodging everything else. He picked up a potion again in this stage to warp to World 6, although he had some slowdowns along the way. World 6 is where the game really takes a big step up in difficulty. In 6-1, Kessler used Toad to pick up a Cobra and run through the stage as best he could. It was really hard to do so quickly given the placement of the other enemies. He then went underground and had to dig to pick up a key. Digging quickly required precise rhythm to not lose time, as did jumping out of the sand once he had the key. Birdo was quickly defeated with a mushroom block, then it was on to 6-2. Kessler went back to Luigi here and then slowly rode on the albatross over part of the gap. It took a long time, but it was safe. He then jumped on other enemies to get across the rest of the pit to the Birdo fight at the end. Kessler went back to Toad for 6-3, and at the start he waited until he was under the sand to run under the wall to get to a door. He then made it to Birdo, whom he quickly defeated with mushroom blocks, and then the world's 6th boss, Triclyde, where he jumped up and threw a mushroom block 3 times to defeat him. On to World 7, the last world in the game. 7-1 features a lot of large jumps, so Kessler used Luigi again. He caught a rocket to go to the next screen, then climbed up a series of ladders and platforms. It helps to have Luigi here to gain vertical distance quickly, but Kessler still had to hesitate a fair amount. Finally, after yet another Birdo fight, it was on to the final stage, 7-2. This is the longest level in the game, featuring an outdoor section, a long indoor section, and a few boss fights. However, Kessler is able to skip over much of the level by performing a trick where you jump off a ladder to the ceiling and run across the various rooms. He made his way past a Birdo to the Hawkmouth fight, where he hit him with a mushroom block 3 times. Then, it was on to the final boss, Wart. Vegetables are shot every 256 frames, sort of like how the eggs work on Birdo. You need to hit him with a vegetable when his mouth opens 6 times. Kessler got the first 4 hits, had to retreat and delay the 5th hit a cycle, then got the 6th hit to finish him off. And just like that, he had completed Super Mario Bros. 2 in just 9 minutes and 42 seconds. The route was simple enough. Start in World 1, warp to World 4, then warp to World 6, and play Worlds 6 and 7 to finish the game. Kessler submitted the run to both Speed Demos Archive and Twin Galaxies, the 2 leading speedrun websites at the time. And that's where their recorded record stood. It was an imperfect run, with small slowdowns in nearly every level. But it was a start, and it stood as the world record, unchallenged for months. But over the following 2 years, he would be beaten twice. The first guy to do it was a runner named Chris Knight, better known as Cac. In August 2006, he got a 9:19, a 23-second improvement. Most of the time saves came in the back half of the run. He picked up a couple of seconds in World 4 from hesitating less while carrying the potion, and in 6-2, rather than slowly riding the albatross, he sped it up by jumping across. However, the bulk of his time save came in the last stage, 7-2. He used Toad instead of Luigi, so he saved some time by picking up enemies and running with them. The rest of the stage was improved too. Less hesitation, a faster Hawkmouth kill, and a faster Wart kill. So that was a pretty big improvement. But a year later, in June 2007, the record would be lowered again. The runner's name this time was Andrew G., a guy who would go on to hold the Super Mario Bros., Super Mario Bros. 2, Super Mario Bros. 3, and Super Mario World world records, in some cases for years. Just a legendary Mario speedrunner. His Super Mario 2 time was 9:15, a 4-second improvement over Cac's run. But there was something different about this one. 3 years later, it was still standing strong at the top of the leaderboard. What made this run so good? Well, in World 1, he matched Cac's fast execution and added in this potion throw in 1-3. Instead of carefully placing the potion on top of the vase, Andrew went for a throw from far away to avoid slowing down. He timed it perfectly and it worked. Although he accidentally got hit in 4-1, he made the time back up in 4-2 from jumping off the first ladder. By precisely jumping off the side of a ladder to go higher, you can get to the top faster than having to slowly climb it. In 7-1, he used this trick to his full advantage, flying up the long vertical section in the middle of the level. After a 7-2 that matched Cac's run, Andrew had himself a 9:15. He celebrated in a Speed Demos Archive forum thread, and then the record just sort of went dormant. This was still in the pretty early ages of speedrunning, so games having big gaps between records was still pretty common. But for a game like Super Mario Bros. 2, a record standing that long was a big deal. However, in October 2010, the run was finally beaten. The runner this time was Menbu93, who's best known in the speedrunning community for his legendary Super Mario World record from 2013.
Itasso!
3 years prior, however, he managed to beat Andrew's Mario 2 record, but only by 1 second, with a 9:14. Interestingly, this run was slower than Andrew's in a lot of ways. There were a handful of sloppy mistakes, and he wasn't able to perform the fast ladder jumps in 7-1 like Andrew was. But where Menbu's run shined through was with a couple of major new strategies. One was his Birdo kill in 6-2, where he was very aggressive and stacked mushroom blocks to hit Birdo quickly. The other big one was in 6-3. Instead of slowly sinking into the sand and running under the wall, Menbu did this. He threw a Shy Guy to have him rebound, and jumped off of him at just the right time to make it over the wall. It saved 4 seconds over the older, slower route, and ultimately was enough to just barely beat out Andrew's 9:15. And that was the state of Mario 2 speedrunning in the early 2010s. You might be noticing a pattern here. A record would be set, and then a couple years would pass without any activity. By 2012, the only record from the past 5 years was Menbu's 9:14. It was a bizarre dilemma. Rather than speeding up, the community's growth had drastically slowed down. They needed something new. So, in 2012, a group of players decided to shake things up. Before then, most players were submitting their Mario 2 runs to Twin Galaxies, and one of Twin Galaxies' staple rules was that glitches aren't allowed, which severely limits the possibilities for many speedruns. So, that summer, Mario 2 speedrunners decided to just ignore that rule and start doing runs with glitches. And it's a good thing they did, because as it turns out, Super Mario Bros. 2 is one of the most broken games on the NES. Once this decision was made, Mario 2 runners suddenly had a bunch of new material to work with. Some of these tricks had been known about for years, but were specifically forbidden by Twin Galaxies, like the double jump. By running off the corner of an enemy and jumping, the game thinks you're still standing on it even while you're in the air. So, if you press A again, you'll be able to jump once more and gain additional height. This trick had a few uses across the run, but was most important in World 1-1. By using the double jump to get to the top, you could use Toad instead of Luigi and run through the rest of the stage faster. Other tricks were a bit more complicated, like this warp in 1-1. So what happened here? Well, it was Andrew G's variation of a glitch that Richard Ureta first used in a tool-assisted speedrun all the way back in 2005. Mario 2 has a very strange property where if you're in an invincible state and are climbing a ladder, an enemy landing on you automatically reverses your direction. So, what you can do is intentionally get hit by the Shy Guy to enter an invincible state, then pick it up, run over to the ladder, and throw it. Once you're at the bottom of the ladder, you really quickly grab it to start climbing, and when the Shy Guy hits you, your direction reverses and you climb through the bottom of the floor. The game thinks you've legitimately moved on to the next screen, so it puts you right outside the Birdo fight as if you'd gotten there normally. Compared with the old method of picking up the bomb and blowing up the barrier to the door, this glitch was certainly faster than before, and it was enough to reach Birdo an egg cycle earlier to save a full 5 seconds. Finally, in 1-2 there was one last glitch. This one was discovered by Control-Alt-Destroy in November 2009. If you hop on the carpet, then move to the left to respawn another one, when it appears, you can approach it from the side and pick up the Pidgey. The combination of two carpet sprites on screen and the fact that Toad is holding the Pidgey means the carpet will then move in hyperspeed. You can fly to the end of the level and potentially get to Birdo a cycle sooner. These glitches combined could save over 10 seconds, and the other stages weren't entirely optimized either. So, a final time under 9 minutes was conceivable given the current record of 9:14. The question was, who was going to get there first? Well, in August 2012, a player named Sven was able to get closer, beating Menbu's run by 3 seconds. Unfortunately, although this run was live streamed on Twitch, he never saved the broadcast, so video of it no longer exists. However, this run wouldn't stand for too long anyway, because later that same month, an old school runner came back. On August 25th, 2012, Andrew G posted this time. This was the first ever recorded sub 9-minute run of Super Mario Bros. 2, and it was legendary. He built up a 7-second lead over the record in World 1 from the new glitches and cleaning up mistakes from Menbu, but the time saves didn't stop there. Menbu fell down the ladder in 7-1 and had a relatively slow Hawkmouth kill in 7-2, allowing Andrew to save another 9 seconds. Between the glitches and the World 7 time saves, it was enough to get him an incredible 8:58. This run would end up standing for a few months. It was daunting to try to get out of World 1 with all the tricks needed to hit, and even if you did, the next 7 levels weren't much easier. But in November 2012, somebody else came back. This time, it was Kak. And on November 18th, he managed to get an 8:52, beating Andrew by 6 seconds. Most of his time saves came in the back half of the run, like when he successfully executed a throw on Warts that Andrew missed. It was the first time in 5 years that Kak officially held the Mario 2 record. But there was something very special about this run. Remember how in Andrew's 8:58, the run that Kak beat, he double jumped in 1-1, clipped through the ground with the Shy Guy, and did the carpet trick in 1-2? Well, Kak didn't do any of that. He beat Andrew's 8:58 with a glitch-free 8:52. So, how did he do it? Well, Kak lost 5 seconds in 1-1 because he didn't do the warp, meaning he got to Birdo an egg cycle later. But in Andrew's 1-2, he was actually barely slow enough to miss making it to Birdo a cycle earlier, meaning he didn't save any time over a glitch-free stage. So, Kak managed to not lose any time there. Even with a glitch-free World 1, he was only 5 seconds behind Andrew. And from there, Kak had some time he knew he could save. Andrew had hesitated a bit in 6-2 while jumping across the gap, and had a slow Birdo kill where he missed the throw. Kak was able to improve in both areas and save 4 more seconds. But the biggest time save in the entire run was in 7-2. As was mentioned before, he saved 5 seconds from hitting a throw on Wart that Andrew missed. However, he saved another 5 seconds from arriving at Wart fast enough to catch an earlier vegetable cycle. Just like Birdo's eggs, Wart's vegetables are shot out every 256 frames. By tightening his movement in 7-2, he was able to scrape just enough time saved together to arrive at Wart a couple seconds sooner, catching the early vegetable. In total, he saved 10 seconds in the last stage, allowing him to beat Andrew's record without glitches. As it turns out, Kak reportedly had gotten times as low as 8:54 back in 2010, but didn't always record them. So, that begs the question. If Kak could get times in the low 850s without glitches, what could he do with them? As you'd expect, messages of congratulation poured in from across the community. This was 20 seconds ahead of his glitchless run. It was by far the greatest run of Super Mario Bros. 2 ever performed. Just like Andrew's run, he saved 5 seconds in 1-1 from doing the warp. In 1-2, he added in an additional trick to save even more time. After riding on the carpet, he threw a potion on top of a veggie and went in the door. He then immediately left, and on the first frame possible after leaving, he picked up the veggie beneath him. This caused it to get stuck in his head, rather than being carried like normal. Typically, veggies can't be carried from room to room. However, since it was stuck in his head, this didn't apply. So he was able to take it into the boss room and defeat Birdo with it extremely quickly, saving a whopping 6 seconds over the glitchless route. That meant that coming out of World 1, he was 11 seconds ahead of his record. But it didn't stop there. In 4-1, he did another double jump to avoid having to hesitate. In 6-2, he did multiple double jumps over the long gap to prevent slowdowns. In 6-3, instead of going all the way over to pick up the Shy Guy to jump over the wall, Cac used a strategy invented by Jeff Sledge, where he threw a potion and jumped off of that. And in 7-1, he was able to successfully pull off the fast ladder climbs like Andrew G did. In short, it was remarkable how close to perfection the speedrun was. Cac actually calculated that all remaining possible time save could only lower the record by 6 seconds. That meant that according to Cac, the perfect Mario 2 speedrun would be 8:26. He was that close to perfection. But ultimately, he didn't want to try taking it down any further. Cac's 8:32 was from June 2013. A year later, it was still at the top of the leaderboard, with second place nearly 20 seconds behind. A year after that, nothing had changed. 8:32 was still on top by a mile. It was that good of a run. But then, in September 2015, the record finally got a new challenger. The person's name, fittingly, was I Love Mario. He was a top-level runner of a handful of platformers, including Blaster Master, Mario 3, and Mario World. But in September 2015, I Love Mario started to focus all of his efforts onto Super Mario Bros. 2, and lowered his personal best from the 840s into the 830s. By September 22nd, he was just 3 seconds behind the record. Much of where he was looking to save time over the record was with the Birdo kills in World 6. In 6-1, Birdo actually jumped over Cac's first shot. In total, I Love Mario knew he could save about 4 seconds in World 6 from faster boss kills alone. That took him close to the theoretically perfect 8:26. On September 23rd, he got on a run that was about even with the record after Worlds 1 and 4. He knew he had time left to save. He was gonna try to take down Cac's 8:32. This run would end up finishing with a time of 8:32.1, beating Cac's record by a fraction of a second. I Love Mario was the new world record holder. His biggest notable mistake was in 6-2, when he got caught up on a ledge at the end of the second room. However, he got most of the Birdo kills he was looking for, and the vast majority of the run looked clean. At the very least, it was enough to just edge out Cac's record. But apparently, that wasn't enough for I Love Mario. because the next day, he got an 830. It took 2 years for anybody to beat Cac's 832, but it took I Love Mario just 1 day to beat his own 832. This run was virtually identical to his last record, except he cleaned up the mistake in 6-2 to save a bit over a second. The world record was now just 4 seconds away from Cac's hypothetical 826. The record calmed down for a few months after this. I Love Mario had shown his dominance at the category, and a time of 830 was good enough for him. But by early 2016, yet another runner would come along. He got his personal best into the 830s, and by March 2016, he was at the point where he felt he could take the record from I Love Mario. And maybe, just maybe, take it into the 820s. This is BJW. BJW's initial goal wasn't to go for the world record, but once he got close, he found a few imperfections in I Love Mario's run that he thought he could improve. One of the biggest ones was in 6-1. The record's vase room could have been cleaner, especially hopping up out of the sand after grabbing the key. BJW knew he could be quicker and not take such a wide angle, allowing for a smoother trip up to the top. There were also improvements to the Birdo kills he could get by rapid firing the mushroom blocks quicker. With these improvements combined, getting an 829 was feasible, even if the rest of the run wasn't absolutely perfect. So he got to work. On March 7th, he had a run that gained a second in World 1 from a really fast Birdo kill. He also gained a second in 6-1 from a faster transition after picking up the key. So, going into World 7, BJW had a shot at pulling this off. As he flew through the last world, the gravity of the situation suddenly became very real to him. He could do this.
Guys. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes.
Well, that certainly was a sub 830. As it turns out, his World 7 was nearly flawless. He dashed up the ladders in 7-1, nailed 7-2, and had the perfect wart kill at the end. But as great as it was, BJW still wasn't entirely satisfied with this record.
It's not over yet, guys. This game needs an 827 at least. It's not over, but the first hard part's done. The first hard part's done.
So BJW acknowledged that 827 was possible. But what about Cac's original perfect time of 826? Well, we have to break down the run and look at what time was left to be saved. In 1-3, it was possible to grab the sniffet at the start of the stage from below so that max speed could be achieved earlier. This would save a fraction of a second over the record. It was also possible to be slightly faster at the start of 1-2 when moving on to the second carpet. By cutting the turn back tighter, you could potentially save another fraction of a second. And of course, it was possible to be faster on a couple of the Birdo fights. In 6-2, the orb landed and bounced in the wrong direction for BJW, meaning he had to waste a fraction of a second going to get it. A few other fights could be improved by tiny amounts as well with faster execution. Taking all the aforementioned time saves into account, it was theoretically possible to take the record down to 826 and match Cac's theoretical perfect time. And when I Love Mario came back later that month to take the record from BJW, he realized that the 826 might not be that unreasonable after all. On May 27th, 2016, I Love Mario made history. It wasn't just an 826. It was a low 826. He got the Sniffit grab, the Birdo kills, the ladder jumps, the glitches, and all the movement. CAC's 826 had happened. Truth be told, 826 wasn't a perfect time anymore, since a couple new minor strategies had been discovered since CAC came up with it. But it represented a time approaching the limits on what was possible. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say this was one of the best speedruns in the world when it was performed. And it stood on top alone. A nearly unbreakable world record. But incredibly, in October 2017, he actually topped it. The time saves were very minimal. In 4-2, he was able to get a higher ladder jump at the start to get to the top quicker. He also once again saved fractions of a second on the World 6 Birdo fights from tighter execution. But it was just barely enough to get an 825. At this point, I Love Mario's dominance in the category was clear. He was essentially in the same position CAC was in a few years prior, comfortably at the top of the leaderboard, having lowered the record several times in a row over the course of years, with no real rival. But it was at this point in time, in October 2017, that the story takes an interesting turn. During that month, an up-and-coming challenger lowered his personal best to 5 seconds behind the record, and decided he was gonna try to beat it. The problem was, the remaining time saves were getting extremely minimal. But if there was anyone who could do it, it was this guy. He was a Super Mario World speedrunning champion, with records in numerous categories. This is Green Death Flavor, also known as GDF. Again, there really wasn't anything new GDF could do to help him out. The key to beating the record was going to be tiny optimizations. Cleaner movement at the start of 1-2, grabbing the Sniffit that I Love Mario had missed, and as always, small Birdo optimizations. And on top of that, he would have to take 5 seconds off his personal best to beat the record. It took over 2 years for the record to be lowered by 5 seconds. GDF was going to try to do it in a fraction of that time. And on October 28th, 2017, he got on this run. It looked like pretty much a tie. The world record was 825.81. That meant it was time for a frame count. When speedruns are extremely close in length, human error on stopping the timer means it's hard to tell if a run was actually the record or not. So, GDF now had to go back and carefully see exactly when the run began and finished to get the exact time of the run. The time to beat was 825.81.
Oh man, it's still at 24. Now it's at 25. Walk. Walk. Please walk. Please walk. Please walk. Alright, no. Oh.
Just 4 frames off of the world record. A crushing run. But ultimately, GDF would never get a run this close to the world record again. He stopped grinding, and I Love Mario's 825 continued to stay on top for months. Over the next year or so, there wasn't much movement at the highest levels. The record was so optimized, it was getting incredibly hard to take any time off of it. But in October 2018, yet another old runner came back. Ladies and gentlemen, Andrew G had returned. Only this time he wasn't coming back to do new runs. He was coming back to drop a bombshell of a new strategy. See, back in 2011, Andrew G had worked on a tool-assisted speedrun of Mario 2 with Aglar, coming up with a bunch of theoretical strategies that were too precise or difficult to be done by humans. One of those was an extremely fast way to complete 1-1. For 7 years, this trick remained impossible for runners to do in real time. But in 2018, Andrew G revisited it and came up with a way to do it. It was extremely difficult, undoubtedly the hardest trick in the whole run, but it was possible. It started with a potion. Remember the veggie glitch in 1-2, where you could get a vegetable stuck in your head to carry to the next room? Well, in 1-1, you had to do that with a POW block. It would then be stored in the game's memory and appear when you entered the next room. But remember, this trick only had a 1-frame window to work, or a 60th of a second. Then, once you were in the underground, you'd jump up to the Shy Guy and throw the POW block. With a POW block throw, you have a 2-frame window to store an enemy if you pick it up at the right time. That's what you could do with the Shy Guy. Even though it doesn't look like you're picking it up, it goes in the game's memory, just like the POW block did on the last screen. Finally, to clip through the floor to the next room, you had to get underneath 2 bombs, have one land on your head at the bottom, then climb up the ladder while the other lands on you. Just like with the last clip, this will cause you to climb through the bottom of the floor onto the next screen. When you arrive, you'll be holding the Shy Guy from before. By throwing it at the right time, it can bounce 3 times to defeat Birdo much quicker than normal. Doing all of this could save about 4 seconds in 1-1, but think of all that has to go right. A 1-frame trick, then some precise movement, a 2-frame trick, careful maneuvering to get the bomb clip, then a super precise throw with the Shy Guy. 1-1 would very quickly develop a reputation as being a jail level, because hardly any record-paced run would escape it. With a 4-second improvement to the first level, the world record now had major potential to be lowered. When Andrew found this setup in September 2018, there were 2 active runners at world record level. The first was the record holder himself, I Love Mario. The second was a relatively new runner to Mario 2, but a person who had one of the greatest speedrunning resumes in the world. The Mega Man world record holder, the Mega Man 2 world record holder, the Strider world record holder, top 10 in Mega Man 3, top 10 in Castlevania, even 13th place in the coveted Pringles All A's percent on Sega Genesis. This runner's name, very fittingly, was Cool Kid. In October 2018, I Love Mario and Cool Kid were both doing runs with the new 1-1 strats, but it would be I Love Mario who struck initially. On October 1st, he beat the record by 2 seconds with an 8:23, gaining 4 seconds in 1-1 but bleeding some time in 1-2 and 7-2. The very next day, however, another massive world record cut from I Love Mario. He managed to gain almost a full second in 1-1 because the orb didn't bounce far away from him, and another second in 1-2 because he fixed the slow start from the last record. Cool Kid was in a pretty tough spot now, being 5 seconds behind I Love Mario, but all he could do was keep trying. 10 days after I Love Mario's 8:20, Cool Kid got a run going that was a bit behind after 1-1 because he missed a jump after the warp. But he made the time up in World 4 from cleaning up a mistake from I Love Mario and a new power squat jump strategy to go higher on the ladder. However, he'd fall behind in World 6 thanks to a couple of slightly sloppy Birdo kills. Going into World 7, he needed some time save to have a shot at the record. So he decided to go for something incredibly risky, a trick known as Fast 7-1. Remember how rockets can only take off every 64 frames? Well, Fast 7-1 involves playing as fast as possible to catch an earlier rocket. GDF was the first player to experiment with this trick. The most important part is on the second screen. where you have to precisely jump toward the albatross right away rather than waiting, then quickly switch to left to make it to the post. You can see here how much faster you have to be than the old method. If done properly, you can barely make it to the earlier rocket and save the 64 frames. Unfortunately, it was incredibly difficult. But Cool Kid had no choice but to go for it if he wanted the world record.
Oh my god, alright. Sub 820 pace.
As it turns out, Fast 7-1 was enough for a new record of 820.55.
Alright. I mean, not by full second, but...
For the first time in 2.5 years, Mario 2 had a new record holder. Cool Kid was able to add another record to his list. And 8 days later, he'd do it again.
That's pretty good.
So, Cool Kid had won out in the world record battle. Both he and I Love Mario stopped playing after this 819, with I Love Mario trailing Cool Kid by just 1 second. And for the next year, that's where the world record stood. An 819 was incredibly strong, and without a new strategy, beating it would take a lot of effort. But then, as it happened so many times in this game's history before, that new strategy they were looking for was discovered. It was once again in 1-1, but this time it was much simpler than before. It turned out that you could throw the power block sooner in the underground to start the process of the warp earlier. This not only saved time from getting to the next screen quicker, but also allowed for another time save. With the old strategy, you used to have to jump into the pole after the Shy Guy grab to slow down, because if you reach the end too quickly, Birdo would actually jump over the Shy Guy throw because of the point in the pattern you were at. The time save in the cave, however, meant that you were so fast that you'd reach Birdo before that point in the pattern. So you didn't have to intentionally slow down at the pole, and could save some additional time there. In total, the improvements to 1-1 could save another 1.5 seconds. That was enough to bring Cool Kid back. In November 2019, he had a run that successfully saved time in 1-1, and although the rest of the run was up and down, the new 1-1 strat was enough to knock the record down to 8:17.
Thanks for the GG's, guys.
As you could probably tell from Cool Kid's wild reaction, this was a really solid record. In addition to the new 1-1 time save, he also managed to hit Fast 7-1 to save a bit more time. So now it was I Love Mario's turn, and a week later, he got an 8:18 to move to 1 second behind Cool Kid, but he had trouble saving all the time he needed. So, entering into 2020, Cool Kid's 8:17 was still on top of the leaderboard. That is, until January 17th. On that day, I Love Mario had a run going that was about even with the record coming out of World 1. He gained over half a second in 4-1 because Cool Kid had missed the double jump, but lost it back in 7-1 from missing the fast rocket. It ended up being about enough to cancel out, so when I Love Mario stopped the splits at the end of the run, they read a time that was essentially tied with Cool Kid's world record. Once again, it was time for a frame count. This time, it would go in the runner's favor, just ahead of Cool Kid's 8:17.4. These two guys had been rivals for years now, and after all that time, their personal bests were separated by just 1/10 of a second. But there was still a bit more time to squeeze out of this record. There was a new strat they could do in 1-2 where they precisely grabbed the Pidgeot from the side, allowing the second one to spawn sooner to get to the end quicker. I Love Mario's ladder movement at the start of 4-2 wasn't as good as it could have been either. And in 7-1, the fast rocket cycle was still possible to achieve. So there definitely was room to take the record lower. And with two competitors at practically the same level, there was no telling who was going to take it there. But on January 26th, 2020, Cool Kids started up a session of Mario 2 world record attempts.
That's really good.
This was the first ever 816 in Super Mario Bros. 2 history. It's also where the world record stands today. But as great as it is, there's a fair amount of time left on the table here. In 6-1, Cool Kid failed to grab the first sand block right away, and in 7-1, he missed the fast rocket. Those two tricks alone could push the record down to 815. But if more tricks can be brought over from the tool-assisted speedrun, who knows where this record could go? The future of Mario 2 speedrunning is unknown, but bright. Thanks for watching. Hey, thanks for making it to the end. If you enjoyed, it'd mean a lot to me if you could share this video with 1 or 2 other people. It really goes a long way on YouTube. So, thank you, and Happy New Year.
皆さんこんにちは。これからライブを 皆さんこんにちは。これからライブを始めます。ビンゴの初めてのクリスマスのライブです。Hey guys, we are going to start our very first bingo Christmas live video from now on. And actually we have some surprise for bingo today. Merry Christmas everyone! We are wearing Christmas suit. This is a Santa suit. And me myself is in reindeer suit. 皆さん、今日はサンタの服装とトナカイの服装でビンゴをサプライズします。ビンゴどういう反応するのかな？ Let's see how Bingo reacts to our new costume. ビンゴの反応を見てみましょう。初めて見たサンタとトナカイ。びっくりした？ビンゴ、誰だ？あれ？ビンゴ、わかってる？サンタさん。It's Santa Claus, Bingo. Santa Claus. Have you ever seen a Santa? ここがいいな、ビンゴ。ビンゴ、トナカイだよ、私。同じ動物だよ。ビンゴ、I'm the same species as you. I'm the reindeer. Reindeer, hana. Bingo. Oh my god. Tonakai. Bingo, tonakai. 怖がってるトナカイを。ビンゴね。ビンゴトナカイだよ。ビンゴ。レインディア。ビンゴ、what do you want? No biting Santa. サンタを噛んじゃダメだよ。プレゼントなくなるよ。No biting Santa. If not, you don't have any presents for you to this year. Santa's bringing us present. Bingo. Do you want present? Do you want your Christmas present? ビンゴのプレゼントを出しましょうか。ビンゴ、プレゼント欲しい？じゃあ、サンタさんにおねだりして。ビンゴ、you have to beg Santa Claus for a present. ビンゴ。ビンゴ。No spoiling the decoration. な。メリークリスマス。皆さん、メリークリスマス。Merry Christmas to everyone. Bingo, do you like the Christmas tree? Do you like your Christmas tree? He said yes. はいって言った。Hi from New Zealand.
Alright guys, Wes here, welcome back to the channel, and today we're going to be exploring one of the biggest secrets with Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Along with that, we have some news to talk about regarding when we could see the first glimpse of actual gameplay footage for Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more. So definitely stick around until the end of the video because you guys do not want to miss it. Now, everything that has officially been revealed by Nintendo paints quite a strange picture, but what if I told you that beneath the surface of Hyrule lies one of the biggest features that Zelda fans have been wanting to return, and according to many fans, is the staple of what it means to be a Zelda game. Now, if you haven't guessed it by now, I'm talking about classic themed dungeons, which according to Zelda purists is one of the most controversial aspects of Breath of the Wild, as rather than taking the classic approach, Breath of the Wild opted for 200 shrines dotted across the map that are just basically mini puzzle rooms. And the game also featured 4 larger divine beasts that kind of acted like the big dungeons in the game. Now, I personally love the shrines as well as the divine beasts, as I felt like they were a nice change of pace, and they all just really fit into the game's world. But I can understand why many preferred classic dungeons, as they were some of my favorite video game experiences. If you dive into the trailers and official images of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, you'll find clues and kind of hints at dungeons returning. Now, I'd like to really quickly state as a disclaimer, I'm only going off of official information, and I will not be referencing anything from the art book leak, so if you want a spoiler-free journey, this is the video for you. The first thing we have to point out is the first initial teaser trailer that announced the development of the sequel. We see a shot that takes place beneath the castle, and you see certain structures that depict a dungeon-like entrance, but overall just the vibe looks very similar to how Nintendo has designed their dungeons as well as their entrance to dungeons in the past. Now, this doesn't 100% confirm dungeons are back, but what it does tell us is that the depths of Hyrule will be used in a different way in Tears of the Kingdom, outside of just being a place where they hold a bunch of shrine rooms. Whether or not they will be the locations of the dungeons or not is hard saying, but let's be honest, when you think of the word dungeon, typically you think of something underground. The most recent trailer shows beneath Hyrule as well, but this time it features enemies. You can see a bokoblin mine for materials in quite a large area. There's also a Lizalfos as well. So not only are we going underground at Hyrule Castle, but also throughout Hyrule. Now, as you can see with this shot right here, you have a hole in the grass, which will likely be an area that you could go underground. That's like a giant cave entrance, similar to the shot of the bokoblin mining. I think what we're seeing in the trailer is only a tiny glimpse of just how vast the underground will be. I think it's pretty obvious that there will be a ton of cave entrances that will have different enemy camps and different mobs and bosses that we're going to get to explore throughout our journey in Tears of the Kingdom. That kind of leads us to the question, how many dungeons are going to be featured in Tears of the Kingdom? The previous game had 4 large creatures, obviously the divine beast, Vah Ruta, Vah Rodania, Vah Meadow, and the legendary Vah Naboris, which, like I said before, I really love the divine beast, but I think in this game there's going to be even more dungeons. If we take a look at this mural from the title reveal trailer, it shows what many believe is the goddess Hylia, and floating around them is 7 tears, or rather the 7 sages that sealed Ganon away. So that's why I think it's entirely possible that Tears of the Kingdom will have themed dungeons that are based on the sages. For instance, a light dungeon, forest, fire, water, and shadow. Another theory that likely will be a key element to Tears of the Kingdom is, of course, time. So maybe we'll have to go back in time to retrieve the 7 tears from the sages in an attempt to once again seal Ganon away. Now, the classic dungeons won't be the only puzzles, or rather trials, we will be completed in Tears of the Kingdom. During the most recent trailer, we see some Zonai puzzles being completed on different sky islands, which some believe are dungeons themselves. Now, I personally don't think they are. If I were to guess, I would say these are rather sky trials that, when completed, will give you access to new Zonai abilities. If you remember, on the Great Plateau, the first 4 shrines granted us access to different rune abilities that we use throughout our journey in Hyrule. If you look at this giant cube creature right here that is said to be a boss, you see it's being powered by Zonai technology. So I'm guessing as we explore these sky islands, or as I call them, sky shrines, we go up on top of them, we do a puzzle, defeat a boss, and gain an extra vial of green goo for our Zonai belt. Now, there's not very much information known about the Zonai tribe, but what we do know is that they're a prehistoric tribe that are from the Faron region, and that's why I think goddess Hylia is a Zonai. Now, if you remember from Twilight Princess, we had these sky islands from that game that were created by the Oku, but in Skyward Sword, you know that these sky islands were created by the goddess Hylia, which became the home of the Hylians. If we consider where Tears of the Kingdom will be placed throughout the Zelda timeline, it makes sense that it would be a prequel to Skyward Sword, and the ancient Zonai tribe with their magical abilities now reside on top of the sky islands that we see throughout Tears of the Kingdom. So not only is Tears of the Kingdom going to be showcasing Hyrule after the calamity and the rebirth of Ganon, which would technically be at the end of the timeline, but we're also going to be at the start of it as well. And that's why we see Link with his champion's tunic, but also the ancient toga that he's wearing as well. Now, another common theme that you see throughout the trailer is stuff falling from the sky, as well as Link controlling time with his arm, utilizing the green goo that's like the Zonai technology. I think Link being able to manipulate time is going to be a key element in this game as well, similar to how it was a key theme in other games. Maybe the goddess Hylia is the one who gave us the ability to control time itself, and she passed that ability to us. Now we know that Nehru, who is named after the goddess, also has control over time, but it also could be the case that Hylia is the goddess of time as well. Let me know what your thoughts are on that, guys. I know that it's a pretty hot topic. Is Hylia the goddess of time? And in what ways do you think Link will be able to control time? We've seen in the trailer that Link has the ability to control it in some ways, specifically through the Zonai technology in his arm. If you remember in the trailer, he has a spike ball that he was able to push backwards, as well as kind of freeze time. And of course, there was the rock that he was able to kind of reverse time and put it back up into the sky. Now, going back to the topic of dungeons, the Zelda team has been listening to fan feedback loud and clear, and I think based on the sentiment of the previous game, as well as how they want to utilize a world that already has a foundation, I think the obvious next step for them is to bring dungeons back, but this time in a much more unique and immersive way. Now, according to an interview with Eiji Aonuma by Vice, the interviewer asked the question, there are fewer big dungeons in the new game compared to old, and an emphasis on Link having smaller shrines to explore spread around the map. Is that a design choice that goes back to the beginning of the project? To which Aonuma responded, it wasn't necessarily an original design point. At first, we were planning to include more large labyrinth-style dungeons, the sort of things you'd expect in a Zelda title, but the reason we decided to include smaller shrines, which isn't to say there aren't some larger dungeons in Breath of the Wild, was to strike a balance between this extremely large overworld that you're exploring and these goals and objectives to explore within that. So by dotting these shrines around a larger number of them, but with each smaller in size than the older style dungeons, it helped to bring balance and break up the huge world into smaller, more explorable chunks. And now that we've already done everything that there is to explore with the current Hyrule map, it only makes sense for the Zelda team to expand the areas to allow more interaction via the underground with the dungeons, but also giant caves for us to explore and create new gameplay scenarios for us to visit. Now, I think the overworld is also going to be changed. We don't really know in what way yet, but if I were to guess, I'm sure that every area that we explore throughout the grounds of Hyrule is going to be unique and have its own different vibe, as well as unique enough for us to want to go explore. I know there's been a lot of concern about whether or not Zelda Tears of the Kingdom is going to be a new game or if it's going to be more of an expansion of the old one, which is understandable, especially whenever you look at the trailers. A lot of the world that we've seen so far does look very similar to the old Hyrule, but you have to understand that there is a ton of misdirection that goes down with these trailers. Nintendo is intentionally being secretive, and they will continue to be for a long time, even after the game's launch. But that is kind of the perfect segue into my next topic, and that is, when are we going to get the first official gameplay for Zelda Tears of the Kingdom? Well, if history does indeed repeat itself, then we should be expecting some type of gameplay at the upcoming PAX East. The first time we got to see a demo of Breath of the Wild was at PAX East as well, and it just so happens that it will be taking place on March 23rd through the 26th, so there is a very possible chance that we will get to see Tears of the Kingdom with a playable demo at PAX East on March 23rd through the 26th, which is extremely exciting news. It was confirmed that Nintendo will have a booth at PAX East. Whether or not there's going to be a playable demo of Tears of the Kingdom is still kind of up in the air, but if history does indeed repeat itself, then we will be getting some Tears of the Kingdom footage during PAX East at the end of the month, which I cannot be more excited about. According to the list of exhibitors, Nintendo of America Inc. will appear at booth 13055. Now, there is no list of titles in the demo, like I said, but if you're going to PAX East and you're lucky enough, then you could potentially be one of the first people to play Tears of the Kingdom, which is pretty awesome if it indeed ends up being true. I'm personally not going to be going, so if you end up going there and you get to play Tears of the Kingdom early, I will be incredibly jealous. But yeah, guys, that is going to wrap it up with this video. Let me know what your thoughts are in the comment section below. Do you think the classic dungeons are returning in Tears of the Kingdom, or are you not convinced yet? Guys, that's going to wrap it up with this video. Thank you all for watching. Be sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel with your notifications turned on, and until next time, guys, this has been Wes, and I'll talk to you guys in the next video. All right.
The next 15 minutes could change your life forever.
$1.34 billion ticket.
Every year, tens of millions of Americans spend their money on these lottery tickets. I always imagine them as like these cool, colorful things, but this is just like a receipt with a barcode. These things are usually at a gas station or a grocery store, and typically you get it from like a guy behind a counter or from one of these cool flashy machines. They cost anywhere from a few cents to like $100. And as more and more people buy tickets, all of that money goes into one big pot, the jackpot. And it grows and it grows and sometimes can rack up to like $2 billion.
That much money?
Yes, sir. Third Mega Millions drawing to break $1 billion.
1.3 billion.
1.9 billion.
2.04 billion.
And even though everyone buying tickets presumably wants to win the jackpot, at the end of the day, after all the ping pong balls and the numbers and the weird game show looking things, only one person actually does.
$1.9 billion. I can't believe it. Then it can be yours for just $2.
Meanwhile, everyone else is left just a little poorer.
Phoebe, you don't have any of the first 5 numbers.
This is the lottery. It is a government-sponsored gambling game that is surprisingly human. Like, we've been doing this for thousands of years, and we will probably continue to do it for thousands more. And not just like in the United States, all over the world. And it's almost always the government who's running the lottery. Okay, so like a little harmless fun that helps the government make a little extra money, it's not a big deal, right? No, these are not small numbers. This is not a little anything. In 2021, Americans spent over $100 billion on lotteries. $100 billion.